Chapter 11. Avaryss was startled awake when the shuttle finally lifted off from her destroyer. Despite her task being fairly straightforward, the Sith Lord had found little rest as the Emperor's wisdom made the journey from Korriban to Ordana. After so many years of serving the darkness, her dreams still haunted her, tormented her by what might have been or what she had brought down upon herself. Her dreams were the one part of her life that she remained unable to control. They made it difficult to find rest sometimes. She had been dozing in her seat when they finally had gotten clearance to leave. 3 shuttles were being dispatched from the Emperor's wisdom, the first carrying Avaryss and her people, the other 2 carrying her personal guard. All 3 ships were to be followed down by a squadron of Supremacy-class starfighters, providing that extra layer of protection should they require it. It had been enough to make her feel safe enough that her exhaustion had finally caught up with her. The hours before had not been pleasant for Avaryss. They had not been pleasant at all. Sleep had not come, and when it had, it brought the strains of the old lullaby that had been haunting her these many months, that, in the words of her mother, the plea to come home, and that she was needed. Why she was still hearing it, Avaryss could not say. After all, she was finally going back to Ordana, and as far as helping her people, well, that was what she was here for, provided they accept what she offered. If they did not, well, she would do what was best for the Empire, as she always had. The needs of a single world did not mean much in the face of preserving an empire. It was to the Empire that she owed her loyalty. Once again, she had been forced to rely on a few hours of meditation to keep her mind sharp. By the time that the ship finally emerged from hyperspace, she was as ready and as well rested as she could have hoped to be. After Colonel Glass's briefing on what they might expect, she and her command staff made their way to the shuttle. After fleeing 5 years ago in a packing crate, Avaryss now returned with the Sith House and a company of 100 personal guards at her back. In short, she was ready to put the affairs of Ordana back in order. She was ready to fulfill her mission. Word had already been sent to the government tower in Dana City. They were to be ready and waiting when Avaryss and her entourage arrived. The Sith Lord, now clad in a black Imperial military uniform without insignia, had made her way to the shuttle, her black cape with crimson lining flaring behind her. In her left hand she carried her helmet and mask. It was unlikely that anyone would recognize her after all this time, but she preferred not to take chances. Andor Lillis had been fairly well known. There was a chance that someone in the government might recognize his daughter on sight. She preferred not to cause any unnecessary distractions. She settled into her shuttle seat next to Commander Holly. The changeling officer was one of the few people that Avaryss trusted implicitly. She wanted her at her side right now. Beric sat next to Zen, the 2 lovers whispering back and forth, her brother's words bringing smiles and the occasional giggle to the Sith apprentice. Avaryss tried to ignore them. There was nothing worse than 2 people so attracted to each other that they made everyone else uncomfortable. Colonel Glass took a seat away from the others, closest to the cockpit. The loyalty officer was not one to make friends. He preferred his connections on the Dark Council to actual camaraderie. Dime found himself seated beside War Master Bleez. The trooper sat silently, likely conversing with the troops and the other shuttle, the members of Avaryss' personal guard. The Mun smiled at the officer. Clad in the robes of the Sith, with the helmet to hide his alien features, the Mun was still testing his limits, what power he truly wielded as Avaryss' apprentice. Now he had decided to test War Master Bleez. Avaryss smiled slightly. He may not be glad that he did. "What do you look like under there?" he asked the trooper, referring to the battle helmet the War Master wore. "I don't think I've ever seen you take it off." "I prefer not to take it off," Bleez informed him. "It reminds me of who I truly am." "I see," her new apprentice said. "But what do you look like under there? What does your true face look like?" Bleez turned to him. "This is my true face," the trooper said, pointing at the helmet's faceplate. "I've never needed another." "And why is that? What are you hiding beneath that bucket?" Bleez looked at Avaryss, who shook her head no. Dime had a right to ask questions. She would not have Bleez acting out of turn, but at the same time, the War Master did have a right to privacy. Avaryss respected that. Dime needed to learn to as well. "I'm hiding nothing," Bleez informed him, As to the face I was born with, I see no reason to show it. Perhaps I was horribly scarred during the war. Perhaps I'm of a species that the Empire has little respect for. Perhaps I'm a creature more beautiful than Zen, and wish not to show it." Having heard her name, Avaryss' other apprentice looked up and smiled. "You think me beautiful, Bleez? I'm touched." The War Master did not respond to the comment. Bleez's attention was fully on the moon. The trooper was starting to get annoyed. "Whatever I was before has little bearing on my life now. I am an Imperial soldier. I am the War Master of House Avaryss, and the fist of my lord's vengeance." Bleez tapped the faceplate of the helmet. "As I said, this is my true face. It is the only one that the galaxy needs to contend with. It is the only one that matters." It should have ended right then, but Dime was not satisfied. He grinned and focused all of his attention on the trooper. "You will remove your helmet," he said, waving his hand before Bleez. "I wish to see your face." The shuttle's passenger compartment fell silent. All eyes were now on the test of wills that was playing out before them. Colonel Glask looked particularly interested now. He, like everyone else on board, had never seen Bleez's face. No doubt he wondered about the person beneath the helmet. Most did. Avaryss had never cared, as long as the trooper did what was expected. She knew that Bleez had been born on a Republic world, but little else. Was the War Master human or alien? Avaryss did not know. She assumed human because Bleez had been accepted into the Imperial Army. Beyond that, the Sith Lord knew nothing. She did not even know if Bleez was male or female. The War Master had never said. Bleez glared at the moon, despite not being able to see the War Master's eyes. It was clear that the trooper was both angry and insulted by the Sith apprentice's presumption. Despite the reputation of Sith troopers, the War Master began, "Not all of us are weak-willed. You may consider this failed attempt to manipulate me as your first strike, Mun. I only offer 3 to those who serve beside me and my master." "Oh really?" he said, grinning. "What happens if I reach the 3rd strike?" "The cleaning crews get to see what color your blood is, and how hard it is to clean up after your body has been removed." Dime looked surprised, but then, that look turned to one of pure anger. Bleez did not even flinch. Avaryss chuckled. It took courage to threaten a Sith, even one who was only an apprentice. Still, it was expected. Bleez was trained in how to kill a Force user. The trooper had been part of an elite squad when Avaryss had first met the War Master. The squad had specialized in neutralizing Jedi and other Force-using targets. No, Bleez had knowledge to back up such a threat. Avaryss wondered if her new apprentice had the intelligence not to push this any further. A fight between the two would be entertaining, but also costly. Avaryss would likely need them both in the coming days. She would prefer if neither died at this moment in time. Dime glared at the trooper, angry at the War Master's resistance, but then, that anger faded. The Muin's wide grin returned. "I can't see why my master chose you," he said, nodding respectfully. "I will accept your desire for privacy." Again, Bleez looked at Avaryss, as if to ask if the Muin was being honest or if his comment was sarcastic. Again, the Dark Lord nodded. The Muin's response had been a genuine one. Bleez could relax for the moment. Not that the trooper would forget. The Muin was still a Sith after all, and not used to being denied. This argument might come up again later, but for now the matter had been settled. At least, until it flared up again, Avaryss did not believe the matter totally resolved. Dime would wait. He might try to take revenge for this insult, but it would not happen now. Bleez was smart enough to let it go for now. "Thank you, apprentice," the trooper said, returning to a more relaxed position. "Your respect is appreciated." Conversations once again resumed. Zen talked to Barrick. Bleez went back to conferring silently with the troops that would be accompanying them. Dime closed his eyes, appearing to be meditating. Holly pulled out a data pad and began reading from some technical manual. Avaryss settled back in her seat and found herself starting to doze off. She had not wanted to, but sleep came for her just the same. She fought it the best she could, but it had been a losing battle. She closed her eyes, and her mother's words awaited her. The shuttle bumped as it first began to break Ordana's atmosphere. She had drifted off several times since the launch. Once she awoke to find Holly watching her. She coughed and shook her head, trying to clear the last of the sleep from it. "What is it, Lu Jane?" she asked. The commander blushed and looked away. "You were talking in your sleep, my lord. For a moment I thought you were speaking to me." Avaryss frowned. "I was talking in my sleep." "Yes, my lord." "What was I saying?" Holly shrugged. The changeling looked uncomfortable. "You kept asking of someone named Ro. Is Ro an old friend, my lord?" Avaryss cursed under her breath. Had she been dreaming about Rowan Wilkes? She did not remember that. In truth, she had hoped to reach out and find Finn in the Force. She hated to admit it, but seeing Zen and Barrick together, seeing Taya laughing and playing with her little girl, it had gotten to her. She was feeling lonely. She had wanted to see Finn. She had needed to see him. Yet, he still remained hidden from her. Was he still trying to protect her from finding out things that she shouldn't? Was that why she had dreamed of Ro? Had she even dreamed of him? The dream had faded like a shadow. She found herself unable to remember what it had been about. She remembered something of being back on the family farm, but beyond that, nothing. If it had been about Ro Wilkes, if she had focused on him. If it were so, then, well, damn it, she would have preferred to leave the past in the past. Do not forget what happened. The darkness within her said, Golan Wilkes betrayed your father to become overseer. You were to be given to his son as a trophy. Do not forget that. She hadn't, but at the same time, she also remembered who had given her this information. The man who killed our family told us that Avi, Kira reminded her, can you honestly say that he did not have a reason to lie? Do you think he would not have lied if he thought your pain would make his boring work that more enjoyable? Avaryss' frown deepened. In this, Kira had a point. She had no idea if the Wilkes had sold her family out. It was possible, yes, but the evidence of it had come from a less than reliable source. The enforcer her master had sent could have lied. Avaryss shifted in her seat. Now wide awake, she began to ready herself for her meeting at the government tower. She was eager to speak with both Moff Gallic and Darth Sadi. She preferred to get started immediately on ending the rebel threat. The Empire could afford no missteps. She needed to return things to normal and fast. She noticed that Glask was not in his seat. The door to cockpit hissed open, and the loyalty officer returned. He did not look happy. His face was twisted with anger. "What is it, Glask?" she called out. "What's going on?" "We have been diverted, my lord," he informed her. "There is something wrong with the Capitol building's landing pad." Glask sighed. "We have been given landing clearance for a pad outside of the city." Avaryss frowned. Her eyes narrowed. What was this now? It sounded innocent enough, but knowing all the problems in the Empire lately, she did not think it unwise to be a little suspicious. She reached out with the Force, trying to sense any possible deception. Sadly, deception was the word of the day in the Empire, especially since the Emperor's death. Too many lords with too many different agendas, the Force revealed nothing of what might be waiting for them on the ground. She frowned. She had a bad feeling about this. "Shall we return to the ship, my lord?" Glask suggested. "We can return when the pad in the capital is clear." She was tempted to do so, make no mistake, but at the same time, it was possible that that was exactly what Moff Gallic expected her to do. "We shall proceed," she informed the colonel. She turned to Bleez. "Inform our escort of the change in destination. I want a protective screen from the landing field to the capital." "It will be done, my lord," Bleez promised, and immediately began issuing orders through the War Master's helmet comm. Avaryss leaned back. Her danger senses were both awake and alert. It could be nothing, she thought, but if it wasn't. "Prepare for trouble, everyone," she called out. As one of her followers began checking their weapons, getting ready for a fight that may or may not be waiting for them on the surface. She did not want to believe it, but at the same time, could not afford to take any chances. The turbulence increased as the shuttles continued their descent to the planet. Ordana was currently going through its winter cycle, which meant strong, harsh winds. The windstorms of Ordana were legendary. There were many stories of powerful gales bringing down ships as they came down through the atmosphere. At the same time, those winds were known to provide enough power to see the planet's needs filled for a full year. Its people had long ago learned to make use of the planet's harsh seasons. Ordana could be a rough place to live, but the people had adapted to its challenges long ago. Now, it was a beloved home to many loyal Imperials. Avaryss was determined to see it stay that way. The landing pad where the shuttles had been redirected was several miles outside the outskirts of the capital city. It served as a secondary launch point for 2 squadrons of fighters and bombers should they be needed to defend the planet against outside attack. Avaryss had frowned when she heard about this. Ordana was quite deep in Imperial territory. She had thought such security measures unnecessary. As it turned out, it was one of many changes that Darth Fear had made to the world of her birth. Changes that she was quickly learning to hate. It was these changes that made the rebellion that she now had to face possible. Her dislike for her master and his policies continued to grow. Shortly after assuming control of the planet, her master had played a little game with the rich landowners in Ordana's southern provinces. He had manipulated them into preying on their smaller, less fortunate neighbors, promising them extra land and favors if they could deliver to him what he had needed. They had carried out her master's schemes, seizing more and more land. The smaller farms had had no defense. Most gave up quickly, and those that did not were burned out of their homes. The wealthy landowners grew wealthier under Darth Fear. They thought him one of them, and welcomed him into their councils, shared their secrets with the man who had expanded their holdings so generously. They had all been fools. The farmers had been out of their depth. They were not used to the power games played by a Sith Lord. Their previous ruler, Darth Avaryss, had been a hands-off type of ruler, preferring to let the farmers do as they pleased provided they met their quotas and delivered the crops that they were contracted for. Once the smaller farmers had been dealt with, Fear had been free to deal with his now useless pawns. He revealed what had happened to the rest of Ordana, stoking the fires of hate and anger against the wealthy landowners. Protests broke out, and soon the masters of the southern provinces found enemies on all sides. The common people of Ordana complained to Darth Fear, who, being a generous lord, gave them the justice that they wanted. He brought in troops and seized most of the land in the southern provinces. The farms that rose from the ashes of that scheme were now all nationalized. Darth Fear's lackeys now had direct control over the imperial food supply. For a time, her master was hailed as a hero, the one who had liberated them from the corrupt landowners that had caused so much pain. That control had made her master very powerful. He had expanded the military presence on Ordana and ruled his new holdings with an iron fist, and with the southern farmers eliminated, no one was strong enough to challenge the power of her master and his enforcers. It had been a beautifully executed coup. The Kira side of her hated Fear even more because of it. The man has much to answer for, Kira hissed when she heard what had happened. That is true, Avaryss agreed. If she was to deal with her master, destroying the rebellion would be the first logical step. She would seize control of the planet for Mar and the Cabal, and by doing so finally end her master's hold over her. Avaryss welcomed that day coming. She had been his servant for far too long. The time had come to end it. Her shuttles executed the standard leapfrog formation. It was a security protocol used for shuttles carrying VIPs. The 3 ships constantly shifted position as to give no clue on which ship was carrying the people in charge. As the landing field finally came into view, Avaryss noticed only a very small entourage awaiting her arrival. A single Imperial representative flanked by 2 squads of troops, 12 Imperial troops and 12 Ordana security volunteers. The sight did not please her. No Moff Gallic, she realized, and through the Force she could not sense another Sith. No Darth Sadi either. Her temper flared. Darth Fear had named her High Inquisitor of Ordana. It would be by her hand that this rebellion ended. Now, those in charge did not even bother to see her arrive. It was insulting. She was no mere Sith apprentice. She was Avaryss. She was the hero of the Battle of the Inferno Nebula. She was the destroyer of Darth Tarek. The Dark Lord frowned as she snapped her helmet and mask into place. She was tempted to kill the representative, to send his or her head back to Moff Gallic in a box. It would be both a warning and a sign of her displeasure. Plus, it would be most satisfying. She would show the Sith of Oradana that she meant business right from the start. The idea definitely had appeal, but it was then that her training took over. Not the training from Darth Fear, but what she had learned from Darth Mar and the rest of her allies within the Cabal. Avaryss had been a great fighter, but Rule acquired more than skill with the lightsaber or the power of the Force. The counselor had done his best to prepare her for what came after Fear, when she was master of all his holdings. Yes, killing the people down there would feel good, but it would not be a smart move in the game of politics. No, she should stay her hand, see who it was, and come up with a more insidious response to this insult. She sighed. She found herself hating politics. She preferred facing her enemy head-on, to stand before a foe with a lightsaber in hand. The shuttles finally touched down. She felt the sudden bump as the landing gear settled onto the pad. A shiver ran down her spine. After 5 years, she was finally back. She was home. She rose from her seat and made for the loading ramp. It was time to meet the Imperial that Moff Gallic had offered up to her as a sacrificial lamb. She hoped that he had a decent excuse as to why the Moff and Oradana's ruling Dark Lord was not here. The hydraulics hissed steam as the ramp lowered. Avaryss began her descent, followed closely by the members of her inner circle. This is it, she thought to herself. Here we go. She stepped out under the violet sky and breathed in the air of her homeworld. Avaryss sighed. She was home. The Sith Lord glanced around the airfield, the fighters and bombers stationed here in their neat lines, the security fence humming with energy. The winter wind snapped her cloak as she drank in the details of the world around her. Despite the distance of almost a half-decade, the memories her past came flooding back. The sunlight proved too bright for her oversensitive eyes. The filters in her helmet kicked on almost instantly, darkening her field of vision. Oradana, she thought wistfully, shaking her head. My home. Her shuttle had come down on the far left, with her troopers now filing out of the 2 ships to her right. The Imperial sent to greet her noticed. He had been standing before the ship in the middle, awaiting her there. The man quickly turned and led his troopers to greet her formally. She stood patiently awaiting his arrival. Her eyebrows rose slightly as she recognized this one, remembering him. Tall and slender, the human had changed little in the last few years. He still wore the same tan and black Imperial uniform. The black cloak of office still hung from his shoulders. He was a little grayer perhaps, but that did nothing to take away from the rather unpleasant presence she felt through the Force. It was a presence that she remembered. She had felt it before. Back then she had not understood what that had meant, but now she knew. She stood up straight and addressed the man. Magistrate Hissa, she called out. The man stopped and bowed his head. Lord Avaryss, he said in the drawl of a lifetime citizen of this world. Welcome to Oradana. Arid Hissa had served with her father during the last war. Like most men of their generation, they had been the tip of the spear when the Empire began its assault on the Galactic Republic. The similarities between her father and this man ended there. While Ander Lillis had earned his spot through success and hard work, Hissa had been born into wealth and had enjoyed the privilege of it, even while serving in the military. The Hissa name was enough to guarantee that the man gained his officer cylinders far earlier than most. When the war ended, he had returned to Dana City and quickly rose through the ranks to become High Magistrate. Her father had never really been fond of the man, even after he had been promoted to the rank of Overseer. Their positions guaranteed that they remained in the same circles, but beyond that there had been few good feelings between them. She had only met the man once before. It was right before Barrick left for the army. The Lillis family had been invited to Dana City for the ceremony that officially named father and overseer of the Empire. Avaryss had been 9 years old at the time. Much of that night was a blur now, but she did remember one thing quite clearly. Hissa had been more than smitten with her mother. She got the feeling that the man had some kind of history with her, but whatever it was had ended long ago. Avaryss still remembered how Hissa had drooled over Maylilis, how his eyes always seemed to find her, and how he had gone out of his way to be close to her. Looking back now, she realized that much of her negative impression of the man had come through her connection to the Force. Her powers would not fully awaken for another 6 years, but even at that early stage, she had felt the man's desires. They had sickened and angered her then. Why she had not told Father about it at the time, she had no idea. Now, a decade later, it was she that held the power. She was more than tempted to use it. She smiled and leaned forward. She did her best to radiate her displeasure. "My welcoming committee seems a little small, Magistrate," she said coolly. "I expected to see Moff Gallic here." Hissa looked down slightly. She could feel his discomfort. "I suggested as much to him before I left, my lord. Sadly, the business of state keeps our beloved governor most busy." "Too busy to welcome me?" she inquired. "I'm surprised to hear that, Magistrate, considering all the problems the Lord Fear has sent me to deal with." "You are quite right, my lord," Hissa said, nodding. "Moff Gallic should have been here. As to the problems, you will find that they are not formidable as some may think." "I see," Avaryss said, her voice becoming colder by the moment. "Then perhaps you can explain why this rebellion I've heard about continues." He swallowed hard, his sense of discomfort ratcheted up several degrees. "If I may be so bold, my lord, I don't think that these troublemakers deserve such a title. Calling them rebels gives too much credence to their small successes. They are criminals, nothing more, nothing less. I've already drawn up a series of plans to see these outlaws brought to justice. Sadly, Moff Gallic has been tying my hands. If I was given more free rein, I would have this matter settled in a matter of weeks." Avaryss did her best to keep from laughing. Father had always said that Hissa was an overreaching fool. He had tried twice now to blame all the recent problems on the Moff. No doubt he thought that she might help propel him up the next rung of the ladder of imperial power. That she had come looking only for a scapegoat. That would have been nice, but she had other matters to attend to. She preferred to solve this problem, not merely cast blame. Her father had said several times that Hissa would not be satisfied until he held the rank of Moff. He wished to be the first Moff actually born on this world. He had tried to build up support for years. He had sought to oust Gallic and rise in his stead. So far that had not happened. Now, he thought her the key to achieving that dream. Ridiculous. She was not surprised that Hissa had survived her master's purge of the previous regime. He was the type of man who would happily turn over others if it made him look good. Such men had their uses, but she had no desire to ally with such a person, and even if she did not believe she could deliver what the man wanted. Could she give him Gallic's job? Probably, but not without angering her master. Darth Fear had been quite clear. She was to deal with the rebels, and nothing else. She could not take any direct action, at least not yet. In time, that might change. She was just about to inform the magistrate of that when she felt a sudden shift in the Force. Her danger sense screamed at her. She barely had time to respond. Hissa certainly didn't. "Get down." The missile came out of the tall grass to their right. It caught the Imperial shuttle right in one of its most vulnerable spots. The shuttle which brought her to the surface vanished in a ball of flame. Avaryss found herself lifted into the air, blown away by the shockwave of the exploding shuttle. She tried to use the Force, turn the momentum to her advantage, but she did not get the chance. A piece of wreckage struck her in the head. Her helmet and the Force saved her from either having a crushed skull or being beheaded, but it could not stop her flight or how she came down. Stars exploded before her eyes. Pain lanced through her skull like a hot brand. She struck the ground hard, her ears ringing. The sonic baffler she wore in her ears doing little to stop the disorientation that came from being so close to such a large explosion. She may have blacked out for a moment, because when she next opened her eyes, she found herself in the middle of a full-scale war. Everything around them was burning. She heard screams and blaster fire. Her vision was blurry, but even still she saw Bleez trying to rally her troops. "Form up, you fools," the War Master shouted over the din. "Defend your Darth." She heard the sound of lightsabers igniting and the rapid-fire sound of a repeating blaster. She dared glance around. The bile rose in her throat. A single heavy military transport had crashed through the airfield security fence. Soldiers in makeshift armor were trading blasts with her guard, while the transport's heavy cannon focused on destroying not only the shuttles but the fighters and bombers that had been stationed here as well. As she watched the shuttle closest to her blow up, again she was thrown back. She flipped over and came down hard. She hit so hard she bit her tongue, and warm blood filled her mouth. Her head spun crazily, her stomach turned over. For a moment she thought she was going to retch in her helmet. She did her best to hold it back. Throwing up with a helmet and mask on was not something she wanted to experience. She saw Barrick covering Zen. She was grateful he was still alive. Holly had a blaster carbine and was fighting beside Magistrate Hessa and his surviving soldiers. Colonel Glask lay on the ground not far from her, blood running from a nasty cut on his head. He wasn't dead. She was sensitive he was, and she thought she could see the rise and fall of his chest. He still lived, but a shadow fell over her. She looked up, her head throbbing, and it hurt so bad that she could barely think. One of the attackers stood over her, a heavy blaster in hand. "Die, Sith," he spat, "for freedom." She barely heard him. Her vision seemed to double then triple. She closed her eyes, trying to get her bearings. In that moment, she was no longer laying wounded on an airfield. She was standing outside the Lillis family homestead, her arms pinned behind her while one of Darth Fear's enforcers murdered her entire family. When she opened her eyes, again she could almost see the enforcer, his image superimposed over that of the rebel killer. Both men glared down at her. She could feel the disgust. They were going to murder her and there was nothing she could do. She was helpless. Time slowed down to a crawl. Helpless. She was. Some clicked inside her head. She gasped and blinked. She looked up at the man, and it was not fear that she felt. It was anger. It was fury. It was hate. The dark side burned away her pain, and in that moment, the world shifted. Avaryss closed her eyes. Kira Lillis opened hers. "I'm free," Kira thought, shocked that she had control of her body. Avaryss was gone, or at the very least had fled back into her subconscious. Time returned to normal. Kira looked up at the rebel. "For freedom," the man shouted. He started to pull the trigger on his blaster. Kira did not give him the chance. The dark side rose up inside her. She struck back. She was on her feet in less than a second. She swatted the man's blaster out of the way and seized him by the throat, her metal fingers digging into his throat. "No," she hissed as she cast Life Drain. An orange light filled the man as she took every drop of life energy within him. He turned to a dusty skeleton in seconds. The pain of being flung around like a rag doll faded. Kira's body felt supercharged. The energy rejuvenated her, fueling her power, fueling her rage. She shrieked like a maddened Tukada. "Not again," she thought. "Never again will I be helpless. Never. Again." She looked up and saw the heavy cannon on the transport swiveling towards her. "No," Kira hissed. "No." She reached out with her rage, or perhaps her rage reached out with her. She raised her arms like she was flipping over a table. The transport did just that. It flipped over like it had been struck by a giant's hand. The gunner and cannon were crushed together. The remaining attackers panicked when they saw their escape vehicle destroyed. The battle turned in the Sith's favor. It became a massacre. Bleez and Zen rallied their men. They began to push the rebels back. Kira could have helped, but she was lost, out of control. She lashed out at any enemy in her path. She did not even bother with her lightsaber. She struck back with the force. She crushed limbs and skulls with a single wave of her hand. "Kill them," the darkness within her screamed. "Kill them all. Peel the flesh from their bones. Kill. Kill. Destroy." She found one of the rebel fighters still alive. The man's leg was pinned beneath the flipper over transport. Her tried to shoot her when she came up to him. She dodged the blaster bolt. The force had made her too fast for that. She reached out with the force. She pulled the blaster from his hand and sent it flying. She then reached out and seized him by the throat. The force became an invisible hand. She began to choke the criminal. Her vision burned red. Her vision blazed red. Her face was hot. and it felt like it was raining lava. Somehow, in some way, Avaryss managed to come back, managed to take back control. She found herself in the possession of a prisoner. She could still feel Kira in the back of her mind, trying to fight back, trying to emerge again. She did not let her. She looked down at the soldier. He was choking, his skin was turning from red to purple. She relaxed her grip, not enough for him to take a full breath, but enough to let him talk. "Who sent you?" she growled. The man glared at her. He clamped his mouth shut. She began to close her fingers. He gasped as her grip tightened. "Who sent you?" The man gagged, but still kept his mouth clamped shut. In that moment, Avaryss was beyond pain. He will suffer, she thought. He will bleed. I will keep him alive until I know the names of each and every one of his associates. He will name names, he will. Pew! A blaster bolt came out of nowhere. It hit the rebel between the eyes, turning his face into a burned and blackened mess. Avaryss gasped. She. What happened? She thought. What in the Emperor's name just happened? She looked over. Colonel Glask was back on his knees. His blaster was in hand. His eyes were glazed. He was probably concussed. He had killed her prisoner. He had shot the man in the face. Damn the man. Damn him. Death to traitors, he hissed. The world turned bright red. Avaryss threw back her head and screamed. She screamed in anger. She screamed in frustration. She had him. He would have talked, given time. Glask had stopped that. He had saved the man. He. A-R-G-H-H. Lightning exploded from the enraged Sith. So close, she thought. So close. Now the chance to learn more about the rebellion was gone. IT was gone. She shrieked again and again. Glask, you fool. IT was gone. Gone. Lost. She fell to her knees, exhausted in both mind and in the Force. Destruction reigned around her. She looked up. She saw a bloody and wounded Hissa looking at her, his eyes wide with shock and fear. You should be afraid of me, fool, she thought. This is all your fault. The pain in her head returned. It was over, she thought. Lost. She almost sobbed, bitter, angry tears. Gone. Chapter 12. This is not the way it was supposed to be. Avaryss rode in silence, watching as the ground zipped past beneath them. The transport's darkened windows hid her from view as it sped back to Dana City. Windows as dark as her mood, for that it was. Her arrival was not the homecoming she would have expected or hoped for. For the moment, the Dark Lord had removed her helmet and mask. She looked down upon his harsh features, the cruel expression cast in metal. It was all she could do to keep tossing it out the window, or perhaps smashing it to splinters against the frame of the speeder. Her frustration boiled as the journey continued. She frowned. I am a daughter of Oradana, a hero of the Empire. I should have been welcomed back with happy crowds screaming my name, and banners bearing the sigil of my house. Her frown deepened. Instead, I slink into the capital in an armed transport, traveling in the company of decoys so that the rebels excuse me, troublemakers, don't know which are mine, and all to protect my life. Her eyes narrowed. I'm home not 5 minutes, and already my people want me dead. She hissed angrily. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. My lord. Avaryss looked up at Commander Holly. She had asked that the changeling ride with her, not just because she was good with the blaster if it came to that, but because her natural abilities would be very useful should a second attempt be made on their way into the city. Plus, Avaryss had not had a chance to talk with Lu Jane for a long time. In the absence of Taya, the changeling was probably the only friend she had. The two had shared much. Holly had saved her life twice, and over the years they had developed a rapport. Avaryss liked to think they were friends. Holly may not have been Force-sensitive, but her changeling status made her an outsider to most. She always had to keep her guard up around strangers. With Avaryss she was free to be herself, to speak plainly. The Dark Lord hoped that she appreciated that, as much as Avaryss herself did. She was comfortable in the changeling's presence, far more than she should been given all the stories she had heard about changelings growing up. The Sith sighed and shook her head. It was funny, in the tales changelings were always the duplicitous ones, the ones who could not be trusted, not the people who the hero lived around. The realization was as painful as it was depressing. She had come back to help her people, and they had tried to kill her for it. If that was not a reason to be depressed, she did not know what was. Their losses had been heavy, to say the least. All 3 shuttles had been destroyed. 46 of the 100 men she had brought with her were dead, most dying aboard their shuttles before they even had a chance to deploy. Of the 54 that had survived, 9 were critically wounded, and 10 more would need extensive medical treatment before they could return to their duties. That left her forces greatly depleted, to say the least. Holly had both taken wounds from shrapnel, but only her brother had needed medical attention. Colonel Glass had been taken away for synaptic treatments after having suffered an extreme blow to the head. Though she would not miss the man's presence, she knew that her operations would suffer without him being here. Despite her personal dislike, Hennon Glass was a good soldier. He had excellent command instincts, but he still had to learn to take his ego out of the equation. His arrogance had been his undoing in the past, and it would likely get him killed if he did not learn to keep it in check. Every Sith needed a rabid dog. Glass should have been hers. If only he wasn't so crippling loyal to Darth Fear. She did not doubt that the man spied on her for her master. He knew she could not touch him because of his family connections, and lived under the mistaken belief that she would never be able to defeat her master. One day, she intended to enlighten him on the foolishness of that belief. As for the rebels themselves, they had died to the last. Her destruction of their transport had prevented any type of escape. The Imperials had managed to take 3 survivors, but they had all ingested poison rather than talk. The Sith had been powerless to stop the fast-acting toxin from denying them any chance to question the attackers. So, the whole thing was a loss. The landing pad was damaged, the fighter stationed there were either destroyed or needed a major overhaul, and her own forces were depleted. It was such a great way to begin her operations here. At least we have the bodies, Avaryss thought. Finding out who these people were might go a long way to finding out exactly what we are dealing with here. Were the people that attacked her natives, or had they come from off-world? That question was just the first, one of many. It was the first step in solving the puzzle of this rebellion, and when she would know how to snuff it out once and for all. Yet, right now, those answers seemed very far away, and as she had waited the transports from Dana City to come and pick them up, she had come to realize just how daunting the task her master had set before her truly was. Avaryss had never been the type to give in to depression, but in that moment, she had felt daunted. Depression had her in its grip. The changeling and the Sith Lord sat quietly, while the commander dealt with her injuries. As Avaryss watched, the flesh of Holly's arms shifted and rippled like water in a pond. Tink! 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 One by one, small pieces of metal fell from the changeling's arm as she used her abilities to expel the shrapnel from her flesh. An impressive display, Avaryss thought. Some might have found it disturbing, but not Avaryss. Once again, she found herself thinking about trying to mate Holly with one of the Sith she knew. A child born with both the Force and the abilities that her friend possessed would be most formidable indeed. Of course, thinking of mates and children just got her thinking more and more about Finn, and the fact that she had not spoken with him, and that his duty seemed destined to keep them apart. She thought of Taya and Fem and their little daughter, and how unlikely it was that she would have a child of her own at this rate. Her depression grew. She tried to refocus on the work at hand, but even that presented a problem. How am I going to deal with this? She wondered. She had no desire to crush her former home beneath her heel, but at the same time it was clear that she was surrounded by enemies. How did one survive if one did not crush one's enemies? Then there had been the matter of Kira. How Avaryss, when wounded, had lost control and Kira had emerged to take over, and used her powers while Avaryss had been trapped within her own mind. The realization did little to improve the Dark Lord's mood. In that moment, when Kira had taken over, Avaryss had been powerless, trapped. For the first time since finishing her time as a hopeful on Fury 9, she had had no control over her powers. Her powers had had control of her. She did not like that. Overseer Philin would have been furious. A Sith controls their power, not the other way around. Kira did not make her feel any better. You are stronger than I realized, Avi, she heard her say. I look forward to the next time that I can come out and play. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. She would not allow that. Never. Somewhere deep inside her, Kira was laughing. We will see, Avi. We will see. I told you I would be stronger here. So it seemed, Avaryss thought. Damn the farm girl straight to the void. Damn her. The Dark Lord sighed heavily. It seemed that she had two wars to fight now, one with the rebels, and one with her former self. Wonderful. She took a shuddering breath, not really looking at anything, not even at Holly. I should never have come back, Avaryss said morosely. I should have left this emperor-forsaken place to his fate. Holly gave her a confused look. You have been here before, my lord. Avaryss almost laughed. Had she never told Holly where she was from? She could not remember. Had Beric never told her which world they had come from? It was possible her dear brother was not the type to think about the past, given what had been taken from them. She decided to indulge her friend's curiosity. I was born here, she said. It was my home. She looked up at the commander, her purple eyes blazing with simmering anger. And now, they welcome me home by trying to kill me. Holly quailed under that gaze. Avaryss was not mad at her, but she could no doubt see how easily that could shift if Avaryss decided to take out her anger on someone. Holly had nothing to worry about, though. She was too important to the Dark Lord's work. Avaryss would rather destroy a priceless work of art than harm her friend. It was not you that they were trying to kill, my lord, Holly said. It was the Sith Inquisitor that has been sent to bring this world back into line. Holly gave her a weak smile. You just happen to be that Inquisitor. An interesting way of looking at it, Avaryss thought, and probably correct. The rebels would have struck at any Sith that fear had sent. It just happened to be her this time. It did not make the attempt on her life any less real, but it did put things back in perspective. Of course, it was possible that the rebels may have had nothing to do with the attack, the darkness whispered in her ear. Perhaps Lord Fear or one of his underlings here saw an opportunity. Perhaps the rebels you faced were not rebels at all. That was possible too. She did not like to think about it, but it was. When a Sith Master's relationship with his apprentice turned to rivalry, things could get ugly very fast. She would need to investigate this matter, and quickly. The war continued. She owed it to the Empire to see this matter dealt with quickly. The attempt on her life had been executed with both precision and cunning. Her would-be killers were not a bunch of untrained fools with holdout blasters and pipe bombs. They had been using military-grade weapons. The transport that they had used to crash through the security fence was a military vehicle. They would need to determine how the rebels got access to such weaponry. As they had waited for the transports to bring them back to Dana City, Avaryss had interrogated Magistrate Hissa. It was clear to anyone that these people were more than mere criminals and troublemakers. Nursing a broken arm, a wound he had gained when the shuttles had exploded, Hissa was forced to admit that the rebellion here on Ordana was more than a few angry troublemakers. He admitted to her that a military transport, like the one used in the attack, had been stolen 2 nights ago from a weapons depot. As for the weapons, the assassins had used several shipments of rifles and grenades had vanished in the last few months. At first, Hissa had suspected that weapons were being stolen by outlaws looking to sell them on the black market, and had responded as such, sending out agents to watch the various criminal elements that now thrived on Lord Fear's Ordana. It was not until the first bombing that the magistrate realized just how wrong he had been. Avaryss listened to the man's story. It did little to improve her mood about the matter. In truth, she was tempted to kill Hissa for his failure, but in the end thought better of it. The magistrate could have lied to her, tried to pass the blame up the command chain. He did not, with the exception of a final subtle reminder that Moff Gallic had been informed of these thefts but had not been effective in answering them. The Dark Lord informed him that she was willing to give him a chance to redeem himself. They needed to double their efforts in dealing with these criminals. Hissa agreed, promising her that there would be no further failure. "I do hope so, Magistrate, for your sake," she had said. "When word of this attack reaches my master, he will not be happy, and he is not as forgiving as I am." Hissa had swallowed hard. She could almost hear the sound of his brain working. If he was smart, he would work with her. He would help her figure out who had ordered this clumsy attack. She welcomed that chance, the chance to pay these traitors back. In the meantime, she needed to speak with the leadership of this world, not just the Moff of the 80 system, but any Sith as well. She hoped they would have more answers for her than Hissa. Lord Fear had given her command of the enforcers here. With her own troops decimated, she would need them more than ever. Technically, they still belonged to Darth Sadi, but it would be her that would be working beside them from now on. She would need to test them quickly, discover which ones would support her, and which ones that would need to be removed. "I think it is safe to say that the magistrate was wrong about these rebels," Holly said with a frown. "They are more than mere troublemakers." "That is a certainty, yes," Avaryss agreed. "Do you have any ideas, my lord? Are there any allies that you could call on here? Someone who might owe your family a favor?" Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Once she would have said that the Wilks were her best chance, but given everything that had happened the night her family died. No, she was on her own. She would deal with this rebellion on her own, as she always had. She had her wits, and the dark side was her ally. With those two resources at her disposal, she was not easily denied. "We shall deal with these rebels in our own way, Holly," she finally said. "As you wish," the changeling said. "As always, we are with you, my lord." The engineer smiled. "You can count on us." Avaryss smiled. "Thank you, my friend," she said. "That means a lot to me." Holly fell silent again, watching the ground pass quickly beneath them. Avaryss glanced up into the sky. Somewhere out there Finn was doing whatever it was that a Jedi did during wartime. "Be safe, my love," she thought, "and find your way back into my arms soon. Be safe." After almost an hour of traveling, the transports finally found themselves within Dana City. They zipped across the skyway as they made their way to the central tower. Avaryss looked down, taking in Ordana's planetary capital. Things had changed a bit since the last time she had been here. Dana City had never been the largest city on the planet, but it had been the most useful. It was here that the planet's resources were packaged and sent out to the rest of the Empire. The buildings and wind walls designed to protect any leaving or approaching ships. Founded by Grand Moff Vakens during his conquests, Dana City was the nerve center that made the planet's resources relevant to the Empire's needs. Before the Sith had come, Ordana had been lightly populated speck in the galaxy. Its native human population had existed in a sense of blissful ignorance. With the exception of the occasional pirate attack, Ordana had not been worth the time of another major power to secure it. It had been considered too far out, and too small to be noticed. That all changed when Grand Moff Vaken's ship found itself in high orbit. After the Sith Holocaust and resettlement on Dromund Kaas, the Emperor had commanded Vaken and the other remaining Sith military officers to expand their empire quietly. No news could be allowed to reach the Republic. Secure in what the Republic considered the unknown regions, Ordana, Fallis, and the rest of the 80 system had been a backwater during the days of the Golden Age of the Sith. Now, it had become necessary. Much as he had done on the planet Fallis, also in the 80 system, the future Grand Moff had offered the people a choice. The Empire was growing again. It needed food and supplies. In exchange for their crops and their loyalty, the Emperor offered order, trade opportunity, and protection from their enemies. The Empire spent the next year exterminating the pirates that had been preying on Ordana and Fallis. Within a decade, both worlds had gained full membership status within the Empire. The people had accepted the Empire's terms as the best way to be a part of the larger galaxy. No real complaints had manifested. The people had been content with their lot. They lived their lives and met the Empire's quotas, fulfilling their duties and needs. It was a deal that had lasted for almost 1,000 years. Now, Darth Fear had managed to destroy that deal in less than 5. even more proof that he deserved to pay for what was happening here. Avaryss stared down at the city, at the changes that fear had brought when he had taken over. It looked like the city's outskirts had been extended. She saw many more military installations than she remembered from years before. She saw new weapons, gun emplacements, turbo lasers, and missile launchers. She also saw what looked like an arena. It seemed that Darth Fear had brought gladiator games to Ordana. As for the city itself, its streets were fairly silent. Things seemed quiet, but when she reached out with the Force, she could tell that something was amiss. Prepare the Moff had placed a curfew in effect or declared martial law. Either was a possibility given the recent troubles. She could sense a great deal of anger down there, anger and resentment. Dana City was a powder keg, just waiting to explode. The shuttle banked a hard left and began its final approach to the government tower. The winter winds and turbulence made the turn difficult, but not a problem for the especially designed transports. Avaryss sighed and put her mask and helmet back on. When she met with Moff Gallic, she intended to look her best. It would be far too dangerous to show any weakness around the man and his retainers. Magistrate Hissa should have returned by now as well, and with him the story about what had happened to her. She was curious to see how the Moff and his fellows responded to the failed assassination attempt. How they responded would help shape her next actions. She would need to watch them closely, see how they reacted. It was likely that one of the people she was about to meet had something to do with her near death at the airfield. If one slipped up and gave her a clue that they had been involved in the attack, she would know where to start her investigation. From there she could start the long, hard job of ripping this rebellion out by the roots. Before she could truly play the game, she needed to know the players. From there she could choose her next move. It was the only way to win. This way, my lord. The servant led her down the corridors of the central tower, past many droids and low-level government functionaries. Her apprentices walked at her side, followed closely by War Master Bleez. Avaryss reached out with the Force as they went, trying to get a sense of what was truly going on. She had left Holly in command of her remaining forces. Quarters had been prepared in a private wing of the tower for them. Her remaining guards would secure it while the engineers swept the entire floor for hidden cameras and listening devices. She would be spied upon, that was a given, but that did not mean that she intended to make things easy. The number of Imperial soldiers here was a bit surprising. Ordana's garrison had never been so large during her father's time, of course. With the war on, it might be considered necessary, with an active rebellion even more so. She was shown to the tower's executive meeting room. As she entered, the four already in attendance rose to their feet. Inquisitor Avaryss, a herald at the door announced. Avaryss stopped and nodded in greetings. So, she thought to herself, here we go. A heavy-set man and the head of the table came around to greet her. His pale skin with red blotches was familiar to him, as was his thinning brown hair and handlebar mustache. Lord Avaryss, Moff Gallic said pleasantly. Welcome to Ordana. He offered his hand, but she did not take it. The man, realizing what she was doing, pulled it back quickly, embarrassed. She smiled beneath her mask, enjoying his displeasure. You were absent at my initial arrival, Governor, she said coldly. How fortunate for you. Yes, I heard of that, he said, shifting his feet uncomfortably. Dreadful business. It was, she agreed, coming around the table, to take her place at the head of it, her apprentices and War Master following closely behind. She took a seat in the governor's chair and turned her gaze upon him once more. We are going to have to make sure that it is not repeated in the future. If the Moff was insulted by her decision to take his seat, he did not show it. He clearly knew who she was and her reputation. He took a seat at the far end of the table, looking chagrined. As he should, Avaryss thought. This rebellion has flourished under his nose. He would need to answer for it. Magistrate Hissa sat to her right, his arm in a sling. He covered his mouth slightly, hiding a smile, and he no doubt took pleasure in seeing his boss humbled in such a way, especially considering his desire to replace him. As for the other two, they were unknown to her. Introductions were hastily made. To her right sat Lemore, Ordana's Minister of Trade, dark-skinned and bald, The man was thin with careful cold eyes. Avaryss had never heard of the man before. She figured he had likely been installed by her master to oversee the management of her world's resources. She would need to determine quickly if the man could be trusted. Opposite the trade minister sat an alien, one of the Fa people of Avaryss. The creature introduced itself as Lob Vec, ambassador for the Fa people. The Fa, or sealmen as some Imperials referred to them, were an aquatic species. The ambassador's small head and long dart-shaped body glistened where his skin was visible. Large, dark, innocent-looking eyes regarded Avaryss curiously. The whiskers under his wide, curved mouth twitched as he kept his flipper-like hands on the table before him. "Lord Avaryss," he barked, "it is good that you are finally here. Our worlds need a swift end to this crisis." She tilted her head. "Do you consider this rebellion a crisis, Ambassador? I was led to believe it was a simple matter of troublemakers making things difficult." Hissa shifted in his seat, her little reminder of the attack at the landing pad meant to remind him of his place. "I would not call it a crisis yet, my lord," Minister Moore said, "but it could become that if we are not vigilant. We have already seen a disruption in trade. Preparations for the coming spring have been halted in several provinces, not to mention the various instances of sabotage on the nationalized farms." Avaryss nodded. "I take it security has been stepped up to meet these challenges." "It has," Hissa informed her, "of course. Given the influx of new people in the last few years, our troopers and security volunteers cannot be everywhere at once. Too many bodies, not enough security," Moore agreed. "We are expecting a shipment of security droids to arrive next week," Moff Gallic informed her. "That should take some of the burden off of our military personnel." Avaryss leaned back in her chair. "Influx of people," she said. "I was unaware of an increase in immigration. New workers were required to meet the Empire's needs." Moore said, "We have recruited all we can among the native population. Those that lost their homes during Lord Fear's rise have mobilized to the best of our abilities. The indentured serve well, but—" Avaryss' eyes widened, her masked face turned to the minister. "Indentured servants," she said, "here on Ordana. It was necessary to meet the quotas," Moff Gallic informed her. "Before the program was instituted," Hissa said with a dismissive wave of his hand, "we had too many squatting camps forming out on the plains. They were hotbeds for trouble. The offering of indentured contracts allowed us to bring the farmers back into the fold," Moore added. "As for the necessary physical labor, the huts have proven most useful in finding us strong bodies. New workers arrive once a month from the processing centers on Nar Shaddaa. It was a necessity, given the turnover rates." The trade minister gave her a knowing smile. "The war has forced us to be more proactive in meeting the quotas." Avaryss remained perfectly still. She could still not quite grasp what she was hearing. Workers from the huts, native Ordanans forced to accept indentured servitude. She put one and one together. Darth Fear had brought slavery to Ordana. Her people were loyal, had been loyal, now some of them were slaves on their own land. She probably should not have been surprised. Fear was not the type to accept excuses. He liked results, still, slavery. She still could not quite believe it. "What type of turnover?" Avaryss asked, thought she could guess what it meant. "Lord Fear demands much of us," Moff Gallic said apologetically. "We had to push the workers quite hard to meet Imperial demands." "Demands that continue to go up," Moore shrugged. "The strain has proven too much for some," the Moff added. "Fortunately for us, in times of war, there are always more workers. The huts are sure they can meet our demands, and as for skilled labor, the native population still serves quite well in that capacity." Avaryss gripped the armrests of her chair, her fingers squeezing them angrily. She understood that war asked much of the common citizen, but this. She barely suppressed an angry hiss. She found this distasteful. It was one thing to use slavery and indentured workers on a world that was newly conquered, but this. Her eyes narrowed. No wonder the rebellion had sprang up. Fear had declared war on his own people. Plus, who knew where these slaves had come from? The huts had been making use of Republic refugees for years. If there were former Republic citizens among the new workers, they likely spoken with the native Ordanans spreading Republic propaganda, lies about the Jedi, and how they were all equal under the gentle guidance of the Republic Senate. A cold shiver ran down Avaryss' spine. She looked around the table, trying to get a sense of who she could trust. The ambassador had said nothing during the meeting. He kept those large brown eyes of his on the table, keeping his thoughts and emotions to himself. Magistrate Hissa radiated with disgust at his fellows. As a native of Ordana, she wondered how he saw what was happening on their world. It would likely be useful to speak with him later. I have many things to do, she realized. She would need to speak with the slave masters, try to get an idea of what kind of people they had been delivering to her home. She would also need to go to both the nationalized farms and squatter camps that Moff Gallic had mentioned. She would need to meet with her people, those that had lost everything because of Fear's policies. They were looking for someone to save them. If she played this right, she could be seen as a protector. Holly had not been wrong on the way here. She needed allies. Why not start building among those that were at the very bottom of the New Ordana? The New Ordana, she thought. The mere thought made her want to retch. She would need to confer with Lord Mar. He would likely not feel the same anger that she did about this situation, but he might give her ideas on how to move forward. They will never trust you, Kira's voice whispered in her ear. Tay people will see you as Fear's lackey. They will never open up to you. Avaryss's eyes narrowed. She would see about that. It was at that moment that the door to conference room opened, admitting two new faces to their discussion. Avaryss looked up, her eyes recognizing the one in front from her holo. It was about damn time. Sorry I'm late. Darth Sadi swept into the room like she owned the place. The Dark Lord of the Idi system gave everyone in the room a warm smile. Matters of state can be most tedious, don't you think? Avaryss sneered beneath her mask. So this was Darth Sadi, she thought. For the moment she was unimpressed. Sadi was human, perhaps 30 standard years old, maybe a little younger, with a heart-shaped face and lithe yet curvy figure. Her long curly golden brown hair done up in the latest Dromund Kaas fashion. Her skin was pale, and her features had a sly fox-like quality to them. Large oval-shaped green eyes took in everything around her. Her red thin lips formed a pouty yet amused smile. Most men would have thought it cute, she supposed. Through the force she radiated a sense of doe-like innocence. She seemed amused by all around her and excited to be included in such heady events. Avaryss did not buy what she was feeling for a second. Sadi was a Darth under Darth Fear's direct command. She could not judge this book by its cover. Sadi was not clad in the robes of the Sith. She was instead dressed in a traditional Ordana gown. A silken thing of fine fabric, dark blue with pastel green highlights, stitched with designs of native flowers. The force changed as she entered the room. Avaryss could feel it. She could sense more and Gallic's infatuation with the young Dark Lord. At the least, they seemed more at ease in her presence. Hissa remained distant, and the ambassador remained silent. From her own people, Avaryss sensed different emotions. Zen looked upon the new Dark Lord with contempt. Dime was reaching out, probing her perhaps, trying to get a sense of what she might be hiding beneath her doe-eyed exterior. Bleeze remained both cold and indifferent. Duty is what mattered to the War Master, not vapid displays of false innocence. And it was false, Avaryss knew. She had read Sadi's file before leaving Dromund Kaas. The Dark Lord of the Idi system was far from an innocent. Avaryss took note of the lightsaber clipped to the woman's gown by a dark blue sash. The hook-handled design suggested that Sadi fancied herself a lightsaber duelist. According to her file, she had excelled in the one-handed variation of the Makashi lightsaber style, and preferred that over the other disciplines. Avaryss respected that. She preferred Makashi herself, but at the same time had worked with the other styles as well, to keep any potential enemies off balance. She pursed her lips. She wondered how skilled the other Darth was. After brief words of welcome, Sadi entered the room. She made for Avaryss first, her warm smile never leaving her lips. Lord Avaryss, she said, offering a little curtsy. Lord Sadi, Avaryss replied, rising from her chair. A Darth should greet another as equals after all. I've heard so many things about you, the other Darth purred. Your victories over the rogue Jedi side Dar Ben, your success at the Inferno Nebula. Sadi's grin widened. I do hope you can help us bring a swift end to the troubles on this world, my friend. The Empire's need is so dire. I will do my best, of course, Avaryss promised. That is all we can ask. It was at that moment that Sadie's apprentice stepped forward, perhaps eager to be recognized. Avaryss tried to hide her revulsion. Hello, Bill, she said with a curt nod. It has been far too long. Bill Fear looked much like his father now. He was taller and a bit more physically impressive. At 16, he had finally started to fill out into the man he was destined to be, physically anyway. Avaryss was not impressed. She remembered Bill from her days as an apprentice, his wanton cruelty, his sick gaze and infatuation, how he had enjoyed staring at her, watching her kill in various stages of undress. He had been a disgusting little fungus. Had he not been her master's son, she would have killed him long ago. He looked upon her now with his mother's eyes, a proper young man in body if not in mind. Avaryss waited for the sneering child she had known to come to forefront again, to speak down to her as he always had. He had been both angry and extremely jealous that she had been a maid of Darth so early. Before he had left for Corbin, he had barely said 3 words to her since her ascension. She had been grateful for the silence, but what would he say now, she wondered. What snide comment would the little mama's boy have for her now? Bill surprised her. She felt no jealousy, only a warm sort of respect. Huh. What was this? It has been too long, Lord Avaryss, he said, bowing gallantly, offering her a warm, gentle smile. Your presence here is both a welcome and beautiful sight. Avaryss blinked, grateful for her mask. What? She glanced over at Darth Sadi, who gave her a conspiratorial wink. What was this now? She held out her hand, and Bill kissed it chastely. Welcome to Ordana, my lord, he purred warmly. Your presence is greatly appreciated. Is it now? Avaryss thought suspiciously. We will see. Chapter 13. Your enforcers will be back in the capital tomorrow morning, Darth Sadi informed her. You will be able to meet with them all then. Avaryss nodded, pleased to hear that it would be so quick. In fact, the longer she had sat here, the more relaxed and pleased she had become. She smiled. Perhaps the Dark Lord of the Iddy system was not so bad after all. The two Sith had been talking for about an hour now. She had been hesitant, at first, not even wanting to remove her mask and helmet, but now, it sat on the floor at her feet. Sadi had been most pleased. Bill told me you were beautiful, the other Darth had told her. It is safe to say that his words did not do you justice. The compliment had surprised Avaryss, but as their meal had progressed, she realized how heartfelt it was, how truly honest the woman sitting across from her was. It was a refreshing change. After their initial encounter in the meeting room, Avaryss had gone to her new quarters in the Capitol Tower. Once Holly had made sure that any cameras or listening devices had been disabled, Avaryss had taken a quick shower, changed her clothes, and tried to relax. She had just emerged from the fresher when her holo beeped. It was a message from Darth Sadi, an invitation to dine with her this evening. She had considered declining, but realized that such a move would not be smart. Sadi had her master's ear, and already knew all the players here on Ordana. It would be smart to get her alone and see just what type of Sith she was. Who knew, she might just find an ally. At the very least, she would learn some things about the other Sith, perhaps even get an idea of how she might destroy her when the time came. It had seemed so simple, but that was before they had actually met, actually had a chance to talk. Avaryss had not been impressed with the other woman during the meeting. She had not been sure why Darth Fear would have put her in such a post. She did not seem the type to manage a star system and its population, especially a star system with such valuable resources. Now, after sitting and talking with Sadi, she had to admit that she had been wrong. The Dark Lord was probably the best thing to happen to Iddy. The only one who might have been better was herself. That realization put Avaryss at ease. Sadi lounged at the table, an amused smile on her face. The Ordana gown she was wearing fit her perfectly, leaving Avaryss feeling a little self-conscious. Her dress robes almost embarrassed her, made her feel like she had no sense of style. It was strange, she had never really worried about her looks before. Even when she stood next to Zen, she had not cared. Beauty was fleeting, power was eternal. But in that moment, in Sadie's presence, she felt that she may have been wrong. She felt a little like a peasant. Fortunately, the other Darth did not call her on it. Avaryss was grateful for that. Not only was Sadie beautiful and intelligent, but she was humble too. Ardana could not have asked for a better Dark Lord. It was good that her home was in such good hands. "What are you doing?" Kira asked from her place in the back of her mind. "What are you thinking right now?" Avaryss ignored her, as she usually did. "Not now, Kira," she thought. "I'm working." Sadie's quarters had a warm, homey feel to them. Not content with the traditional Imperial style of slate gray walls and bright white lighting panels, the Dark Lord had chosen a more Ardana design. The walls and flooring was a mixture of tans and dark browns. In fact, the quarters remained Avaryss a bit of the farm where she had grown up. She felt comfortable here, welcomed. The presence of Darth Sadie made things even better. Sadie sat close to her, an amused expression on her fox-like face. Her eyes almost glowed in the low lighting, her skin catching the light of the setting sun. As the suns set, the room became darker, more intimate. Avaryss had never felt more comfortable. The two sat at a small table near a balcony. The door leading out to it was currently closed, and the glass darkened the privacy mode engaged. It felt like the two Sith were the only two people on the planet. The dinner that they had enjoyed had been perfect, all local delicacies. The buttered land shrimp had been delicious, as had the spiced yaga root. It had been some time since Avaryss had enjoyed such a meal. Such foods were quite common on feast days during her childhood, but beyond that the Lillis family had eaten simply. They could have had better, father being an overseer, but he had not wished for his children to be spoiled. Those had been simple times, Avaryss thought, happier times. Sadie smiled at her, and she looked away slightly, blushing. It all seemed so perfect. It was perfect. Bill emerged from the shadows, offering to refill their wine glasses. Her master's son had been a perfect gentleman this evening, serving his master and his guest without a word of complaint. She had done such tasks herself once. Early in her training, Darth Fear had kept her close, asked that she serve him during the visits of important Imperials and fellow Sith. She had been forced to stand there while he had told the tale of her recruitment into the Sith and the breaking she had endured. Fear had enjoyed telling the tale of how he had brought her into his service. She had bristled each time he had done it, but she had been forced to remain silent, lest she anger her master and be punished as a result. Now Bill was doing it, and he was doing it without complaint. She did not even sense any anger in him. His actions and feelings surprised Avaryss. Bill refilled their cups. Sadie accepted only the finest of Ardana wines. It was good, but it was a little stronger than what Avaryss was used to, a lot stronger actually. She briefly wondered if Darth Sadie was trying to get her drunk. If that was the case, it would not work. She had learned long ago to use the Force to purge poisons from her blood. It worked just as well on alcohol. She was using that power now. It was subtle, and she guessed that her host was none the wiser. She listened closely as Bill spoke both softly and respectfully to his master. He even smiled at Avaryss when she nodded in thanks. Strange, she thought. Very strange, indeed. Something is wrong, Kira whispered. He doesn't feel right in the Force. Reach out, Avi, tell me that I'm wrong. Again, Avaryss ignored her, the annoying voice in her head. Why couldn't Kira just shut up and leave her alone? Let her enjoy this wonderful evening with the rightful lord of the 80 system. Still, Kira did have a point. Bill was different, more than different. She definitely wanted to know why. She held her tongue while Bill was there. She had no desire to upset him, which might bring out the old Bill fear that she hated. She waited patiently, waited until Darth Sadie had dismissed him for the night. When he was safely out of the room, she began her probing. He seems so different, she said, trying to make this sound as mere conversation and not an accusation. That is the understatement of the century, Kira said. Bill was an idiot, a hateful, cruel idiot. Yet, now, He had seemed almost like a real Sith apprentice. Sadi laughed and waved her hand dismissively. I will confess, when I first met young Bill on Korriban, I was not impressed with his attitude. He had a sense of entitlement that was bigger than the Valley of the Dark Lords. Avaryss almost laughed at that. Yes, that did sound like Bill. We all grow up eventually, Darth Sadi said. The trials on Korriban changed you, and once I was able to reach him, show him what kind of master I could be. Sadi giggled. He had come quite far, don't you think? Avaryss nodded. The change was almost unbelievable. It was another instance of the Dark Lord's brilliance. But how did you do it? Avaryss inquired. Memories of the hateful little rodent her master's son had been continued to play through her mind. Sadi smirked as she took a sip of her wine. Avaryss sat entranced, watching the way her lovely neck moved. If the other Dark Lord was aware of her watching, she did not show it. She seemed pleased with herself, like this was the most entertaining of games. I did the one thing that no one else in Bill's life has done, Sadi informed her with a shrug. I listened. I listened to him, his hopes and dreams, and together, we built a rapport. She leaned in closer. Avaryss could smell her perfume, sense her strength in the dark side. It was enough to make her swoon. I've always been good at listening, Sadi murmured. You would be surprised what people will tell you when they know they have found a sympathetic ear. The Moff has come to trust my counsel, the trade minister too. They both have accepted my input. Wise of them, Avaryss said dreamily. I'm glad you agree, Inquisitor, Sadi said using her official title. Hearing it made Avaryss almost beam with pride. I'm good at listening. I always have been, always, and right now, Lord Avaryss, you have my complete and undivided attention. Avaryss felt warmth suffuse her. She was grateful that she was so important. There are those, however, who do not agree, Sadi said, her smile fading. Those who think they know better than me, better than the one that Lord Fear trusted to govern this place. That alien that calls himself an ambassador is one, and Magistrate Hissa is chief among them. Avaryss felt a flicker of rage. How dare they oppose the will of Sadi? Maybe she could do something to them. Prove her willingness to work with her fellow Sith. She wanted Sadi to be pleased with her. What? Kira asked. Avi, are you listening to yourself? Avi. Darth Sadi could not hear Kira's words, a fact that Avaryss was grateful for. She did not wish to be embarrassed by what she had once been. Perhaps you can do something about him, the magistrate I mean, Sadi requested. Hissa has no respect for his lord. You saw how foolishly he allowed the attack on you today. Yes, Avaryss said, nodding dumbly. The man was a fool. Avi. Kira hissed. Avaryss. Wake up. Can't you hear me? Darth Avaryss felt like she was floating. She was lost in the eyes of the Lord of the Eddy system. She was drifting. Damn it, Avi. Wake up. Avaryss' mechanical hand moved almost of its own accord. It struck her wine glass, causing it to tip. The contents spilled in her lap, shocking the young Sith Lord. She gasped in surprise. It made her lean back. The wine had been chilled. It was ice cold. It was at that moment that it happened. It was at that moment that Kira finally struck. She used her strength to push the befuddled Avaryss into the back of her mind. Kira blinked and looked around. She could feel the warmth of the room, the pressure on her mind. She did not like it. Oh dear, Sadi said, still trying to sound like the generous host. You have spilled all over yourself. Kira rose from the table, moving away quickly. I gotta get out of here, she thought. I have to get out, right now. She bowed her head and forced herself to giggle. I'm sorry, she said, adding a bit of slurring to her words, too much wine. She backed away quickly. She reached down inside herself and summoned her mental shields, bringing them fully to bear. Act drunk, act like you are not a threat. Give the other Sith no reason to suspect otherwise. Avaryss was still out of it, her will nothing to Kira's in that moment. The girl that Avaryss had once been now had total control. Lucky for her, lucky for both of them. She took another deep breath, her mind and will now shielded by the strength of her mental shields. It was good. Her head felt clearer when it was done. Sadie did not seem to sense the change, or if she did not care. What is going on, witch? Kira thought, her purple eyes pinning the Dark Lord. What were you trying to do? Kira could feel Avaryss trying to come back, to force her way back to the forefront. Kira did not give her the chance. Excuse me, my lord, she said, bowing her head to her host. Thank you for the lovely evening, but I should go. I need to get cleaned up. Of course, Sadie said dismissively. Have a good night, Inquisitor. I will make sure that the enforcers will be ready for your inspection in the morning. Thank you, my lord, she said, bowing, all the while backing up towards the door. She used the force to retrieve her helmet. She snapped it on quickly. It had been created by a famed Sith alchemist, one who had designed it to help protect the wearer from the force abilities of a stronger rival. Avaryss felt better with it on. She could sense the runes inside the helmet powering up, drawing on her connection to the force, reinforcing her own mental defenses. She needed that. It felt like she was drowning. It was all she could do not to sit back down and listen to Darth Sadie drone on and on for hours. Get out, she thought. I have to get out now. Kira nodded and retreated, trying very hard not to run, to not let the other Sith know that she was onto her. What was that about? She wondered. What had Sadie been doing to Avaryss? She did not feel safe until she was out of the Dark Lord's quarters and back into the hall, moving quickly away, her two bodyguards walking a respectful distance behind her. Kira sighed. Now, she thought, shaking her head. That's better. She did her best to appear drunk until she was out of eyeshot of the other Darth's quarters. Even then, she was slow to lower her guard. She walked straight and with purpose, trying to get away, to regroup and regain her composure. She did not stop until she was safely back in her quarters. Once the door was safely closed and locked behind her, Avaryss removed her helmet and flung it across the chamber. Damn you, Kira, she shouted out loud, her voice thick with emotion and a Dromund Kaas accent. Don't you know what you have done? I just saved us, you ungrateful shudder, Kira responded. It was funny that Kira never used the Dromund Kaas accent that Avaryss had worked so hard to pick up. Her former self sighed. The least you could do is show a little gratitude. Normally, Avaryss' anger and rage would have been all that she needed to push Kira back, to send her back into the shadows in their mind, but not this time. You are lashing out at me like an angry child, Kira hissed. Your anger has no real focus. Another effect of Darth Sadie's, perhaps. Don't speak badly of her, Avaryss snapped back. She is the rightful lord of it. We owe her nothing, Kira spat. Can't you hear yourself? Sadie is not our master. She is enemy to be swept aside. She is fear's humble dog, but it is you that is acting like one right now. Kira shook her head. If I hadn't intervened, who knows what you might be doing right now. You were about 2 steps away from declaring yourself Darth Sadie's loyal dog. I would not have been surprised if you laid down at her feet and begged for her to rub your belly. Avaryss hissed. How dare you? I dare because I'm right, and you know it. You know nothing. Sadie is our enemy, Kira spat, heading for the fresher. She turned on the faucet and splashed her face with cold water. Wake up, Avi, she shouted. Wake up already. Kira looked into the mirror. She was shocked by the reflection that stared back at her. It was the reflection of the Avaryss, and it wasn't pretty. The image that stared back at her was a cringing creature with glowing red eyes and bone-white skin. The eyes were ringed with deep purple circles, the flesh puckered and wrinkled from the dark side. A heavy respirator mask hid her nose and most of her jaw. The reflection surprised Kira. She could almost hear the mechanical in and out of the respirator mask, taste the colto-rich air on her tongue. It sickened her. We left that look behind on Corbin, she thought. It was strange that Avi still saw herself like that, still identified with what had been arguably their weakest moment. I thought I left this reflection behind me, long ago, Kira thought morosely. She was annoyed that Avaryss reminded her of it. What are you talking about? Avaryss snapped at her. I was in the middle of gathering information. I was starting to work Sadie, learn her secrets. That is not what I felt, Kira said with a frown. You were loving Sadie's attention. You were reveling in it. That was not strength. That was surrender. Avaryss blinked. Those red eyes showed confusion. I was. She asked. You were? Search your feelings, think back, and remember, how were you acting, and why? Kira watched as Avaryss shook her head, trying to think back and clear it. She waited, watching her other self working through her anger and taking a look at what had been happening, what had really been going on. She could feel the change. When Avaryss realized the truth, she felt it, and saw it in her reflection's eyes. What was I doing? I was asking you the same question, Kira said. Sadi is not our ally, yet you were willing to side with her for what? Avaryss' eyes narrowed. She looked at Kira with a look that was thick with the cold simmering anger. What happened? She asked. Was it the wine? Kira shook her head. She did not think so, of course. Then again, maybe it was. Avi had been so focused on how strong the wine was, using the force to burn up the alcohol. What if Sadi and drugged the wine with something subtle? What if she used a drug that made a person more open to suggestion? If you combine such a drug with the force, you could go a long way in influencing someone, even a Dark Lord of the Sith. Impossible, Avaryss spat. My will is too strong to be manipulated in such a way. Don't let your overconfidence blind you, Kira said. You were so focused on not getting drunk that you could have missed a more subtle drug in your system. Remember what Master Adaz told us once. The moment you believe yourself invincible is the moment that you are not, Avaryss answered. She was no longer angry at her other self. She was still pissed, but not at Kira. She was angry at herself. Perhaps we now have an answer to what happened to Beale, Avaryss suggested. Perhaps Darth Sadi is not the good little Sith she pretends to be. Maybe Kira agreed, but she would rather not say anything until she was sure what had happened. She looked down at her wine-stained robes. Perhaps she should send them back to the Emperor's wisdom. The science section aboard her destroyer might be able to analyze the wine and determine if it was drugged or not. One thing was certain, if Sadi was using drugs to control Beale, Darth Fear would not be happy. She would wait and see what the report from her science officers said. She might just have an opportunity here. Avaryss seemed to be back in control of herself, but Kira was still hesitant to let go. Twice now she had been able to throw off the shackles that held her in Avaryss' subconscious. She was in no hurry to go back. It seems that we have come to a dangerous place, Avi said, more so than we realized. So it seems, Kira agreed. What are we going to do about it? Avaryss nodded. She had come to a decision apparently. Kira was curious to see what it was. We cannot continue on as we have, Avi informed her. We will need to come to a new arrangement. What sort of arrangement? Avi sighed. We are surrounded by enemies, more so than usual, enemies that are far more cunning than we realized. That is true, Kira agreed. So, I'm tired of fighting with you. We waste our strength struggling with each other. We could use that strength to oppose the foes that mean us real harm. Kira almost laughed. Was she for real? You want to form an alliance? A temporary one, at least until we have completed our mission here. We must stop the rebellion. The Empire needs us to succeed. Kira nodded. She understood that. Of course, it led to another important question. What would happen next? What happened after they had crushed the rebellion and dealt with Lord Fear? What happens when we win? Kira asked. We are getting a little ahead of ourselves, aren't we? Avi cautioned. I just want to make sure that we are on the same page, she replied. What happens after? Avaryss pinned her with a cold and imperious look. When we are done, when the rebellion has been crushed and Lord Fear is dealt with. We finally settle this matter between us. And what is that supposed to mean? Kira inquired. Avaryss sniffed. We have ourselves a good old-fashioned mental Kagath, you versus me, to the death. The winner takes full possession of our body, and the loser fades away forever. Kira smiled gamely. You would face me for control. I would. No tricks. We are beyond tricks, are we not? Kira nodded. She could not help it. She was intrigued. It was a chance to rid herself of her weaker self, to be free to make her own choices, without Avaryss' interference. Yes, she was most intrigued. She had been growing in strength for months now, years. Avaryss' victory was no longer the certainty that it once was. Kira could do it. She could defeat her other self. She was sure of it. She smiled gamely. We could do that, she informed her dark reflection. I would be willing to work with you under those conditions. Good, Avaryss said, but if we do this, you will need to accept one final condition. It is the one thing that I need to make this alliance work. I'm listening. Avaryss sighed heavily. The sigh sounded even worse coming from the breath mask. Finn, she said. Finn, what about him? You will not reach out to him on your own. You will make no attempts to contact him, not until our work here is done. Kira's eyes narrowed. Avi, that is my one condition. Once we are done here, we will be free to pursue Finn again. But for now I need you functional without any distractions. And what about you? I will do the same, Avaryss promised. I will not reach out to him in any way. If he contacts us, that will be one thing, but I don't believe that he will. He is too caught up in the Republic's war effort, Kira said. He will not seek to be distracted. Yes, Avaryss said. He was right to distance himself from us. Now we must do the same. Kira suppressed a growl. She did not like being told what to do, especially by Avi. Of course, her other half did have a good point. Finn might make things difficult. She nodded grimly. Fine, she thought. Just fine. Agreed, Kira said. I will not reach out to Finn. Good, Avaryss said, sounding pleased. At least they could agree on one thing. So what happens now? Kira asked. Where do we start? We need to find allies, Avaryss said, and I think I have a good idea where to start. And where is that? We follow Darth Sadi's example, Avaryss said. She named 2 members of the ruling council that may prove useful to us. The Fa ambassador, Lob Vec, Kira said, and Magistrate Hissa. Exactly. Kira pursed her lips. She considered that. The 2 could be useful. The Fa were pacifists, but the ambassador might have some idea of what Sadi was truly up to, both here and on the Fa homeworld. Kira was hesitant to trust Hissa, but she played things just right. She might be able to turn things to her advantage, maybe. What about the enforcers? Kira asked. Fear has placed them under our command. We will need to test them, Avaryss said. If Sadi could find a way to control Beale, who knows if she has not done the same to the enforcers here. True enough, Kira agreed. We will need to watch them. Agreed. Kira frowned. An alliance made sense. What did it matter who won between her and Avaryss if the body they were fighting over was killed before she could reclaim sole possession of it? Still, it did feel a bit like surrender. She did not like that. She did not like the idea of giving Avi any kind of victory, no matter how well it served her at that moment. She sighed. What options did she have? It was not smart to stand alone, not when she was surrounded by people that likely wanted her dead. Kira nodded. It was an alliance then. So be it. How do we start? She asked Avaryss. So you are willing to let me take the lead? For now, Kira said. Where do we start? I will speak to Hissa tomorrow. Try to get an idea of what I can expect from our new charges, these enforcers that our master has saddled us with. And if they cannot be trusted. Avaryss chuckled. Then we will need to arrange some accidents, she said. The Empire needs a strong Ordana. We must do whatever it takes to see it come to pass. Kira nodded. Agreed. Whatever it takes. Chapter 14. Another restless night. Being back home, being surrounded by the sights and sounds of her childhood should have been relaxing for Avaryss. They were not. The Dark Lord spent another night without any real sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, nightmares were waiting for her. Horrors, both new and old, awaited in her nighttime world. Her mother's words, the soft strains of an old lullaby, Sadi's wide welcoming grin, the fires and explosions of the assassination attempt, all seemed to rise up, twist, and turn into one long vision of pain and what-ifs. Avaryss rose from her bed with an angry hiss. It was not the first time that she had been to endure such evening. As she had always done, she sat on the floor beside her bed, closed her eyes, controlled her breathing, and meditated. She focused both on her enemies and what she would need to bring them to heel. She thought of the many slights she had suffered, and who would need to answer for them when the time was right. But above all else, she focused on her hatred, on the things that held her back, the rivals that remained out of reach of her judgment and vengeance. As always, Darth Fear was in the center of that intricate web. She had been his apprentice for more than half a decade now, and in that time her rage and anger had not dissipated. She imagined the day they finally faced each other, the day that she finally ended this twisted dance that they now found themselves trapped within. She had imagined herself killing Lord Fear many times, in ways as different as they were painful and degrading, and still, whatever she thought of, whatever fresh torment she dreamed up still seemed to be nothing compared to what she had suffered at her master's hand. Death was almost too good for him, especially considering what he had done to her home, what he had done to Oridanna. It was another death mark in a very long ledger between the two of them. She longed to see it settled. Kira remained blissfully silent during her meditations. It seemed that what she had once been was willing to obey the terms that they agreed to. She could still sense that side of herself watching quietly. It reminded her quite a bit of the light-sized shard that still burned so brightly in her breast. I wield great power, Avaryss thought, both over the Force and others, but at the same time, mastering myself remains a power out of my reach. She frowned. One day it will be the death of me, she thought. One day it will be my undoing. She no longer tried to undo the light within her. She had come to think it was now impossible. The light within her was tied to her relationship with Finn. She was sure of it now. As long as he remained alive, and in her heart, she would never be totally rid of it. Then you need to work harder to bring him into the fold, the darkness whispered. You cannot go on like this forever. She acknowledged that fact, but at the same time, she did not see how to do it. How to bring Finn into her orbit without sacrificing his desire for her. How was she to do it? His loyalty to the Jedi and the light remained strong. Despite his feelings for her, he would not betray his friends and allies so easily. Maybe you need to find a common goal, Kira offered. A common enemy that both you and Finn can agree needs to be stopped. Avaryss nodded. It had worked with Tarek after all. She and Finn had fought on the same side during their war against him. The trick would be to get him alone and in a situation where his vaunted Jedi teachings could not protect him. He needed to face a threat that offered true fear. He needed to be in a situation where the light was simply not good enough. She would have to find a way to expand on the anger she had felt inside him. She needed to find an outlet so that he could give in to it. It was not an easy challenge, but the Force willing, she would find a way. I thought we were not going to focus on Finn right now, Kira reminded her. I thought that Oridanna needed us more. Avaryss sighed. Kira was right, for once. It was their home that needed her right now. She continued to look deeper into the darkness, searching for answers, trying to come up with a plan of how best to succeed. Oridanna was a battlefield unlike any that she had walked on before. She could not simply win the day by swinging her lightsaber or casting a spell. The Grand War of Politics was something else. She understood the game, thanks to Darth Mar and the rest of their cabal, but that did not mean that she enjoyed playing. You need to find someone who does, the darkness offered. You need a skilled politician on your side, one who is both loyal to Oridanna and the Empire, and at the same time ambitious. Thanks to Darth Sadi, she had two candidates in mind. She would need to approach them both. It was still 2 hours before dawn when she finally emerged from her chambers. She had bathed and changed and made her way down the hall of tower floor that now served as her home and base. She was once again confronted by how small her contingent of guards had become. She could have contacted the Emperor's wisdom. Captain Kennedy would send more troops if she asked. However, Blease could not guarantee the loyalty of such reinforcements. The 100 men that the War Master had trained had been vetted, their loyalty to their master reinforced. Avaryss was not very confident about bringing in more troops, especially ones that might be more loyal to her master than they were to her. No reinforcements from the wisdom were out of the question, for now, but perhaps that was not entirely a bad thing. Fewer men meant that there were fewer chances for a leak. It would make it easier to keep her secrets, well, secret. Still, she could not proceed alone. She needed allies here on Ordana if she was to complete her mission, and that meant recruiting. Once again, she could not do that alone. Sadi would no doubt be watching her, who she talked to, where she went. She would need to trust others to go where she could not, see people that she did not wish Sadi to know she was associating with. It was for that reason that she made her way to her brother's quarters. Sadi did not know her relationship to Beric, at least Avaryss did not believe so. His service record only gave his operating number, which was unusual, but not unheard of. Most soldiers had a past. Some chose the army to escape it. If anyone wondered, Beric was simply one of those, and if they did any digging, the truth would support that. As long as they did not dig too deeply, the relationship between her and her brother was safe, for the moment anyway. Avaryss was grateful for that. She knocked on his door, and was met at the entrance. Her brother, already dressed in his trousers and white tank top, had always been an early riser after all. His hair was still wet and his face clean-shaven. He let her into the room without a word. She rarely visited him these days if it was not about business. "Sister," he said, nodding. "Is there something you need?" "We must speak, brother. I have need." "Is someone here, Rick?" Avaryss frowned when she heard Zen's voice emerge from the still-running shower. Her brother blushed and looked down like a guilty child. It seemed that her apprentice had spent the night here. Avaryss held back the urge to roll her eyes. Damn it, had she not warned him? Did he choose to simply not listen? She said nothing more about it, because she had already discussed the matter with both of them, and they both knew what was at stake. "It is Lord Avaryss," she called out in answer. "I'm here to speak with Beric." There was no response except for the turning off of the water. Zen emerged a few moments later, wrapped in a black cloth bathrobe. "My lord," she said, bowing. Avaryss nodded, and quickly turned her attention to Beric. Zen retreated into her brother's bedroom, stopping every few seconds to pick up a piece of clothing. Avaryss said nothing about it, about the trails of clothes leading to the bed. Her brother was a grown man. He did not need his little sister embarrassing him. Besides, they had much to talk about. A lot had happened in the last 20 hours. She wanted to bring him up fully to speed. She and her brother sat down, talked about what had happened the night before. Darth Sadi's invitation, what had become of Bilfir, and her escape from the Dark Lord's chambers. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Yes." "Are you sure?" "I'm not going to surrender all my worldly goods to Darth Sadi if that's what you are wondering," she said dryly, though I cannot deny, the Dark Lord is most charismatic. She might even be an expert in force persuasion. Her brother's mouth became a grim line. "When you say persuasion, you mean control, don't you?" "More or less." Beric nodded. "Thought as much," he muttered. Her brother did not seem surprised when Avaryss mentioned that Sadi seemed to have some kind of influence over people. "I got an impression of that last night," he informed her. "When you live around soldiers, you get used to them complaining about the higher-ups, at least when they know that no one is listening. I take it you heard no criticism of Darth Sadi or her methods?" "No criticism," he answered, shaking his head. "All I heard was praise. From what I gather from the troopers stationed here, Sadi is one of the best administrators Ordana has ever seen. Not a single complaint was heard." Beric shrugged. "That is unusual, especially in the Sith military." Avaryss' eyes narrowed. "Interesting. How did Sadi inspire such loyalty?" She had assumed that she had been drugged the night before. She might have been, but what Beric was suggesting was something more. Did Sadi have some kind of natural charisma through the Force? It was possible. Such powers were not unheard of, but they were rare, and could be quite taxing, both physically and mentally on the wielder. Now all she had to do was determine its range, and how effective it was. "Keep listening," she ordered him. "Listen for any voices of dissent and let me know who and where they are stationed." Beric shuddered. He did not like the idea of talking out of turn about a fellow trooper, one that might be harmed because of it. "I'm not going to report them to Sadi," she promised. "I need to see how far her control has spread here in the capital. It might give me an idea how best to proceed. so that my own plans don't trip over hers. Her brother nodded. He still did not seem very sure, but he had not refused her order either. Not that he would, but it was good that he accepted what she had said, on some level anyway. We should probably watch the others as well, he suggested. If this Dark Lord does have some kind of fancy mind control ability, we should make sure that she is not working on our people. We likely have enough spies around us as is. Avaryss nodded. A wise precaution, she thought. She did not like to think that any of her people would betray her, but what if they had no choice? She remembered the changes in Beale. What if that was just the smallest example of what the other woman could do? They needed to be cautious. Zin finally emerged from the bedroom, armed and armored. She gave her master a sly smile. Why don't we just kill the witch and be done with it? She asked, her low, sultry voice. Avaryss shook her head. Darth Fear would not approve of such an action, plus it would likely only inspire the growing rebellion here. If the Sith openly start fighting amongst ourselves. So how do we proceed then? Beric asked. We cannot just pretend that nothing is going on. We won't, she promised, but we need to move slowly and carefully. Avaryss smiled and turned to Beric. I will need you to speak with the ambassador, get an idea of where he stands both on the rebellion and the current state of rule in the Idi system. Would he talk to me? Beric asked. An Imperial soldier. He will if he knows you are a local, if you have a stake in seeing your homeworld protected. The Dark Lord smirked. For once you should try and drop any attempt at keeping a Dromund Kaas accent. We want people to know that we are locals. It might go a long way in winning local trust. Zin laughed lightly. You might also want to consider not wearing the mask and helmet so much, my lord, she offered. If your parents were as important as Beric claims, you might win allies by simply being associated with them. Showing your face might go a long way in winning friends. Avaryss considered that. No, she was not quite ready to do that yet, and besides, it was unlikely that anyone would recognize her, what with the changes the dark side had made to her features. I think you are selling yourself short, Kira said. Have you really looked in the mirror lately? Truly looked. The dark side has not ravished your face and body as much as you fear. Your skin is no longer so pale, and some might find those dark purple eyes of yours inviting. Kira laughed lightly. We are neither a ghoul nor a tomboy anymore. We are actually quite pretty. We should use that to our advantage. Avaryss frowned. She was still not sure. Coward, Kira chuckled. Shut up, Avaryss thought morosely. You are not helping. Avaryss turned to Zen. We will collect dime, and when the enforcers arrive, we will meet with them, see if Sadi wields any direct control over them. And if she does, her apprentice asked. Avaryss sneered. Then a few accidents will need to be arranged. I will not suffer spies to remain so close to me, especially spies with power. Zen nodded. I was hoping you would say that, she purred. It has been some time that I've gotten a chance to kill my fellow Sith. Avaryss was not shocked when she heard that. Zen had only joined her for the chance to kill Sith that had harmed her friends during the sack of the Jedi Temple. Most of those Sith were dead now, destroyed by their own machinations, but Zen's hatred remained. Avaryss was willing to feed that anger, especially if it kept her loyal. The three of them rose from their chairs and began to tend to the day's business. Beric whispered to his paramour to be careful and gave her a soft, chaste kiss on the lips. Avaryss turned away quickly, a spike of both jealousy and loneliness rising in her breast. I'm a lord of the Sith, and yet I find myself standing alone. I could have any man I desire, but the one that I truly want is lost to me. It is so unfair. Try not think about it, Kira soothed. Our time will come, she promised. Avaryss sighed. Yes, she thought. Our time will come. After a quick meal, Avaryss spent the next few hours working with her apprentices. Dime and Zen spared with both her and each other in the tower's training room. It was nothing special. Until recently, Sith Lords had not spent a lot of time here, but for their needs it was adequate. The Muin was quickly proving himself to be a cunning fighter. His tall but slender frame contributed well to his use of Adaru. He moved with both impressive speed and an aggression that Avaryss found refreshing. Zen could be aggressive when she needed to be, but it was not her default setting. Despite her use of the cross-guarded lightsaber, or executioner's blade, she had a tendency to fight on the defensive, to let her enemies come to her. It was a style more fitting of a Jedi, but that was not unexpected. After all, Zen Lure had begun her force training among the ranks of the Jedi. Your style is not the most aggressive either, Kira reminded her. Avaryss sniffed. That was different. Avaryss' style, the use of Sarisu, was to compensate for her lack of size and strength. Her Makashi, or duelist style, was very aggressive. She simply needed to set her targets up before going in for the kill. Her style had to with strategy, not a lack of aggression. When she and Dime sparred for the first time, she did not even bother igniting her lightsaber. She let him come to her, insisting that he make her draw her weapon and defend herself. Dime attacked with ruthless savagery, but every time he swung his blade she danced or spun out of the way. She flipped and tumbled back, avoiding strikes that would have beheaded or maimed a lesser opponent. Zen knelt in the back of the room watching the two with a look of amusement. She had faced this test before. Avaryss had tested her with it months ago. She knew how it ended. Stay still, Dime snarled. No, Avaryss said with a smirk. Raghh. The moon lost all self-control and lunged at Avaryss. He gave himself fully to his rage, not even bothering to try and shield himself. It was what she had been waiting for. Avaryss caught him in a force grip. She wrapped the force around her apprentice's throat like an invisible garrote. Dime began to choke, shocked by the power that his master wielded. She closed off his windpipe so completely he dropped his sword. Avaryss used the force and called it to her. She watched as Dime dropped to his knees. He was struggling, trying to free himself. His fingers weren't quite clawing at his throat, but he was likely thinking about it. Avaryss grinned. It is over, she thought. I win. For a moment she feared that the moon would not submit, that he would choose death over defeat. True, they were only training, but some Sith did not know when to choose to fight another day. If he doesn't offer me his neck, I will destroy him, she thought. He will learn his place. She tightened her grip even more. A strangling whistle escaped the moon's throat. He continued to glare at her. You know what I want to see, apprentice, she purred. Live or die. She thought it would end right there, that he would be too stubborn. Finally it happened. Dime gasped and tilted his head, offering her his throat. Submission, she thought with a pleased smile. Good. She released her grip, and he fell to his hands and knees, gasping for breath, coughing. Zen smirked. Humiliating, isn't it? She smirked. Dime glared at her, trying to regain his breath. Avaryss chuckled. You would know, she reminded the girl. You once knelt where he is now. She nodded, her smile never leaving her face. Such humiliation was part of Sith training. An apprentice needed to learn their place. Dime had started to rise when the door to the training room hissed open. Avaryss turned with a frown, angry at the interruption. Darth Sadi stood before her. Behind her stood 4 Sith warriors, the enforcers that she had mentioned yesterday. Avaryss grinned. Wonderful, she thought. Now she would get to see what she had to work with here. I do hope I'm not interrupting, Sadi said with a bit of a pout. I know how important training can be. It is fine, Avaryss assured her, while at the same time doubling her mental shields. She would not see a repeat of what happened last night. Dime and Zen both rose and went to their master's side, just in case Sadi or one of these others tried something stupid. It was unlikely, but such things were possible. Avaryss preferred to err on the side of caution. Why take chances? She could feel Sadi reaching out with the force, but this time she would find a foothold. Avaryss smiled beneath her helmet and mask. She would not be so easily snared again. Clad in a gown of dark crimson, Sadi smiled and stepped aside, motioning for the enforcers that had accompanied her to come forward. Avaryss regarded this collection of Sith. They were a curious quartet to be sure. The one to the far right called himself Nar. He was a slim Sith pure blood with dark red skin and bright golden eyes. His black hair was cut short in what some might call a military style. At his side walked 2 small Tukada, large blue beasts that were sometimes referred to as Sith hounds. Avaryss had fought wild ones during her student years. Packs of the beasts were known to hunt in the various tombs in the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban. They are his, she realized. Neither moved unless he took a step first. An impressive display of power, she thought, most impressive indeed. Nar smiled at her. "My lord," he said in a soft, respectful voice. She nodded back. So far, so good. The second and third Inquisitors had a familiar look. Both were human, both with dark blonde hair. Brothers perhaps, but the similarities ended there. The first was handsome enough, she supposed. His features and cold arrogance suggested an early life of wealth or privilege. She could feel his sense of entitlement. It radiated like a beacon. His brother was different. Though they had similar eyes, their physical features were vastly different. This third Inquisitor's body looked broken. He walked with a heavy limp, dragging his foot behind him. His left arm was smaller and twisted, curled up tight against his chest. His jaw jutted outward slightly, as well. He met Avaryss' look with a cold and challenging gaze. "My lord," the prettier of the pair said. "Enforcers raise and go reporting for duty." "My lord," Ghoul rasped, his eyes never leaving her. "We await your orders." Avaryss considered the odd pair. There is definitely a story here, she thought to herself. Such difference in siblings is rarely without some tale to explain it. She was most eager to hear it. She could feel the hate swelling in the two, especially the twisted one. She was most eager to see what he could do. The fourth was a female Twi'lek, a creature with neon green skin. To say she was dressed provocatively would be an understatement. The girl made Zen's choice of wardrobe look tame. She was clad in thigh-high leather boots and a long loincloth. A breastband-like top with a single shoulder plate protected her chest. Over it all she wore a zed cloth black poncho, which would have hid her features if she had not pushed it back like a cloak. Her eyes were two glowing yellow orbs, suggesting someone deeply rooted in the dark side. Her right arm and head tail were tattooed with Sith glyphs. A single Sith tattoo adorned her forehead, a pointed shape like a crown with a long black tail running from her forehead and down the left side of her face. She regarded Avaryss curiously. "You're new?" she said in a voice more fitting a little girl than an adult Twi'lek. "This is Lord Avaryss," chilled, Sadi informed her. "She will be your new master, from now on." The tips of the Twi'lek's head tails twitched. "So she is to be our new mother," the girl smiled warmly. "I do hope she is a kind and generous mother." Avaryss gave Sadi a questioning look. The other Dark Lord shrugged. Clearly this one was not your typical Sith, but then again, were any of them? Avaryss pursed her lips. Which of these were fully in Sadi's pocket, and which ones possessed a loyalty that was more fluid? She would need to determine both. Avaryss stood straighter. She put all of her power into her stance and voice. Let these know that they now stood before Darth, one that did not need mind powers to control others. "Kneel before your new master," she growled. "Kneel before Inquisitor Avaryss." As one of the four did as she commanded, Go did not look happy. His twisted leg made kneeling difficult. Avaryss did not care. "My lord," they said in unison. Avaryss nodded. She looked at Darth Sadi, who smiled. Did the woman still think she was under her control? Someone easily manipulated. Avaryss would show her the truth in the coming days. She had a lesson to teach. She would enjoy it immensely. Avaryss took her apprentices and left the training room. It was time for the Enforcer's training to begin. She did not wish to distract them. "So we will be working with those," Dime said, his voice harsh and angry. Clearly he did not think much of their new allies. Either that or he was angry that they had seen him vulnerable, stumbling and coughing to his feet. "We shall," Avaryss said, "for now." Dime coughed and nodded grimly. He still seemed unhappy with the way things had gone. Avaryss said nothing to him. She had nothing to apologize for. The Sith Lord cared little for the Muin's discomfort. If he did not like or trust the Enforcers, then so much the better. He would be useful if she needed to eliminate some of them. He and Zen may still not be enough, she realized, who knew how powerful these Sith truly were. She wanted to make sure she had overwhelming force on her side before they engaged each other. She still needed Necros. Her first apprentice was still out there somewhere. Holly was looking for her, but so far, they had heard nothing back. With luck, she will return quickly, Avaryss thought. Necros' power would be most welcome. She dismissed the two, sending them both off on errands. Dime was to search the financial records in the tower, looking for anything unusual. "How do you classify unusual, Master?" he asked. "Anything that seems irregular," she responded. The moon laughed. "I will no doubt find more than one," he said. "Politicians rarely know how to cover their tracks." He left with a bit of spring in his step, no doubt eager to find something that he could impress her with. Avaryss smiled. It was not the most exciting of work, but it needed to be done. The rebellion seemed remarkably well funded. They had attacked her with military-grade weapons and decent training. She was curious to see if anyone high up was offering help. Zen was to spend the day in the streets and cantinas, trying to get an idea of how morale was and just how deep rebel leanings were within the city. "Be your charming self," Avaryss ordered her. "Make no offensive moves unless provoked. Let us keep things civil for the moment, at least until we know who our enemies are." "It will be done, my master," Zen said, bowing. "I will bring you back something intriguing." Zen left without another word, pulling up the hood on her cloak to hide her features. Avaryss grinned. "Lock up your sons, Dana City. Zen lure is loose among you." With her two apprentices dealt with, and Barrick hopefully speaking with the ambassador, Avaryss made her way down into the section of the tower reserved for the magistrate and his staff. Sadi had named Hissa as a possible problem. Avaryss was eager to learn why. She found Arid Hissa in his office dictating a message to his servant droid. The magistrate still had his arm in a sling. He looked up when she entered. He did not seem surprised to see her. She smiled. Before he could say her name in greeting, she stopped him with a raised hand. She gestured with the force, touching the keypad on the magistrate's desk. When she was done, she motioned for him to look. A single phrase stared back at him. "Can we speak privately?" Hissa looked at her and nodded. He sent his droid away and pulled out a small device. He turned it on, and it began to beep, beeps that quickly switched from beeps to low tones. Avaryss hissed as a blast of static ran through the sonic bafflers in her ears. She shook her head and regarded the man, who shrugged innocently. A jamming signal, she realized. It was nice to see that Hissa took no chances. When the device had finished its cycle, he put it back in pocket and smiled. "What can I do for you, Lord Avaryss?" he said. "We can speak plainly now." "Darth Sadi wants me to do something about you, magistrate," she informed her. "I would like to know why." Hissa snorted and shook his head. "Damn that woman," he said. "If you are not one of her favorites, she thinks that you have no place here." Avaryss only just kept from laughing. Hissa would never be one of her favorites, that was for sure. Not with the way he had once ogled her mother. No, she did not like him, but that did not mean that he was not useful. "You did something to earn her ire, I take it." Hissa shrugged. "Everything that I've done for the Empire. I was barely in my teens the first time I put on a uniform. I've worked my whole life to see not just my fortunes, but the fortunes of Ordana rise." The magistrate shook his head. "I've done everything that your master has asked of me, everything. You could not find a more loyal servant than me, and yet now he saddles me with Darth Sadi, and Moff Gallic continues to tie my hands in dealing with not just the rebellion, but other matters as well." The man sneered. "My lord, I deserve so much more than this. I deserve an audience with the Dark Council. Surely they must know of Ordana's potential." Avaryss nodded. She was pleased that not much had changed in the last few years. Hissa was still an arrogant and overly ambitious fool. She could make use of that. "Speak plainly, magistrate," she ordered. "How deep has Darth Sadi sunk her claws into Ordana? Is there anyone that I can trust here? Are our enforcers loyal servants or just some of her pawns?" Hissa pursed his lips and crossed his good arm over his chest. "That is a lot of questions," he said. "They are," she agreed. "How do I know that this is not some kind of setup? Perhaps Sadi has put you up to this, to get me to say or do something that she can use to have me removed." Again, Avaryss was impressed. He is not as big of a fool as I thought. He is ambitious, yes, but that might be just what saved him from Sadie's manipulation. He is looking for his glory, not the glory of others. She could use that. Let me talk to him, Kira said. Let me out and I can win him to your service. Avaryss took a deep breath and allowed it. It was a strange sensation letting go, but she had given her word. If they were to work together, she and Kira needed to trust each other. Kira smiled beneath her helmet. You have nothing to fear from me, she said in her old Ordanan accent. We both want the same thing, a better, stronger Ordana, and the right to say that we were responsible for bringing it to pass. Hiss's eyes widened slightly. You are one of us. You were born here. Born and raised, she admitted. Who I was before does not really matter anymore. All you need to know is that I remember a better time on Ordana, a time when we did not have to be so concerned about the comings and goings of the Sith Order. She looked him straight in the eye. I would see those days return. Hissa looked her up and down, as if to decide if she could be trusted. Finally he nodded. You will speak to Lord Fear on my behalf then. You will tell him what is happening. Kira snorted at that. You do not need me to speak to Lord Fear. What you are looking for is a patron, a Sith who can take you beyond Ordana. She leaned forward, moving in closer. He took a step back, and might have taken another if she had not offered her hand. You do not need fear, Magistrate. If you want a Sith patron, you have one, if you are willing to work with me. Hissa looked down at her hand, then back up at her mask-faced. She could almost hear him thinking, weighing the risks. Finally, he decided. For Ordana and the Empire, he said, taking her hand and bringing it to his lips. He kissed her knuckles chastely, and then dropped to one knee. Avaryss smiled. She had an ally. Indeed, Magistrate, she said. For the Empire. Chapter 15. You have 5 minutes, my lord. Avaryss nodded as she checked her reflection in the mirror one last time. Her boots, helmet, and mask had been polished to a mirror shine. Her black cape with crimson and lining had been cleaned and patched. Rather than wear an unmarked Imperial officer's uniform, she had chosen to wear the tan coat and black leggings of an Ordana security volunteer. That idea had come from Magistrate Hissa, and it had been a good one. The people need to see you as a protector, he had advised, that you represent the order that has kept them safe since the Empire first came to our world. The man had smiled pleasantly then. For many years the Imperial mission has taken sons and daughters of our world, taken them to be trained, and sent out into the greater Empire. It will be most gratifying for the people to know that one of those children has finally returned, not just as a mere Sith but as a Dark Lord ready to defend them from their enemies. The thought amused Avaryss. She could not speak for other Ordana-born Sith, but from experience she knew that the changes that the dark side brought took away most if not all of the ties of kin and homeworld. Those other children had probably had no desire to return after they had come into their full power. It was a desire that she understood, because she had shared in it. She had been hesitant to return, to dig up old bones so to speak, but the Force had brought her to this place, and so she would make the best of it. Of course, what Hissa said was not without merit. It could even be quite valuable. He has a point, Kira chimed in. Perhaps I should make this speech, Avi. It might be better received coming from someone speaking in the voice of an Ordana citizen. Avaryss considered that, but rejected the idea for now. Once things had been formally established, once the old guard Sith here knew that she could be trusted, she would reveal her origins to all of Ordana, but not yet. First she had to reassure her people. Then, she could start building bridges. Colonel Glask arrived a few minutes later. He had brought her the data pad containing her speech. Today's transmission would be the first time that she addressed the people of her homeworld. This speech would be broadcast over the local holonet to every settlement on the planet. The people were about to meet their High Inquisitor. She wished for that meeting to be as positive as it would be enlightening. Avaryss regarded the loyalty officer. He seemed unaffected by his recent injuries. She thought she could see a small adhesive bandage sticking out from beneath his cap. But beyond that, he seemed much his old self. She could not say that that was a good thing or not. It has been prepared by some of the best speechwriters in the Empire, the colonel assured her. It is both patriotic and fiery. It will play well to the strengths you showed during your various speaking engagements after the victory at the Inferno Nebula. Avaryss nodded. Though she had never considered herself a politician, those speeches had been her first foray into imperial politics. She had been hailed a hero after her victory over Darth Tarek, and as such she had gone on a small tour of the Empire, addressing not only Sith acolytes but Imperial Army and Navy cadets as well. Those speeches had been interesting. She had been very nervous the first time, afraid that she would stumble in her words and make a fool of herself. She was a warrior, not an orator. Before that she had only spoken to small groups of other warriors. She was surprised to find that it was not that different. The people that she had addressed were loyal Imperials that had been simply eager to see their hero. It had given her the confidence that she had needed at the time. Now, she felt little or no nervousness at addressing the people of her homeworld. It would be fun. She did a quick perusal of the speech. She could see what Glask meant about it being fiery. She did frown when she came to a spot near the end. "What is this?" she asked, "this part near the end." He took the pad and read it himself. He smiled slightly. "Oh, yes, those are the predictions you are making regarding the effect of rebel operations on the economy, and how it hurts the people of this world overall." She nodded and took the pad back. "Aren't we getting a bit ahead of ourselves? How can we be certain that these things will happen?" His smile widened. "Because they need to happen. You need not worry about particulars. Everything has already been arranged. When these events occur, you will be seen as both insightful and the right voice at the right time." Avaryss nodded, but inside the Kira side of her was repulsed. "They are going to hurt our home just to make you seem more relevant. Are actually okay with that." Avaryss was not, but she was smart enough to hold her tongue, at least for now. She needed to build a rapport with her people first. Then when she had more personal power and autonomy here, she would be free to prevent such things from happening again. As Glask had said, it had already been arranged. All she could do now was help her people weather the storm and emerge from it stronger than ever. It was the best possible outcome. "I see your point," Kira said from within her, her voice radiating with a sense of moroseness. "Seriously, Avi, I hate politics." In this they were of a like mind again. Avaryss hated politics too. She once again read through the speech. She saw several opportunities to tweak it where she needed to. She wanted to play to her people's strengths, remind them of the fact that the Empire had saved their world before, and now, in these uncertain times, could do so again. She smiled to herself. She even had a perfect line. She knew the perfect way to end the speech. "I have come to save you." Such words might have been strange, coming from a Dark Lord of the Sith, but that is what would make them that more powerful. "It is you that will speak those words, Kira," she thought. "It will get people talking, curious if they heard what they heard." An Ardana voice from a Sith Lord. Avaryss smiled. "It will be the first step in building what we need to hear." She sensed Kira's acceptance, perhaps even her agreement. Fear had done serious damage to the Sith Order's reputation on this world. It was time to start repairing it. She handed the pad back to Glask. The speech would be on the holoprompter before her as she stood in the holo field and gave her speech. According to what it said on the pad, the speech would be approximately 5 minutes long, provided she recited it in a calm and yet authoritative voice. She could do that. It was nothing that she had not done before. She took a deep, relaxing breath and let it out slowly. Right now in the settlements all across Ardana, the sirens would be going off. The sirens that summoned the people to hear a message on the public information system. Moff Gallic would make a brief introduction, and then her image would be broadcast across the planet. They would meet their High Inquisitor, their savior. Avaryss smirked and made her way to the broadcast chamber. She was most eager to have her moment in the sun. The broadcast room was full of Imperial technicians, men and women who made sure that these public broadcasts went off without a hitch. Avaryss nodded to them in passing. Once this was done, she would make sure that they knew how much she appreciated all their hard work. It was never too early to start making friends. Speaking of which, Hissa had already begun to earn his keep. He was sending messages to the security volunteers, those that had not been touched by Darth Sadi. It was from them that she would recruit her new protectors. They would have a vested interest in serving a lord from their own homeworld. Avaryss intended to see that they understood that she was more than just another Sith, but was someone who could speak for them. Avaryss also recognized the need to have a second at her side, someone who the locals trusted. Her home had changed much since she had fled. She would no doubt need someone at her side that was familiar with the players that had been active in the last few years, give her a sense of just who it was she was dealing with. The magistrate seemed confident that he could find such a person. He had several candidates in mind and would have them report to her after her speech. From there, she could choose the one that best suited to her methods. She hoped that this person would be up to the challenge. She asked much of those that served with her, but rewarded good service when she found it. Hopefully, Magistrate Hissa's pick would enable her to get an idea of just how strong the rebel movement was here, and give her an idea of how best to crush it beneath her heel. She looked up at the monitors scattered around the broadcast room. The security camera feeds were being piped in from the various nearby settlements, and it would give her an idea of how well her speech had been received. Right now she could see the image of the Moff standing over the people. He was making a short introduction for her, informing the people that the Empire had seen fit to install her as Ordana's Inquisitor. Transmission begins in 10 seconds. The officer in charge of the broadcast center informed her. She stood at attention and awaited his go-ahead. She listened to the countdown and waited. She watched the hologram of Moff Gallic fade out. She stood straighter, awaiting her chance to speak. Online in 5-4. Avaryss smiled beneath her helmet. It was time. The officer in charge motioned for her to begin. She heard the holo pad beneath her feet activate. On the monitors around the room, her image appeared on the public address system. She nodded and began her speech. Loyal citizens of Ordana, I am Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, and High Inquisitor of the ID system. I speak to you now, brothers and sisters, not simply as a member of the Sith Order, but as a loyal Imperial unsure of our future in these turbulent times. She relaxed her posture, seeking to appear more approachable. The loss of our Emperor has hit us all hard. The blow that the Republic cowards have dealt to us will be answered in kind. The Emperor is gone, but his commitment to the people remains. I've come to inform you that you are not alone. The Empire that has shielded you for so many generations has neither forgotten nor rejected the sacrifices that we have asked of you. Your continued safety and security remain our main goal. We are. Static screamed out of every audio receiver in the broadcast room. Avaryss hissed in pain as her sonic bafflers tried to compensate. On the monitors, the image of her vanished. Across Ordana, her speech was being jammed. Avaryss shook her head. What? What was going on? Report, she shouted. We are receiving interference, my lord, the officer in charge informed her. We are attempting to compensate now, added a technician. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. They needed to restore the connection. She had just been getting started. They could not simply. On the monitors, a new image appeared on the public address system, a floating gold symbol that Avaryss did not recognize. The hologram of it rotated like a cred coin. What is that? She demanded. Someone give me a straight answer. A new voice filled the broadcast chamber. It was both strong and defiant. The tones altered by some voice-changing program, making it sound neither male nor female. His message was not one that Avaryss had wanted to hear. To the sons and daughters of Ordana, this is the voice of the resistance. Do not believe Sith lies and propaganda. This Inquisitor is not here to aid us, but to continue the cycle of oppression that we have known since Darth Davros was assassinated almost 5 years ago. Avaryss hissed. Who was that? What was the meaning of this? We are not traitors. We are not Republic sympathizers or terrorists. We are Ardanan like many of you, and like many of you, we have felt the sting of Darth Fear's cruelty, endured the pain of his corruption and tyranny. Once the Empire protected us, we produced for them and they offered their technology and friendship. We bowed to the Emperor, and we were rewarded for our loyalty. The covenant struck between us and Grand Moff Vacan was a good one, a fair trade. Avaryss growled. She looked over at the technicians. The officer in command was barking orders, trying to figure out what was happening, how these rebels had seized control of the Imperial broadcast system. "Jam that signal," Avaryss shouted, "and start a connection trace. If the fools continue to broadcast, we can follow it back to its source. Make sure that this does not happen again." "We are trying now, my lord," the officer promised. She glared at him. "Don't try, do it." The man nodded and got back to work. Avaryss looked up at the screens in a sense of barely controlled horror. What was this? How was this even possible? We have all suffered under the rule of Darth Fear, now a member of the Dark Council. He has chased innocent farmers from their land, burned down homes of those that have spoken against him, and taken our loved ones as hostages to try and silence us, loved ones that he gladly executes live over the holonet for all to see. Images flashed across the screen, images of public executions being carried out by Sith troopers. Avaryss cringed. This was not the way she wanted her reign here to start. Now Fear sends his favorite pet, his lapdog, to reassure us. This Darth Avaryss is no real leader. She is his sword of vengeance, and she will bring down even more death and destruction on our beloved home. The images changed again. Sith troopers executing people, walkers opening fire on crowded streets, and detention camps set up in inhospitable areas. Behold, Darth Avaryss' handiwork. The rebel voice continued. These images are of worlds that once belonged to the fallen Sith Darth Tarek. These worlds fell to Lord Fear when his loyal servant defeated Tarek and stole his holdings. Avaryss snarled behind her mask. She had had nothing to do with Darth Fear's treatment of the people on those worlds. She had been elsewhere when he began his occupation of Tarog's holdings. She had had no part in it, any of it. How dare these liars blame her for what her master had done? Tarek had been insane. He would have shattered the Empire and tried to rule over the ashes. She felt no shame for his death. It had been for the good of her people. She would not justify herself to anyone for doing her duty. "We have sent our terms to Lord Fear," the rebel voice said. The response to it was more arrests and more executions. His response was to send his puppet here, to force us all back into line. We were willing to negotiate with the Empire, to ensure that our way of life continued as it always has. Now, we have been forced to take a different path, a harder one. Avaryss shook her head. Puppet. Did they actually believe that? She had heard enough. "Do we have a trace yet?" she called out. "Not yet, my lord." She sighed. They had no choice. Cut the signal, end the transmission. The technicians worked in silence, pushing buttons and pulling levers. The image on the monitors did not change. The rebel broadcast continued. "Turn it off," the young Sith Lord snarled. "Turn it off right now." "We are trying, my lord. We are locked out of the system." Avaryss felt her heart pounding in her chest. It was all she could do not to leap out of the holofield and gut the fool officer. It fell to him to make sure nothing unforeseen happened during these broadcasts. The fact that the rebels had managed to do just that was proof of the man's mistake. It was a failure. It was a failure of the highest order. The man needed to answer for it. And all the while, the rebels continued to spew their venom. They needed to be stopped. "It was to the Emperor we bowed," the rebel voice declared, "but the Emperor is now dead, and we are no longer subject to the rule of his slaves. Hear me now, loyal sons and daughters of Oradana. Embrace the grand future that is ours by right." The rebel paused, making sure that all would realize that he or she had finally came to the true heart of this speech. It should have fallen on deaf ears. The transmission should have been cut by now, yet it still continued. Avaryss' temper continued to grow. "End that transmission," she shouted. "That is a direct order." Her people tried to obey, to cut the signal, and again they were met with little success. Finally, one technician leapt up and started ripping on the power cells from the wall, the ones powering the holocomms link with the satellite network. On the screens around the room, Avaryss could see the reaction to what was being shown. She saw the watching crowds throwing things at the Sith troopers. She saw their men falling back into the government buildings, or at least trying to. The rebels continued to broadcast images of Sith operations. Arrests and executions filled the screens. Avaryss had thought herself desensitized to such violence. She had seen and done worse in the service of her emperor, but now, watching what had happened on the screens, she realized that she was still capable of outrage. She did not blame the people of Ardana. Seeing what Fear had been doing, or what he would likely do to her home, angered her. It enraged her. She could only imagine how the common folk, who do not understand what was truly happening, would react. It is all falling apart, she realized. She had hoped to win the people of Ardana over to her side with her speech. Now she looked complacent in every cruel act that Fear had carried out here. She looked like a willing participant in his crimes. Avaryss did not like being blamed for something she had never done. That her own people would think so little of her only added more fuel to her anger, her rage. Her temper continued to build. She wanted to find the rebels and crush them utterly, but they were not here. Her fury rose. They are ruining everything, she thought. Everything. Ardana no longer needs the Empire needs us. The rebel shouted. The ID system is strong and wealthy, and we have more than enough resources to buy our way into any legitimate government. We no longer need the Sith Empire to survive. It does not matter to whom we turn, the Republic, the Mandalorians, or even the Hutts would be more hospitable than the Empire. We have what we need to free ourselves, but we need you now, good people. Stand with us, fight with us. Together we can save Ardana, together we can. The hologram finally cut out. The image of the spinning disc and the scenes of violence and death were gone. Sadly, the trick had done its work. Despite its ending, before the screens cut out from lack of power, she saw that the damage had been done. Several settlements were now openly rioting. Avaryss could see the destruction on the screen, feel the fury that was a part of it. That very same fury danced inside her now, growing hotter and brighter by the second. Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, was not pleased. Ruined, she thought. They ruined me today. She could almost see her master's face. He would be furious with her, or perhaps he wouldn't. Maybe her embarrassment would amuse him. He might enjoy seeing her brought so low before the people she was trying to protect. She imaged him laughing. She imagined Darth Sadi and Moff Gallic laughing. It was too much. It was far too much. She stood on the holofield generator, her herd pounding in her ears, her vision tinged with red. The last of the reserve power failed. The room was plunged into darkness. Red emergency lights kicked on, turning everything around her the color of blood and shadows. Did we get a connection trace, at least? She asked in a cold, silky voice. Tell me we know that signal's point of origin. There was silence. It seemed to go on forever. As it continued, her fury threatened to boil over. The signal was being relayed from half a dozen sources, my lord, the officer replied in a small, frightened voice. We were not able to pin it down. I am sorry. Avaryss took a shuddering breath. It was too much. It was far too much. In the flickering red light, she saw the technician who had cut the power, a young woman in an olive gray uniform. Only she had responded accordingly. Only she had truly tried to fulfill her master's will. Avaryss had just enough self-control left to reward those actions. She reached out with the Force and cast a sleep spell. The technician's eyes rolled back in her head as she collapsed to the floor. Service, like failure, should be rewarded, Avaryss thought, her fury and hate boiling over, threatening to take away all conscious thought. She had rewarded service. Now, it was time to reward failure, the only reward that a Sith could offer such stupidity. She reached out with the Force. The broadcast room's security doors responded. They hissed as they came online and slid down. The technicians and officers looked up in surprise, not really sure what was happening. Avaryss growled. They were all about to find out. The rebels ruined me, she thought, glaring at them. You all failed me. Somewhere the rebels were laughing at her. Somewhere Darth Fear was laughing at her. Darth Sadi was no doubt laughing in her quarters right now. They're all in on it. The dark side whispered in her ear. The technicians, the officers in this room, they helped the rebels. They are laughing at you two. They enjoyed making you look like a fool. A mistake, she thought. She ignited her lightsaber, its bright crimson blade glowing like the fury inside of her. It was a fatal mistake. Later, Colonel Glask would ask what happened. Her brother would ask what had happened. Avaryss did not have a straight answer. The fury was upon her in seconds. The rage within her overflowed, and the dark side took over. She lashed out at the technicians and the officers that had failed her. She used not just her lightsaber but her spells as well. She drove the men and women in the room to insanity. They aided in their own destruction, tearing each other apart in blind, unthinking terror and rage. There was only one survivor, the tech who she had spared. The girl was asleep during the carnage. She was the lucky one. By the time Colonel Glask and Barrick finally opened the doors, the screams of terror and rage had ceased. They found Avaryss panting, kneeling in the middle of the carnage she had wrought, her uniform stained with blood. She looked around the dead and basked in the power of the dark side. These fools at least would not be laughing at her. "My lord?" Glask asked, visibly disturbed by what she had done. "My lord," Barrick said, drawing in closer. "Sister," he whispered when no one else could hear. "Can you hear me?" Avaryss took a shuddering breath. The anger had retreated, but the power remained. It was a heady sensation indeed. She looked up at her brother. Underneath her mask she smiled. "It is okay," she murmured. "I'm here to save them." She laughed coldly. "I will save them all." Chapter 16. So, not only has your presence not ESHEW helped in quelling this rebellion, but it seems to have given it even more traction, and inspired the rebels to greater acts of resistance, to even suggest the desire to leave the Empire. The hologram of Darth Fear shook his head as he glared down at her. "Less than well done, my child," he said with a cold sneer. Avaryss did not rise to the bait. She suspected that her master wanted her to argue, that he wished her to complain. He wanted her to go on about all that had happened so that he would have a chance to not only rebuke her performance but slap her down. She would not give him that opportunity. As she knelt before the hypercom in her private quarters, it took all her self-control not to scream at her master, not to lay the blame for everything she had faced up to this point at his feet. And why should I not, she wondered. It is his fault. He dropped us into the middle of a shadow wasp's nest and now expects the impossible, Kira thought angrily. Fear had taken one of the most vital and loyal worlds in the Empire, and turned it rabid by his greed and cruelty, and now we have to deal with it. It was not what either Avaryss or Kira would call a ideal situation. "We are currently interrogating anyone who had access to the Imperial holonet, my lord," she assured him. "Every interrogation suite from here to Waro is currently being used." She smiled coldly. "I'm surprised that you can't hear the screaming back on Dromund Kaas." Fear nodded. His smile was small, but it was there. "I assume that Darth Sadi has declared martial law. We cannot afford rioting and looting to affect the war effort. The food and medical supplies of Ardana must continue to flow. Both Lord Sadi and Moff Gallic assure me that all is being done to protect our interests, though defensive measures are only half the solution. We must crush this rebellion and make sure that all this talk of succession is forgotten." "And how do you intend to do that?" her master inquired. "By making sure that the people realize the cost of rebellion," she answered. "They must see that the Empire is necessary. We must show them how their happiness and sovereignty is only guaranteed by remaining under Imperial rule." Now, her master's smile widened. "I'm starting to like the sound of that," he said. "I assume that you have a plan already in motion. How are you going to show the people the necessity of my rule?" Sith rule, Avaryss thought to herself. Fear was not necessary. In fact, if everything went as planned, she would pin all that had happened to her people, all their troubles, on Darth Fear. He would be her scapegoat, and she would deliver his head to the people of Ardana, and both they and the rest of the people of the Indy system would love her for it. It was a risky game, to be sure, but now that she had Fear's daughter in hand, and a planetary system that she could organize against him, perhaps, at long last, it would finally be possible to unseat her master, but doing so would require expert timing on her part. Everything would need to be prepared just so. Everything would need to be flawless. Right now, since fear still remained her guest aboard the Emperor's Wisdom, she would need to find a way to move her down here without attracting too much attention. Obviously, she could not simply tell the Moff and Darth Sadi that she was bringing down something important. She was starting to think that there were far too many leaks in the Ordanan government. I would rather not discuss my full plans on an open channel, my lord, she said apologetically. For now, let it be said that my first step in defeating this rabble is understanding the Ordanan mindset, and I believe I have begun to do just that. Explain, he said. I've been a walking target since I first stepped off my shuttle. The Ordanans are creatures of habit and routine. The Moff's office knew that they had a VIP coming down in a shuttle the day I arrived, and at least 100 people associated with that office knew that this VIP was being accompanied by a full company of soldiers. At the same time, the landing field where we were redirected is the only one used to accommodate incoming military vessels. Fear nodded. Routine and habit can be dangerous if read by an enemy. I assume that you think that the rebels have spies within Dana City. You think that the government tower has been breached. It is most likely, my lord, she agreed, not adding the fact that it was also possible that either Darth Sadi or Moff Gallic could have let it slip that she was coming, hoping that the rebels might deal with her. Whether they would do so on their own, or under Fear's orders, was the only thing she did not know yet. Is that why you had the Moff's broadcast crew executed? He inquired. Did you believe them conspirators in the rebels' plots? Avaryss winced. That had been a loss of control on her part. She had been angry and not responded as well as she could have. They refused to cut the transmission as I ordered, my lord, she explained. Whether that act was simple incompetence or treasonous, I do not know, but it is safe to say that it will not happen again. She smiled slightly. It was not the introduction to the people that I wanted, but it did make my point. Fear laughed. Moff Gallic was most disturbed by what happened. He contacted me directly after your little demonstration. Are you angry with me, my master? Not at all, my child. I believe you are starting to see how and why I've needed to be so harsh with these people. Much is needed of them, and they need tighter reins. That was one interpretation of what was going on, Avaryss thought. Personally, I have a better one. Fear had created this mess with his pride and stupidity. She would need to win back support for the Empire. It would not be easily. The hatred and anger that Fear had planted had taken root, and now ran deep in the hearts of people. She would need to be clever, deceptive, and cunning. Fortunately, she was Sith. Being clever, deceptive, and cunning was part of who she was. In the future, all my public broadcasts to the Ordanan people will be handled by the comm officer aboard the Emperor's Wisdom. I intend to give only a 5-minute warning before making any such announcement, which should cut down on the chances of the rebels slicing into any of my future broadcasts. Sounds reasonable, Fear agreed. Anything else? I will need your permission, my lord, to bring in unregistered supplies and personnel. From time to time, my destroyer remains on standby and is one of the most potent weapons in my arsenal, not just because of his weapons, but the specialists on board. I will likely need their help from time to time. Standard Imperial security says that I need to post the arrival time, crew, and cargo of any incoming shuttle a full 24 hours before it lands. And you wish to shorten that time to prevent the rebels organizing a welcoming committee. She nodded. As you wish, Fear sighed. I will speak with Moff Gallic. Inform him that you have my full support in bringing in unregistered shuttles for both the good of the war effort and the security of your operations. Avaryss almost smiled. Now she would be able to bring Fear down here unnoticed, or at the very least with fewer questions asked, and all with the blessings of her father. How delicious was that? She was most pleased. Despite a slow start, you seem to be quickly grasping the situation on Ordana, apprentice. Now, what is your take on Follis? Are those damn seals going to be a problem? Avaryss pursed her lips. Barrick had only gotten to speak with the ambassador once. He was understandably skittish about talking with anyone directly associated with the Inquisitor, and became even more so after the rebels hijacked her first speech. The broadcast delay with all off-world transmissions ensured that the rebels did not get to beam their message to Avaryss. The Imperials had managed to cut that at least, but it was only a matter of time until the rebels' message found its way into the hands of the foe. She would need to move quickly to get out ahead of that, but she had a few ideas. She was not overly concerned. "I was just about to send new orders to our people on Avaryss," her master informed her. "I will be increasing their production quotas by 20%. The need of the Empire continues to grow, and the citizens must be prepared to meet our demands." Avaryss frowned. "That would not do, not right now. May I respectfully request that you hold off any such orders for the moment, my lord. At least until I've been able to travel to the far homeworld and get their measure." She smiled slightly. "Once they have seen me, once I've spoken directly with their leaders, they will know how important this increase will be. It may go far in diffusing any tensions that could spring from our new demands." In other words, Kira thought, we already have one world teetering on the brink of open rebellion. We don't need our dear master causing another to go into revolt with his greed and stupidity. Avaryss fought the urge to chuckle. She could not have said it better herself, though she would have been far more tactful. Kira's social graces could be lacking sometimes. "As you wish," her master said, sounding a bit disappointed. "Inform Lobvek of your desire to see his world soon. I need those new quotas filled, apprentice. My position here on Dromund Kaas depends on it." "I will handle the matter quickly, my lord," she promised, her understanding of why he wanted this so bad now being made quite clear. It is only a matter of time until the council decides on which candidates should be put forward to sit the now vacant imperial throne. Darth Fear intends to buy allies with the supplies he is draining from the Eddy system. She was not surprised, but at the same time she was annoyed. Fear's claim to the throne was already quite strong. He had 3 full systems in his grip. That prestige and power made him a definite contender for the Emperor's throne, and as his first apprentice, that put her in very interesting position. If Fear was to ascend, and then be retired by his loyal apprentice who would be able to deny her claim to all that had once been his. It made her rethink her timetable. Perhaps she should slow things down. If she waited, she might find herself only one heartbeat away from the throne of the Sith Empire. Was that not worth the pain of her people? Was that not worth the suffering of a full star system? "I will move swiftly, father," she said, knowing how much he enjoyed hearing her call him that. "All will be in readiness when you need it." "Good," he purred. "That is very good, my daughter." A shiver ran down her spine. There was so much tension between them now, far more than there had ever been before. It was like a fire in her blood. It was intoxicating. She smiled at her master. "Do you not realize how thirsty I am for your blood? Do you not see how eager I am to leave you dead and broken on the floor of your chambers?" The image of her master dead at her feet excited her. So long she had played the good student, the willing apprentice. For too long she had bided her time learning at his feet, while at the same time seeking out new lessons on her own, expanding her powers without his knowledge. After her last embarrassment on the Emperor's station, she was determined that she would not endure another. Darth Fear's time as her master was quickly coming to an end. She welcomed that confrontation, and if the Sith throne was at stake when they finally danced their final dance, so much the better. What a tale that would be to tell her children, how their mother, Empress of the Sith, had seized the Sith throne in one brilliant stroke. It was a tale worthy of a Sith opera. Perhaps she would commission to have one written one day. Fear smiled down on her, seemingly oblivious to her ambition, her lust for his power and station. She was Lord of Avaryss, was she not, the Lady of Greed? How could she not hunger to take the next step? "So, now you understand what is expected of you," Fear said. Ordana brought back to order, and Avaryss production increased to proper imperial levels. "It will be done, my lord," she said, bowing her head. "It will be my pleasure." "Good," he said, radiating a sense of pleasure through the force. It amazed her that her senses could pick it up even from here. The connection between master and apprentice was quite strong. she would enjoy severing it when the time came. There is one more item you will need to deal with. I did my best to handle it from here but met with little success, her master said with a slight frown. My darling wife will soon be joining you on Oradana. She will be there before the week is out. Avaryss frowned. That was most unexpected, and undesired. Is that wise, my master? Oradana is hardly a secure world. I've already spoken with Sinestra on this matter, apprentice. She does not care, and will make the journey, despite my opinion on the matter. Avaryss rankled at that. Sinestra Fear had never been her greatest fan. In fact, she despised her husband's apprentice. The older Sith had always regarded Avaryss as a stray, a bumpkin from the imperial fringes who did not deserve her place in the Sith Order. She was also Sin Fear's mother, Avaryss thought unhappily. What if the mother sensed her daughter's presence on Oradana, which could prove to be a bit awkward? I don't suppose you could talk her out of making this journey, she asked her master. I cannot, he said, shaking his head. My darling wife is worried about Beale. His last few transmissions home have left her unsettled. She wishes to see him, to make sure that he is fine in his master's service. Avaryss didn't think that Sinestra would be happy when she arrived, when she saw Beale again. The change in the young man had both surprised and unsettled her. He was nothing like he was when they had first met. She suspected that Sadi had done more than simply teach the boy about the dark side. She may even have done to him what she had attempted to do to Avaryss. That would not please her master's wife. She has to expect some change in him, Avaryss said. Korriban is a place of transformation. As Sith, we simply need to accept that and move on. I'm sure that Sinestra will come to that conclusion as well, her master said. Though, personally, Avaryss doubted it. She suspected that the Lady of House Fear would be furious when she arrived and met the new and improved Beale. She would likely blame Sadi for the change, and would certainly blame Avaryss. A star could go supernova halfway across the galaxy, and her master's wife would find a way to pin it on Avaryss. That was simply the way she was. This visit will cause disruption, my master, Avaryss said with a frown. My task is difficult enough without Lady Sinestra stepping on my toes and second-guessing my choices. Your concern is understandable, considering your history with Sinestra, her master said with a nod. All I can offer is to remind you that, as a Darth, you now outrank my dear wife. Technically, she cannot tell you what to do. She can make suggestions, perhaps even offer them through me on her behalf, but beyond that, you stand above her now. Try to focus on that, and avoid any confrontations. Let her speak with Beale, and hopefully that will be the end of it. If only that were so, Avaryss thought. Why does the witch have to come here now? Kira hissed in the back of her mind. It is not like we don't have half a dozen other things to worry about. True, Avaryss agreed, but this was her son. Did she not have a right to be concerned about his welfare? Motherhood is a powerful tether, my lord, she said. I will not interfere with this pull. See that you don't, Fear advised. You will both be happier that way. Avaryss chuckled. Maybe I should try and observe what passes between them. One day, when I'm a mother, what I learn might come in handy. Fear chuckled at that. Perhaps, my child, he agreed. Perhaps so. Avaryss shivered slightly. Something had passed between her and Darth Fear. She sensed amusement when she mentioned starting her own family one day. No, it was not mere amusement, but something else. It felt like a tremor in the Force. It left her unsettled. Is everything okay, my dear? Her master asked. You look troubled. She smiled dismissively. It is nothing, my lord. A slight shift in the Force. Give it no further thought. As you wish, he said. You know what is expected of you, my child. Do not disappoint me. You will bring this rebellion to heel. We have too much writing on this to accept anything less. It will be done, my lord, she promised, bowing her head in submission. All of your dreams will come true, she said. Both yours and mine. Avaryss left her chambers with a spring in her step, and plans and plots on her mind. She made her way down the halls of the government tower, her black cape swirling behind her. Imperials moved out of her way as she passed. Word had gotten out about what had happened in the broadcast room. Officially, the people inside had been killed by a terrorist bomb, but rumors still circulated that told of another story. Avaryss did nothing to stop that story spread. It would go far in establishing her reputation here. She did not accept failure, not when the stakes of the game were so high. The Imperials would simply have to accept that. Speaking of Imperials, she was on her way to speak with Magistrate Hissa right now. Since he had decided to ally himself with her politically, he had been working hard to ensure her success in the coming days. She hoped the man was up to the challenge. She hoped that he would reward her faith in him. If he did not, he knew what would happen. The rebel broadcast had not helped her cause any. Hissa was forced to reevaluate the people he had been approaching about coming to her aid. Many had seen the broadcast of how fear did business, and now were worried about their own homes be razed, their people executed. "I am not my master," she had told Hissa. "Make sure our people understand that. Actions do speak louder than words, my lord," he advised. "I believe you will find greater success once the people get to know you. Once they understand that you are willing to fight for them and the interests of your homeworld, they will start to come around." Avaryss nodded. The man may have been a bootlick, but he did have a point. Darth Sadi never left Dana City. She had always left all matters outside the city to her enforcers. Darth Fear functioned much in the same way. If the people saw her in the field, if they saw her actively trying to help them, it might go a long way in winning their support. It would also go a long way in cutting off the support for the rebellion. Right now they were trying to claim the title of Defenders of the Oridanan people. If she could take that away from them, their support would quickly dry up. Plus, when she had the people on her side, her grip on Ordana would increase fivefold. It might be just what she needed when she finally challenged Darth Fear. If she could bring his head back to her people, she would likely be hailed as a hero for it. It was yet another reason why she needed to succeed here. Take the world, and everything else would start to fall into place. She was sure of it. She had foreseen it. It would be done. But first, she had to win the people's support. Her first steps to that victory began now. She had requested that Hissa find her a local Oridanan, a guide and advisor that she could work with. It needed to be someone that the people trusted, someone that could help sell the story that she was the people's champion and best hope of emerging from the chaos that was threatening to engulf their world. Before the failed speech, Hissa had said he had several candidates. After it was done, he found himself with only one. The others had dropped out, not wishing to associate themselves with Darth Fear's apprentice. She did not blame them. They would come to regret that decision, she thought. She intended to use her advisor, but at the same time reward him or her handsomely. That was another step she had learned towards rising in power. It never hurt to elevate one's underlings. It motivated others to seek to find their way into her good graces and service. As for Avaryss herself, she liked seeing her underlings rise, and was always careful to make sure they realized who it was that had seen to their promotion. It was the smart thing to do. Never let your underlings forget who they truly served. As she arrived outside of Hissa's office, she could hear voices inside. It seemed that Hissa had been true to his word and found what she had needed quickly. Good. She ordered her 2 bodyguards to remain outside the door, preferring to meet her new advisor alone. She checked her uniform, making sure that it was spotless, and that her helmet was secured and sat just right on her head. She knocked on the door, and stepped in when it opened. Hissa knew she was coming, and as a Darth she should never wait on the leave of underlings. She froze as she stepped inside the door, her purple eyes widened in both shock and disbelief. No, she thought to herself. Damn it. No. She had never been so grateful for the mask she wore. It hit her shock, her sense of disbelief. Magistrate Hissa stood up. He gave her a warm and courteous smile. Lord Avaryss, he said, welcome. May I present the young man that you requested? Avaryss swallowed hard. No, she thought, no. This was not right. This was not fair. Why did the Force have to be so cruel? Why? The young man rose from his chair. She knew him the instant she saw him, despite the slight change of the last few years and the peacekeeper's uniform he now wore. She would have known him anywhere. The the Force would have told him who it was. She could have been blinded and knew who he was. She was left speechless. It could not be. "My lord," Hissa said, motioning the man forward. "May I present Lieutenant Roan Wilkes of our security forces?" The magistrate's smile widened. "He will be showing you around." "My lord," her childhood friend said, snapping to attention looking like the good soldier that he was. He gave that smile she had known so well as a child, warm but mischievous. "I look forward to working with you." Chapter 17. "Is this your first time on Ordana, my lord?" Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Now that she had finally gotten over the initial shock of seeing Roan Wilkes again, her temper and self-control had both reasserted themselves. "He has no right to be here," she thought angrily, "no right." "He's talking to you," Kira reminded her. "You need to answer him." She suppressed a sigh. She still could not believe that he was here. She had been in shock when she saw him, but perhaps she should not have been. The Force moved you in ways that could be most unexpected. She should have anticipated something like this. Hissa, not knowing who she was and her history with the Wilkes family, would not have understood what she had been feeling at that moment. How could he? Who else could possibly understand? Ro, being Ro, had tried to play the charming card. He had always been good at that. She remembered how the girls in his class had always giggled when he played the gentleman. Airheaded fools, she thought. Not a one had been deserving of him. She had not fallen for his act. She knew him too well. When he reached out to take her hand and kiss it, she offered him her mechanical hand. That had thrown him off his game. He wasn't sure what to do when he took it, she remembered with a hint of a smile. Even to someone that was not Force sensitive, her new hand could be disturbing. The crystals built into it were designed to focus dark side energy so that she could still use her powers despite her loss. She had been told that some people found touching her artificial hand troubling. They could sense the dark side energies contained within. It had had the desired effect, for the moment. Ro had politely withdrawn. That experience had shut her old friend up. For a while at least. Now, it appeared that he was trying again. "How special?" "My lord," he repeated, "have you been here before?" Maybe he thought she had not heard him. She felt her fingers clenching into an angry fist. How would she play this now? Tell him what he wanted, or simply ignore him? Tell him nothing, the dark side within her whispered, "He is far beneath you now. You don't owe him anything." "No," she said flatly, without expanding on it any more than that. Ro waited for her to respond further. When she did not, he coughed and shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He fell silent again, realizing that it was a good idea for him to remain quiet around her. Lucky him. He did not understand. He had been summoned to be her guide, and now she was resisting his every attempt at an advance. She knew it was a foolish move on her part, but her emotions allowed for nothing else. The past between them was too strong. What else could she possibly do? They were currently seated across from each other in one of the Empire's large-wheel military transports. The winds of Ordana winters made using speeders difficult, especially if a surprise storm came up. The wide-base armored transports were not easily affected. It took a lot to blow them off course, their heaviness making them perfect for operations here on Ordana. Being aboard one made Avaryss a little nervous. The last time she had seen one of these transports, it had been outside her family farm, having transported the men and women that had killed her family. Do not think about that now, she thought angrily. All that had happened in the past. It had no relevance on what was happening now. I'm no longer some scared 15-year-old farm girl. I'm a Dark Lord of the Sith, and I will not be denied. We need to move forward then, Kira inquired. Of course, but... Then why are you being such a shudder to Ro? Talk to him, we requested him after all. Use him. Avaryss cursed under her breath, grateful for the privacy mode on her helmet. She had requested an Ordana to work with her. She needed to make the best of it. Damn it. As for Ro, she was not sure how useful he would be to her. Magistrate Hissa said he was both well-known and trusted by the people here. Yet, when she looked at him, she could only see the son of the man who had betrayed her father, the man who had tried to have her delivered to his son as a trophy, something pretty to make their power grab seem that much more legitimate. Avaryss had no words to describe what she was feeling in that moment. She did not know how much Hissa had told him about her, only that he was likely her best bet to win the hearts and the minds of the people, or so the magistrate had claimed. She decided that when she did have to speak to him, she would be using only her Dromund Kaas accent. She would not reveal her origins to him, not yet. She could sense her former friend's discomfort, his confusion. She had summoned him, but now she pushed him away. He does not realize that it is me, she thought. When he looks at me, all he sees is another masked and armored Sith. Perhaps that is for the best. Perhaps Ro should not know who she truly was. She frowned slightly. That knowledge would likely lead to further complications. When she had first reached out with the Force, when she touched Ro Wilk's mind, all she felt was fear and distrust. She did not blame him. After everything that her master had done, she would not have been willing to accept her either. They would need to work on that, if he was going to help her. Of course, that would mean winning his trust, which meant she would have to open up to him, give him at least an idea of who and what she was now. She was not sure if she could do that. Then we have failed before we even had a chance to begin, Kira reminded her. If you cannot gain Ro's trust, what is the point of trying with anyone else? Kira's defense of Ro was surprising. Avaryss did not understand the fear she was sensing. Why was Ro Wilkes afraid? Had his father not risen to the rank of overseer because of Darth fear? Why would he be fearful or distrustful of the motives of someone who had proved so valuable in the past? It made little sense, as did Kira's response to all of this. Avaryss' other half should have been screaming for Ro's blood, but instead, she was speaking up for him, defending him. Why? Why would she do that? In fact, she seemed downright intrigued by what Hissa and the Force had dropped into her lap. You have questions about what happened that night, she offered Avaryss. Why not ask them and be done with it? Ro is sitting right here. You want to know the truth about what his father did? Well, why not ask him now? Avaryss shook her head no. There was no reason to dig up the past. The dead were in their graves. Let them rest. But you are not dead, Kira reminded her, and neither is Ro. You need him, and you are stupidly holding a grudge. If the past is dead, then let it die. Let go of your grudge and use him. She could feel Kira's desire to look upon the boy who had been her friend all those years ago. Kira purred softly. He still looks good, doesn't he? A shiver ran down Avaryss' spine. Maybe you should take a closer look. Avaryss dared to glance up, truly looking at her old friend, her former friend. Ro noticed. He looked up at her, prompting her to look away quickly. My lord? He asked. It is nothing, Avaryss said quickly, perhaps too quickly. Damn it. She swallowed hard. Despite her anger about the past, she could not deny the truth about one thing that Kira had said. Ro, he did look good. The last time they had seen each other, Ron Wilkes had only just turned 17. He would be 21 now by her estimation. His dark hair was cut in proper military fashion, short, but by no means buzzed like some raw recruits. He was still broad-shouldered with bright green eyes. He had just a hint of stubble on his face, giving him a more rugged look. His security volunteer's uniform fit him snugly, showing off his muscular physique. Ro had always cut an impressive figure. He had been a handsome young farm boy, and had now grown into a handsome young peacekeeper. The kind of man her father might have approved of. Avaryss shook her head. What was she doing? What she was thinking, what she was looking at. It was beyond inappropriate. Why are you ogling him? Avaryss asked Kira. Her response came back with amusement. Aren't you? Kira had first really got to know him shortly after she had turned 10. He was about 12 then, and their fathers, recently returned from the war with the Republic, had been working closely in those days, getting used to their new positions. Ander was an overseer, and Golan Wilkes was chief peacekeeper. As a 12-year-old, Ron Wilkes had been a torment to little Kira. He had seemed to enjoy making things uncomfortable for her, teasing her about how she ran and how skinny and coltish she had been. At first she had tried to ignore him, But he had not let it happen. He just stayed close and kept at it, and she had been stuck listening to him. As the years had rolled by, they slowly but surely found a rapport, until one day they had looked up and realized that their relationship had changed. At 15, she had grown into a curvy and athletic young girl. Ro had noticed that, and, now looking back, she realized that he had been trying to gain her attention, that what she had been experiencing up to this point had been a game of sorts, the goal, to interest the young daughter of the overseer. Golem Wilkes, Ro's father, had tried to convince his old army buddy that his son should marry his friend's eldest daughter. Ander Lillis had never said yes to the match, but she suspected that he had considered it. Looking back, Avaryss wondered what Kira's response would have been had her father chosen to take his old friend up on the offer. Would she have resisted the match? Avaryss could not say for certain. Meanwhile, her mother had had her own ideas, and those had colored father's feelings on the matter. That was why the deal had never really been sealed, she supposed. Maya Lillis had done her best to discourage her husband, at least, that is what Avaryss believed had happened. Looking back, she realized all the times that her mother had suggested to her father that Kira be matched with the son of one of the rich landowners in the southern provinces, that such a marriage would be better for their family in the long run. Avaryss shook her head. How times had changed. Maya and Ander Lilos were dead. The southern landowners had been all but destroyed. Their property now owned by her master, and she and Ro Wilkes now found themselves riding in a transport together, both in service of the man who had destroyed her family. Irony. Had things happened a little differently, had Maya Lilas managed to find her daughter a match in the southern provinces, then it was highly likely she'd be dead by now. Either killed by her master's enforcers or forced to live in one of the many squatter camps that were now scattered about the plains. The Force had saved her from that fate. It had given Kira Lillis a chance to be more than what she had ever thought possible. She had become Avaryss, and Avaryss still had a chance to avenge her family. But was Ro part of that revenge? Was he an enemy or an ally? She simply did not know. The transport was now several kilometers outside of Dennis City, moving out across the plains. Despite the martial law and lockdown issued by both Darth Sadi and Moff Gallic, trouble still plagued the various settlements that had heard the rebels' call to arms. A full Sith Legion had been deployed to prevent any further uprising. Sith Walkers now protected the various granaries and spore processing centers that helped drive the Oradana economy. Avaryss, along with Enforcer Nar, War Master Bleez, Zen, and Ro Wilkes were on their way to investigate two trouble spots that had sprung up in the last hour. Nar's young Tukata dozed at their master's feet. From what she had observed, the beasts did nothing without their master's order. It was an impressive display, to say the least. Avaryss had been surprised that the slim pureblood had managed to master the beast. I served as an enforcer on Korriban for a time, my lord, he informed her. I protected the reclamation services people, made sure that they did not get overwhelmed by the local wildlife. The pureblood cackled. I've always had a talent for mastering beasts. I think I prefer them over most people. Avaryss nodded. She had heard of the Force offering such gifts. Though she was surprised to find that Nar was a mere enforcer, surely a pureblood, so strong in the Force should have risen higher in the Sith ranks. Were you ever a student on Korriban? She asked. No, he confessed. I didn't have the temperament for it. I came up through the academy on Fury 2. From there I found myself recruited into the army, served with the Marauders for a time. The admission did not sit well with Enforcer. She felt that he was waiting for her to make some snide remark about being trained at one of the Furies. She did not do that. Avaryss smiled. I trained at Fury 9. It may have been a blasted rock, but I learned much there. His golden eyes widened slightly. You came up from Fury 9. It was not easily, she admitted proudly. I had to fight twice as hard to earn twice as much prestige, but success is possible. After all, we are both here, are we not? None could doubt that accomplishment. The pure blood nodded. She sensed that his perception of her had changed. He knows now that I'm not simply some pampered rich girl from Dromund Kaas. That perception could prove useful. She still did not know how tight of a control that Darth Sadi had over the enforcers. She needed to determine that as she moved forward. Technically, they were under her direct command, but who could say where their loyalties truly lay? From speaking with Nar, from probing him with various questions, she had been able to determine two things. Number one, both he and twins were more in Sadie's pocket than they were willing to admit. Comments that he had made, and several harsh looks at her criticism of the Dark Lord had confirmed that. And two, that the Twi'lek enforcer known as Chilled was a bit of a wild card. Sadie chose to keep the girl close, but that did not mean loyalty. According to Nar, the Lord of the Iddy system had mentioned several times that she would not be disappointed if the Twi'lek did not return when she was sent out on mission. Avaryss filed that knowledge for later use. Could the alien girl be an ally? She would need to speak with her, not to mention evaluate her performance more before she could be sure. As for her own team, Avaryss had advised them all to be cautious around Darth Sadie and the enforcers. Bleez maintained the distance that Avaryss had come to expect from the War Master while Zen was, well, Zen. Avaryss watched her apprentice closely. She was still not sure if she trusted Zen and Barrick's relationship, despite what she had seen up this point. She also did not fail to notice how the former Jedi was now looking at Ro, evaluating him, perhaps even undressing him with her eyes, trying to draw her old friend's attention. Avaryss was not pleased with that. She had warned Zen about moving on from Barrick, of getting bored and looking for someone new to play with. Avaryss needed Ro where he was, and she did not wish to have Barrick distracted if his girls suddenly started looking at other men and causing problems. Plus, it is Ro, Kira reminded her. Zen would be wise to keep her hands to herself, at least where Ro was concerned. Avaryss nodded slightly. Indeed, she thought. In this, she and Kira were in agreement. Ro was off limits. She would make sure that Zen understood that. The transport continued to rumble down the road. The pilots in the front alerted Avaryss and company that they were approaching their first destination. The Dark Lord nodded. The rebels had stolen her first attempt to introduce herself to the Ordanan people. Now, she intended to correct that. She had spent enough time on the defensive, giving the rebels free shots at her and her holdings. That ended now. One step at a time, she thought to herself. One step at a time. Their first stop had been a small family-owned refueling station outside of Dana City. An hour after the rebel broadcast, a small command speeder carrying 6 Sith troopers had been ambushed here. As the troopers had been refueling their transport, they had come under fire from tall grass across from the station. The speeder had pulled away from the station and swung around to shield the troopers only to have it be destroyed a few moments later by an explosion of unknown origin. The explosion had killed 2 of the troopers, and the others had responded by hurling grenades into the tall grass, prompting those firing into revealing their position. The troopers had pursued these troublemakers only to be cut down a few seconds later by a secondary ambush, more enemy fighters hidden from view. Avaryss shook her head as she examined the bodies laying out on the road. As ambushes went, this one had not been fairly well planned out. Nar was currently searching where the attackers had been hiding, he and his beasts looking for clues. Bleez and Zen remained at her side, while Ro questioned the owner of the station and his family. Her eyes turned to the refueling station and the family that maintained it. Now the question was if the people that lived here knew about the ambush, and if so, how could she turn the matter to her advantage? The owners of the station were currently standing outside of it under guard. The man introduced himself as Ogden Mack. His wife and 2 sons were at his side. She estimated that the boys were between 10 and 11 and seemed more interested in the soldiers than what had happened here. The youngest one had even saluted when he saw Bleez. Being the good soldier, the War Master had returned that salute. It was kind of cute. Avaryss was pleased that at least some of the next generation held the Empire in their hearts. It gave her hope for what she was trying to accomplish. Avaryss said nothing as Ro interacted with the man and his family. He called the man by name, and she could sense familiarity between them. Strange, she thought, they were a long way from Ord, which is where Ro should have been stationed. It was odd that he would have a relationship with people so close to the capital. You are going to have to talk to him and find out, Kira reminded her. You can't use a resource if you don't understand it. That was true. Still, she was hesitant. It was still Ro, after all. Finally, the station's owner turned his attention to her. He had told the same story over and over since they had arrived. He had known nothing about the ambush. With the winds being what they were this time of year, he had heard nothing until the explosions and shooting had begun. The man clasped his hand before him. She could feel his fear, his concern for his family. I swear, we knew nothing of this attack. Please have mercy, my lord. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. Those who ask for mercy are not worthy of it. That was the Sith way. Still, a little mercy now might buy her more cooperation later. Plus, she sensed no duplicity from the man. These families were simple people. They did not care about the games the Dark Lords played. We will need to investigate this matter, she said using her Oridanan accent, which surprised both Ogden and Ro. She turned to the boys. They were not afraid. In fact, they seemed eager to be around the soldiers, wanting to get a closer look at the transport. She smiled. She had an idea. In the meantime, your sons will be spending the night in the capital. I wish them to understand what we are doing to protect them from the criminals that have done this heinous crime. Avaryss leaned in closer. She wanted the boys' undivided attention. Would you like that? She asked them, would you like to see what the inside of a military transport looks like? She sensed excitement from the children. They looked almost giddy as they accepted her offer. They squealed happily, asking their parents if they could go. They did not really understand what she was doing. Ro looked aghast, and the parents were clearly afraid. Avaryss sighed. They had no reason to be afraid. We will see them safely back tomorrow, she promised. You have my word. The parents now had no recourse. A Sith had given her word. They would be wise to accept her offer. Avaryss turned to War Master Bleez. Make our young friends comfortable, will you, War Master? Bleez nodded. It was not the usual order that Avaryss gave, but it would be obeyed. The children pulled away from their parents. Both looked horrified, and through the force she could sense their terror. Fear not, Avaryss promised them in a low voice, a voice that the boys would not hear. You are a family of loyal Imperials. She chuckled. Loyal Imperials have nothing to fear from me. The mother and father nodded nervously. They knew better to question a Sith when her mind was made up. She turned her cape swishing behind her in the winter wind. Ro followed after her, as her troopers began to return to the transport, preparing to move out. Nar's beasts had found nothing to aid them in the search for the rebels that did this, but that was fine for now. It would not be so easy to set up a similar ambush in the future. A pair of security droids would be left behind to tend to the dead troopers and make sure that no one interfered with the crime scene. Hiss's people would arrive shortly to clean up what was left. Avaryss had done what was expected of her. Now she returned to her transport. Ro followed closely in her wake. Permission to speak, my lord, he whispered to her. Granted, she replied, trying to keep a civil tongue. Are those boys safe? He asked. Their parents are. They have nothing to worry about, Avaryss assured him. I meant what I said. They will be returned unharmed tomorrow, and they will have a few exciting stories to tell their little friends. And the parents? Ro asked. Avaryss smiled beneath her mask. I'm sure they got my point. I could have just as easily taken their children forever, conscripted them, executed them, done whatever I wanted, but I won't. She glanced over at Ro. I'm not a monster, Lieutenant, despite what the rebels think. Ro Wilkes nodded. You are also from here, he said. For the first time he was not acting. He was not playing the charming boy or the good little soldier for the first time. She was talking to Ro Wilkes again. She found it gratifying. Magistrate Hissa told me, but I did not believe it. Avaryss shrugged. There are many things about me that you would not believe, Lieutenant. She laughed lightly. Be here long enough, you might just get to know all of them. He laughed. For the first time she felt no fear, only amusement. That, and interest. Avaryss blushed under her helmet. She had not thought her last comment suggestive, but perhaps it was. Damn. The transport continued on. They had one more stop to make before returning to Dana City. The two boys, Olive and Righton were intrigued by everything around them. Avaryss had ordered that the boys be subjected to nothing negative on this journey. She wanted them to return from the capital with nothing but good things to say about their new inquisitor. A long journey started with a single step. It may have seemed like a small thing, winning the trust of two young boys, but it was necessary. She was not a monster. She wanted the people to see that. She asked Bleez to keep an eye on them, make sure that they touched nothing that they were not supposed to. The War Master seemed to have no problem playing babysitter. In fact, the trooper seemed both eager and proud to share what the Imperial Army had to offer a young man. Bleez is a proud Sith soldier. Avaryss may not have known the whole story, but that was clear. Bleez owed much to the Empire, and was not afraid to share what the Empire had to give. Olive, the younger one, was curious about Nars Tukada, but was advised his distance. The Sith hounds were no mere pets. The beasts would not attack without their master's order, but that did not mean that they were not dangerous if surprised. The enforcer wisely kept them back. Their next stop was a granary that had been raided after the rebel broadcast. The trooper stationed there had been driven off by a superior force. The food stuff stored there burned. Avaryss was eager to hear the trooper's explanation. They arrived to find the place a shambles, harvesters destroyed, and the storage barns burnt to the ground. Avaryss frowned when she saw the war droids that had been stationed here. They lay broken inside their recharge sockets. They had not even been online when the attack began. She shook her head. Fools, she thought. Stupid, irresponsible fools. The 6 men trusted to guard this place stood at attention in front of the barracks. According to them, as they had been settling in for the night, the enemy had attacked. A large cargo transport backed up by at least a dozen enemy fighters on speeder bikes. The droids had been taken out first before the troopers had had a chance to respond. The enemy followed up by striking at the buildings with firebombs and grenades. The troopers had had no choice but to flee and return with a larger force, or so they claimed. Avaryss frowned. She would have made a different call. The barracks here was a hard reinforced building. The troopers could have fallen back there, held out for an hour or two at least. It would have been long enough for reinforcements to arrive from one of the nearby settlements. They had not done that, however. They had run, and now she had little to go on but wreckage and a destroyed food shipment that was vital to the off-world war effort. She was not pleased. I fear that many of our storage facilities are at risk, Rose said, speaking quietly enough so that only she could hear. Darth Sadi removed all of the Ordana security volunteers from these sites. She did not trust us, thinking that we might be working with these criminals. Is it possible that the rebels have infiltrated your ranks? She asked. Possibly, but I would still say there are more loyal Imperials among the volunteers than rebels. The troops that Lord Sadi is providing are not the best. All the best troopers are deployed on the front lines. Avaryss nodded. Ro was not wrong in that assessment. She sighed. The men had fled without even trying to hold back the enemy tide. The rebels had even had time to erase the computer systems here. The security feeds were blank. No pictures or audio data that would have helped identify the ones who had done this. She was not happy about that. She was not happy at all. These men had got caught with their trousers down, and the Empire had paid the price. She hissed angrily. She could not just let this slide. She asked Ro to go back into the transport and contact the magistrate. She intended to use her authority as Inquisitor to get the local security force for their holdings reinstated. After he had left to fulfill her orders, she had pulled Zen aside and whispered orders into the girl's ear. Her apprentice smiled when she heard them, no doubt approving of what was about to happen. As for the men here, Avaryss ordered them to return to their barracks. She would be sending reinforcements soon, and a crew to repair the damage done and get things up and running again. The men did not question her orders. Why would they? They likely thought they were getting off light. She had held her temper and not executed any of them. They thought they were safe. She was willing to let them believe that. For now, Avaryss ordered her men back to the transport while the failed guards returned to their barracks as ordered. She said nothing more until they were back on the road. When they were out of ear, and a shot of the destroyed granary. She called the transport to a halt. It slid to a stop idly in the middle of the road. Avaryss smiled. It was time to finish her business. "Zen, did we have a weapons test scheduled for today?" she called out. "We did, master," her apprentice replied, looking as innocent as she could. "The targets are programmed and locked into the weapons console, as you ordered." Avaryss nodded. "Good." Ro looked up at her. He could not see her face, but she was smiling. She had one final point to make. He would be an excellent witness for what came next. The transport pulled off the road as his weapon systems came online. The trooper at the weapons console gave up his seat to the Dark Lord. She wanted to make sure that everything was in readiness. "We should test the onboard missile system," she said. Her attention turned to their two young guests. She grinned. "Olive Wrighton," she called out. "I'm about to blow up some targets with the long-range weapon system." She smirked beneath her mask. "Would you like to do the honors?" The boy squealed and leapt forward. Avaryss rose from her seat and motioned them forward. The older boy took the chair while his brother stood behind him. He whined a bit about that, but Avaryss assured him that he would be able to have a turn. They would both get to fire the weapons, she promised. There were enough targets for all. She showed the boys how to bring up the pre-programmed targets, how to lock weapons and to fire. The first two targets were easy, wrecked equipment left over from when Darth Fear took over 5 years ago. The third target was a barracks at a now damaged granary. Ro looked over her shoulder as the boys set up the next shot, talking excitedly and eager to tell their friends about this. Ro gave her a look, to which she shrugged. She had wanted to give the boys a fun story, but at the same time her duty compelled her to punish those who failed her. She was due both with a single shot. Olive, now sitting at firing control, laughed as the computer gave a steady tone, declaring target lock. "Fire," Avaryss ordered in her sweetest voice. The boy pressed the button. The missile flew from the launcher above them. The transport shook as it went. A few moments later, the barracks exploded. The high-yield missile struck, tearing through the reinforced armor. For those inside, there had been no escape. The boys cheered. Behind them, Avaryss sensed the emotions of her own troopers. It had taken them a bit, but they had just realized what it was she had been doing. What the so-called weapons test really was. She sensed a tide of conflicting emotions. She felt acceptance for the killing of the cowardly troopers, shock at how it was done, anger at the fact that she had let the boys do it for her. Zen grinned hungrily, enjoying the little game they had set up. Avaryss smiled. The boys remained oblivious to what they had just done. They had been occupied aboard the transport when it had stopped at the granary. They had not even seen the place, so how would they have recognized it? No, they had done their duty to the Empire and their Inquisitor. Avaryss was most pleased. Ro swallowed hard as he looked down at the deck. He glanced up at her, realizing for the first time how complicated she was. She was not a monster, no, but that did not mean that she went light on enemies and those who failed the Empire. She understood what the Empire asked of her. She would not let it down. "I got it," Olive crowed. "I hit it." "Nice one, Olive," his brother said, patting him on the shoulder. "Good job, brother." Avaryss laughed lightly, the sound mostly muffled by her mask. "Indeed, young one," she said, nodding respectfully. "Well struck." Chapter 18. Another restless night. Avaryss sat at a small table in her chambers in the government tower of Dana City. In her lap sat a datapad, its prompt blinking on and off, awaiting her next order. The young Dark Lord frowned. As a Darth, she had access to most of the data stored in the Imperial Information Network. Only a member of the Dark Council or one of the Emperor's staff could deny her anything stored here. Knowledge is power. That old adage was true. It was even more true in the realm of politics, where the entire galaxy seemed to rotate on secrets. Right now, she sought to make sure that she was on the right track, that her allies had not steered her false. She had started her search about an hour after returning from her journey out on the plains. Once she had made sure her two young guests were taken care of, Avaryss had retired to her quarters. She let Nar handle things with Darth Sadi. She let him explain what had happened and the steps she had taken to establish her dominance over the people of Ardana. She had expected some response, perhaps a summons by the Lord of the 80 system, but, surprisingly, no summons had come. What that might mean, she could not say yet. Maybe Sadi approved of her actions today. Maybe she felt that Avaryss was on the right track. Whether she approved or not did not concern Avaryss. She had made the first move. Now she would see how the other Darth responded. She had concluded her evening by logging on to the Imperial Information Network. She had spent the next few hours going over the histories of the people that now led Ardana. Both Moff Gallic and Darth Sadi clearly had her master's ear. She was curious to see just how they had gotten there. The historical records were fairly straightforward on both important dates in the lives of the two, their many commendations and victories. As she read, she recognized that what she was reading was not fully the truth, but it did offer her some insight into what she would likely face later on. As she read through the various reports, there was one name she was trying to ignore, one person that she was trying not to think about. Magistrate Hissa had insisted that Ro Wilkes was the man she needed to help her advance her agenda here on Ardana. She was not sure she bought that, still, she could not deny it. Ro Wilkes was not what he had been. She tried to ignore it, just go to bed and forget about Ro. He was a tool to be used now, nothing more. Yet, when she closed her eyes, her mother's voice was waiting for her, imploring her to go home, that she was needed, and had to go home. She was not sure how long she had tossed and turned, how many times she had been woken by her mother's command. Finally, she could not take it anymore. She got up, and now here she was back at work with her data pad in her lap. The computer was still awaiting her next command. All she had to do was enter Ro's name, and what she sought would be at her fingertips. She would know just what kind of a man he had become, and if he was everything that Hissa had promised. She had seen a hint of that back at the fueling station, but now she desired something more concrete. She desired definitive proof that the young lieutenant was everything that Hissa said he was. Is that the only reason you are interested in him? Kira asked. Of course, Avaryss shrugged. Why else would I be? Somewhere, deep inside her, Kira laughed. I think you are deluding yourself, Avi. There is more to it and you know it. Avaryss sniffed. What did Kira know? His room is just a level or two below yours, Kira reminded her. How do you think he would react if he saw you again? If he saw beneath the mask and saw the woman that you had become? What would you say to him? What would he say back? Would he be happy? Would he throw his arms around you, pick you up, and spin you around like the old friend you were? Or? Kira laughed. Avaryss could imagine a sly smirk on her face. Maybe he would want more. And maybe, just maybe, you would enjoy giving it to him. Avaryss hissed. Silence, she spat. Why? Did I say something bad? Are you honestly going to say that the thought does not intrigue you? Just a little. Avaryss' eyes narrowed in anger. Shut your mouth. Her mind immediately went to several years ago, right after they had finished the harvest. Ro had borrowed a bottle of wine from his father's stores. The two of them had gone off together. They had had a picnic on the plains. It had been nice. They had both drunk too much. Either that or the wine had been too strong, and they were simply not used to it. Anyway, the two of them had found themselves lying on a blanket under the warm Ardana sun, giggling over one thing or another. Kira's head had been spinning slightly, but still she remembered what had happened next clearly. She had looked up at her childhood friend and saw something different there, something that almost took her breath away. Had she been a little older, things might have gone more swiftly then. Ro had also looked at her with new eyes, eyes that had made her blush. Despite the warmth of the sun, she had felt cold, and so Ro had pulled her to him, wrapping her in those strong arms of his. The two had ended up snuggling together, wrapped tightly within a blanket. She had been nervous at first, but only at first. The warmth of his body, the smell of wine and sweat, they had soothed her. Ro had leaned down and kissed her forehead, promising that he would always be there for her, that he would take care of her, Looking back, Avaryss preferred to think of that as her first kiss. Her true one had been stolen by a Hutt spawn named Brighton during the early months of her Sith training. She far preferred this memory to that one. Even now she could remember how it felt. His arms, the feel of hard-corded muscle, soft and warm under her fingertips. Even now that memory made her body warm. Her breathing and heart rate picked up. They had done nothing that day. Perhaps they had been too intoxicated. Or maybe they had simply been too innocent. Whatever the reason, they did nothing, just slept in each other's arms. But in doing so, they had planted a seed. After all these years, Avaryss now wondered what would happen if she chose to revisit what they had started that day. What it would mean if they did. Kira had her own opinions on that, of course. It was rare that Kira was without an opinion. It had been too long, Kira said. Far too long. Avaryss did not need to ask what it was. She knew. It had become an itch of sort, an itch that had grown over the last few months. Maybe the time has come to scratch that itch again. Avaryss sneered at that. Did Kira truly understand what she was saying? The very idea of it made her shake her head. And what about Finn? She asked. Have you forgotten him? Not at all, Kira replied innocently. But Finn is not here, is he? I'm not saying that we should marry Ro or anything, only that he could be fun. She could imagine Kira shaking her head. It has been 2 years, almost 3. Don't you think it is time that we found some release? Avaryss sighed. It had been a while. Fel, her first love, had died almost 5 years ago. She might have cherished her memories of him had Darth Tarek not tainted them. After Fel, she had found a young Sith warrior named Erdl, a friend of Taya's husband Fim. They had been comfort partners for a time. Neither of them had been looking for a real relationship, just a bit of companionship, a means to slake their lust every now and again. Thinking of Erdl made her sigh. He had died on Alderaan a few months back, killed aiding House Thule, an ally of the Sith. Even before that, it had been a while. Erdl's work had kept him away from Dromund Kaas, and she had been busy trying to be the hero that the Empire had needed. Now, here she was back on Ardana. Ro was staying here in the tower, his room not that far away. She took a shuddering breath. Desire before duty, young Sith? She could do it. She could just go down to his room, take off her helmet, and explain everything. If he was still the Ro she remembered, he would. She paused. He would what? She had no answer to that question, not yet. That is why she was currently logging into the Sith data pad, the records the Empire kept on officials and their families. If she wanted to make sure before she began anything, before she did something that might be stupid. It was here that she would find the answer she sought. She entered Ro's name. His file came up seconds later. Avaryss carefully read it, her eyes moving over the script. Interesting, she thought. And most unexpected. Most of it was basic information. Wilkes, Roan, 21 years of age, standard, lieutenant in the Ardana Security Volunteers. Avaryss looked at the picture the file contained. His eyes, they looked so sad. He does look good though, Kira added, and ooh, look Avi, he never married. Avaryss hissed, wishing that the stupid farm girl would be silent. She did not need distractions right now. She was trying to think. According to this file, Golan Wilkes, Ro's father and overseer for Oread and the surrounding settlements, was dead. He had died a few months after she had left to begin her training. There was no record of how he died, but the suddenness of it shocked her. He had been elevated by Darth Fear, she thought, for him to have died so quickly. Had he failed in some way? Had her master's servants executed him? Or had he been killed in some other fashion? The file did not say. As for the rest of Ro's family, there was even less information. The file listed his mother, brothers, and sisters as off-world, location unknown. Unusual for the Sith and their Imperial allies. Normally, they preferred to keep detailed and up-to-date records. Something else you can ask Ro about when you finally let down your guard and speak with him honestly, Kira advised. From what she was reading here, it did not sound like the rise of the Wilkes family had gone off as well as they had hoped for, or rather what Golan Wilkes had hoped for. In his absence, his son had stayed, and not only that, He had thrived. She saw records of multiple commendations here, awards for both courage and valor in carrying out his duties. Avaryss was impressed. She read through the cases that her old friend had had a hand in solving. One stood out above all others. She pursed her lips. According to this, Ro Wilkes had aided in bringing to justice the brigands who had murdered Andrew Lillis and his family. Well, she thought with an amused sniff. Wasn't that interesting? As far as she knew, she had killed all the Sith troopers that had carried out her family's execution. She had not realized that any criminals had been chosen to serve as scapegoats, which apparently they had. She shook her head. According to the record of the investigation, Ro had killed the ringleader himself. It must have been a most impressive fight, to be sure. Yet, another thing she would have to ask Ro about. Seeing the file on her family, she could not resist temptation. She was curious what was said about her father after his untimely end. How did the Sith look at him now? She called up her father's file, his service record, and history. Once again she saw the long list of citations for bravery and service. The edicts he had enacted as overseer, often with Ro's father at his side. The fact that this still made it look like the two men remained friendly all their lives were a bit annoying to her. No record of Golan Wilkes selling her father out. No admission of what had truly happened to the Lillis family. Avaryss sighed. She should not have been surprised. The image of her father stared back at her from the data pad. Looking at him now, it was not easy. Despite the fact that Rick looked so much like him, she had to admit that as the years had gone by it had gotten harder and harder to remember her father's face. The sound of his voice, it was all slipping away. "You do not need him anymore," the darkness whispered. "You have the dark side. That is all you will ever need." She frowned. She was not sure that was true. Her eyes went to her father's personal file, the history of his life outside of his duty, the records of his family. She found herself looking at the name Kira Lillis, her date of birth, even the age that she had died. Avaryss chuckled at that. Someone had told her once, long ago, that she needed to let Kira die, that it was the only way to achieve her desires, to let the dark side change her to such a degree that her past no longer mattered. She had believed that for a time, but now, Kira was back. It called into question everything that she had done. "It wasn't that gave me the strength to come back," Kira reminded her. "That was all you, Avi. You chose to be me again, and that was all that I needed to find my way back into the light." She thought she could hear Kira laughing. "And you consider me the weak one?" Avaryss did not respond to that. She would not be baited, not by Kira, not anyone. She brought up Kira's file, read it. She was not surprised that the file contained no picture. She suspected Darth Fear's hand in that particular oversight. Darth Avaryss was a fairly well-known Sith. No one would wish to see her power undercut by the fact that she had once been a simple farm girl from Ardana. One by one she brought up the files on the rest of her family. Ange, her baby sister, had the shortest file. She had been so young when she died. Pamir and Talitha's files contained academic scores and several educational activities they had been involved with. Once again, the Sith need to know and document surprised her. She has thought such things as her sister's schooling was beneath the notice of those in power. She had, apparently, been wrong. She closed her sister's files. Only her mother's file remained. The Dark Lord frowned again. It was her mother's voice that continued to haunt her. Did she dare to look into her mother's eyes again, to see her image? Would her history give her any clue of what it was that she wanted, why her eldest daughter had needed to come home? Even now, when she closed her eyes, Avaryss could hear the faint strains of the old lullaby, the words that had haunted her for years now. She brought up her mother's file. She entered her passcode and requested all information on Maya Lillis. She waited as the computer continued to search. She waited patiently. Her datapad beeped. There was no file to be found. Hearing that made Avaryss blink. What? What do you mean there is no file? She backed out and entered the command again, once again typing her mother's name, and again, she got the same result. No file found. Her mother had no file in the Imperial directory. Avaryss was not sure what to make of that. She went back to her father's file again, his family list. She found her mother's name listed as Lilith's spouse. She even learned her mother's maiden name. She had been born Maya Maritza. Avaryss entered the name Maya Maritza into the datapad. It whirred again as it began to search for all relevant files. The Dark Lord shook her head. What was going on? Maya Lilith had been a simple woman. She had been the wife of a farmer who then became a soldier, and later an overseer. How could such a simple woman be forgotten, and why? Is she forgotten? The darkness within her asked, or was she erased? Avaryss pursed her lips. Why would someone need to erase her mother? It did not make sense. The computer beeped. The datapad had managed to download a file on Maya Maritza. Reading that file, it left Avaryss more confused than before. According to what she was seeing here, Maya Maritza had first arrived on Ordana 25 years ago. She arrived just before the war to defeat the Republic had begun. That was all the information that the Imperial Information Network had on her. There was no listing of what ship she arrived on. There was no planet of birth listed for the young woman. And most interesting of all, the only record of ever having been on Ordana was her proof of marriage to one Lilith. No other information was included, not even a record of the birth of her children. Avaryss did not know what to make of that. It was as if someone was trying to erase her mother from existence. Why? She wondered. Who would want to do that? She once again tried to bring up Maya Lilith's file, this time using a link to Maritza. The screen on her datapad changed. She blinked as the pad issued a loud, yet high-pitched tone. The screen turned blood red, with the Imperial symbol in the middle of it. Text scrolled beneath the symbol. Avaryss shook her head. What had she stumbled onto this time? The message informed her that all data related to the topic she was trying to answer had been declared classified. Any further attempt to access these files would be met with serious reprisals. Avaryss tried to enter in her security override. As a Darth, she had one. It should have worked anywhere in the Empire. It should have brought up any and all possible files on Maya Maritza and my Lilith. It did not work that day, however. Again, she was confronted with failure. Only this time, the file contained a warning anyone caught disregarding it would be taken before the Grand Magistrate had punished for her high treason and espionage. Why? Avaryss wondered. What was so important about her mother? Why was her history being blocked? Avaryss shook her head. As a Darth, she had security clearance. That clearance could only be revoked if someone believed that she had turned against the Empire, but that made no sense. The only two offices that could block her request were the Dark Council and the Emperor's staff. She did not recognize the code that was used to classify her mother's file. It made no sense, she thought, shaking her head. For once, Kira was silent. She said nothing about Ro and how useful he could be to them. The Dark Lord scowled. It seemed like she had stumbled upon a mystery, one that had nothing to do with the rebellion. She sighed. Who was Maya Lilith, and why was her history above even a Darth's attention? What were you doing, Mom? Kira finally asked. Why would the records of your arrival need to be classified? She could not say. Avaryss nodded grimly. She would find out. If she was certain of anything, that was it. She would find out. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith. She could not be stopped. She would not be denied. Chapter 19. You are certain of this? Avaryss looked at Hissa. The man stood at attention while she read the report he had presented her with. She had been meditating in her quarters when he came to her with this report. Though her body was tired, the Force had made sure that her mind was sharp, and her temper equally so. She had scowled when the magistrate had come, insisting that she look at this report. I do hope that you are not wasting my time, magistrate, she had thought. She was in no mood to be bothered by something trivial. As it turned out, it wasn't. It is certain, my lord, he assured her. He looked nervous. He could probably detect the warning in her voice. I double-checked the information myself. Avaryss nodded. Very well, she thought. The report the magistrate had brought her was in regards to the granary attack she had investigated. Though she had executed the soldiers for their incompetence, It was clear that something else was going on here. She sighed. It seemed that nothing was as it seemed on her homeworld. The rebels had destroyed the computer system that monitored the granary and its systems, but before the attack, the computer had flagged an event that it considered unusual. That report had been broadcast back to Dana City, and it had only now come to light. The droids were in their recharging sockets, as I discovered, Avaryss said thoughtfully, but even then they should have activated remotely at the first sign of trouble. That is true, my lord, Hissa nodded. It is a standard security function on all war droids, defense against surprise attack. But they didn't activate, did they? She said, shaking her head and holding up the data pad Hissa had given her. According to this, someone sent an all-clear command to the droids before the attack, an order saying that they were not needed. Avaryss sighed. The rebels have our command codes. Hissa pursed his lips in distaste. They have command codes, my lord, not necessarily ours. She pinned the Imperial with a cold look. Explain. According to the computer, the commands issued to the droids were not the ones that Ordana Security is currently using. They are older codes, far older than I would have expected. Then why did the droids not activate? Out-of-date codes should have been flagged and ignored. Because the codes contained an executive cipher, he informed her. As I said, these codes are not currently used by Ordana Security, but they are viable because of whom they belong to, who they were created for. Avaryss nodded. She understood now what the man was saying. The codes used to deactivate the granary security were not Ordanan or Imperial. They were Sith codes. They were codes used by the Dark Lords. The realization did not surprise her. I should have known, with everything happening in the galaxy right now. It was obvious. There was a Dark Lord involved in this rebellion. So much for unity in times of war, she thought morosely. Was this some rival of her master's making a power grab? Was it Darth Sadi? Was the Dark Lord looking to step up by embarrassing Lord Fear? Was she trying to make him look unable to defend his holdings? Too many possible enemies, she thought. Far too many questions. Can we identify whose command codes these are? She asked the magistrate. Could we find out which lord had access to them? Unlikely, my lord, Hissa confessed. As a mere Imperial official, my reach is limited when it comes to the Sith Order. Avaryss nodded. Of course it was. The Sith could not have their Imperials interfering in their power games, could they? She shook her head. Damn, she thought. It was another dead end. She could poke around herself, of course, but that might not end well. If Sadi was involved, any channel that Avaryss could use to learn about these codes was likely being watched. Can you tell me anything else about these codes? Do standard procedures reveal anything else? As I said, the codes are old. They should have been considered out of date. How far out of date? She inquired. Hissa shrugged. 2 decades at least. His words shocked her. 2 decades. And the codes were still accepted. As I also said, they contained the Sith executive cipher. Though odd, it is not impossible for a Sith that had been gone for a long time to return to the Empire and start accessing Imperial resources. Back before we revealed ourselves to the Republic, it was quite common for Dark Lords to be out of contact for years. Moving silently was one of our best security measures. Avaryss nodded. She could see that, as the Empire had expanded into what the Republic called the Unknown Regions, Sith had been known to go out of contact for years, not wishing to risk being discovered by the Republic and Jedi. Still, 2 decades. What Sith would have dared being gone that long? We should deactivate these codes, she said. If the rebels have access to them, we can deny them this advantage, force them to function with limited resources. It would be wiser for us to do nothing at this time, my lord, Hissa advised. Right now, we know that the rebels have access to our systems by using these codes. If we were to simply cancel them, we lose a valuable opportunity. Rather than cancel the codes, we should watch them, see if they are used again, and by whom. It could give us an idea where the rebels intend to strike next, or... Avaryss smiled. Or it might reveal who gave the rebels such access. If it was a Dark Lord, they may try to use it themselves, and if they do, we will have evidence of their link to the rebellion. We could crush them all in one swift stroke. It is a possibility, Hissa said with a hint of a smile. Do I have your approval, my lord? Shall we let the rebels continue to use the codes? She nodded. It was a subtle plan, she liked it, and if Hissa could identify any Dark Lords conspiring with the rebels, that could be useful too. If she knew who was behind all this, she could use that knowledge as leverage. She could bring it before the Dark Council, or at the very least threaten to bring it before the Council. If she could kill any Sith support for the rebel cause, it would go a long way to containing and resolving this rather tense situation. Yes, she thought. We will be patient. We shall lay in wait and let our enemies reveal themselves. Continue your observations, magistrate, she ordered Hissa. Either find me the rebellion or the Sith Lord aiding it. Do so, and I will see you greatly rewarded. It will be done, my lord, he promised, a hint of a sly smile on his lips. I will bring you these rebels' heads on a plate. Hissa left her then, eager to continue his investigation. She hated to admit it, but the man was beginning to prove most useful. Perhaps her father had been wrong about him all those years ago. Perhaps the man was not the fool that Andor Lilas feared he was. She sent the magistrate on his way. He was to watch and see if the command codes they had discovered were used again. In the meantime, Avaryss still had work to do. The sun was barely up when her brother came to join her. She had sent him a summons the night before, or rather a request to dine with her this morning. Despite his relationship with Zen, knowing her apprentice's appetites, Rick seemed well rested. Avaryss frowned. If only she could say the same. She felt weary, more than weary. The Force sustained her, but it was only a matter of time until his power proved unable to hold back the ravages of her dreams and nightmares. I will need to find a solution, she realized, and soon. She did not think she could go on like this. Yet for now, she had to. She had a rebellion to defeat and a world to bring back to order. She would not stop until both had been accomplished. Tell me what you have learned of the ambassador, she ordered. What is his take on the current situation with the rebellion? I tried again to meet with him. He saw me, briefly, Beric said. He is still not sure of your intentions. He came to Ordana to assure Darth Fear that his people would continue to honor the pact that they had made with the Empire years ago. But he has already heard rumors about an increase in the quotas for his world. He is worried that the rebels will find allies among his people if those new quotas go into effect, and that the Empire will respond by crushing his people. Avaryss nodded. Viable fears, she acknowledged. Fear was not the type of man to accept no for an answer. If he felt that the quotas needed to be increased, they would be. That was simply the way it was. She shook her head. You will need to go to Fallis, Avi, Kira said. The Sealmen must see you as an ally. Someone who will look out for their interests as citizens of the Empire. She had never been to Fallis, had only read a little about what it was like in her early schooling. It would not be easy to put the people of that world at ease. I will speak with the ambassador myself, she told her brother. Perhaps it is time that I arranged a visit to Fallis. It might be in our favor to remind the people that their new inquisitor is both there to help and watching them. Beric shrugged. It couldn't hurt. He agreed, provided you showed the people there that you are not simply your master's mouthpiece or errand girl. Avaryss gave him an arch look. Do you see me as an errand girl, Rick? I see you as your master's apprentice, he replied diplomatically. His commands have influenced your judgment in the past. She frowned, but said nothing more. He was right in that at least. Is there anything else that I need to know? Her brother frowned. Lemore approached Zen yesterday evening. He wanted her to know that should we need anything, she should seek him out. Avaryss sighed. Unsurprising. And so it begins, she thought. She wondered which of her master's pawns would make the first move. As Avaryss' apprentice, a former Jedi that had betrayed her oath, Zen might have seemed the vulnerable link in the young Darth's entourage. What would he offer her? Avaryss wondered. It probably depended on who he was speaking for. Darth Fear had almost unlimited resources. He had never really showed an interest in turning Zen against her, but that might have changed now that she was here, and he was back into the seat of power on Dromund Kaas. If it wasn't her master, if it was Darth Sadi, that would be different. She had warned her people about the charisma of the Lord of the 80 system. Even she had almost fallen prey to it, she would not let her people fall into such a trap. Be mindful and careful around her. Know that she is perfectly capable of changing your minds if you let yourselves get caught up in her words. She could only hope that they would listen. It was as she had said when they first arrived. They were surrounded by enemies here. For a bit, the brother and sister ate in silence. There was one last thing she was curious about. She would not mind his opinion on it. Did Mother ever talk about her history? She asked. Did she ever talk about her family? Where she had come from? He gave her a curious look. We were her family, he reminded her. That is what she always said. Why do you ask? Avaryss sighed. She had hoped for more. Rick was the eldest. Mother had married Father right before he had gone off to war. Beric had been born 9 months later. She had hoped that he might remember something, that she might have shared something with him before her father's improving fortunes had shaped her life, before her other children had come and become so important to her. What do you remember about her? She asked. Your earliest memories. Her brother shrugged. Not much, little things about my childhood, her smile, her lullaby. Avaryss frowned. She did not need to hear about that damned lullaby. She heard it almost every night now. It had ceased to be comforting. Why so curious? He asked. Because during the course of my work I found myself looking up Mother's history. Imagine my surprise, dear brother, when I discovered that she has none. No real record of her life here exists, with the exception of her proof of marriage to Father. Beric paused, a biscuit halfway to his mouth. No record at all. None, she said, shaking her head. None that I could access anyway. But you are Darth, he reminded her. How could anyone deny you access to anything? I'm a young Darth, and my authority is not limitless, not yet. She frowned. Only 2 bodies in the Sith Empire can deny a Darth access to anything, members of the Dark Council, or the office of the Emperor. That got her brother's attention. He gave her an incredulous look. Why would someone in the Emperor's office want to hide Mother's history? She was a farmer's wife. What would be the point? That is what I'm trying to determine, she shrugged. She found it interesting that her brother's first thoughts went to the Emperor. Avaryss had suspected Dark Council involvement, but what would be the point? She considered what Beric had said. Why would someone in the Emperor's office care about Mother? I will continue to look into this, she promised. Perhaps I shall make a journey to Orid. Take a look at the hard files they have stored there. He nodded. Mother was always busy with us, but she still attended gatherings at Father's side. She still did business with people. One of them has to know something. My thoughts exactly, and with Ro Wilkes at my side, things should go swifter. He is known there, and his presence will likely open many doors. Her brother smirked at her. You and Ro Wilkes, Hella. The 2 of you working together. She was not sure why, but she blushed slightly. Hissa claims that his contacts here will be useful. He knows better than to lie to me. And is that the only reason you are willing to work with him? Not trying to rekindle an old flame? Now she did blush. It was never like that with us. Mother worried that it was, he reminded her. I remember that she always wanted you to marry up. Ro is beneath me now. I'm a Darth of the Sith Empire. How would it look if I was observed fraternizing with him? He is beneath you, Kira chuckled. What an interesting turn of phrase. Avaryss ignored her, but she could not stop the color in her cheeks. Damn it, she thought. This is why I wear the mask in public. Ro Wilkes is nothing but a tool, dear brother, I can promise you that. Okay, he shrugged. Just remember what you told me, what the Wilkes did to our family. Don't let your old boyfriend sway your judgment. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. He is not mine. She rolled her eyes and stood up. She was angry at him, though she was not sure why. You have little room to talk about my past dalliances. I have warned you about Zan. Please do not forget who and what she is. If he took offense, he did not show it. He merely smiled. We love who we love, sister. I understand that better than most. She frowned, remembering what Zen had said to her. about not believing in love. She feared that her brother wasn't for a rude awakening down the line. She would do what she could to protect him. After their meal, he left to see to his duties. He would make the request of a visit to Fallis to Lobvec. Hopefully the seal man would see the wisdom in accepting her request. She sighed. In the meantime, she intended to go to Orid, not just to see what files there said about Mother, but also to remind the local population that the Inquisitor was here, and at their service. She had laid the first stone with the deal with the two boys. In fact, she would return them herself on her way to Orid. She would show the people that she was true to her word, and that she was more than her master's blade. She went to fresher, she would have a quick shower, and get dressed. It was still early, but that was fine. She had much to do today. She preferred an early start. 20 minutes later, she was going down the hall clad in her mask and full Sith robes. When she first set foot in Orid, it would be as a Sith Inquisitor. She had to have the people's attention and fear from the start, but then she could begin injecting her sense of patriotism and desire for the restoration of order. Her people would respond to that, as they had before. The Republic offered only the chaos of the illusion of democracy, with the Jedi enforcing that will as long as it led them to greater power. The Sith were at least honest about their desires. A Sith wanted control, and through that control, order was established. What more could people want? Order ensured that they got to live their lives without worry. They could be confident that their leaders were in control. Was that not better than the chaos and corruption that the Republic offered? Avaryss made her way to Ro's quarters. She was eager to get started, so eager that she simply entered without knocking. "Lieutenant Wilkes," she called out, "we need to." She froze mid-step, her words caught in her throat. She thought, her mind trying to get running again. Oh my. Ro Wilkes was not yet awake when she entered. He had fallen asleep on the small couch in the main area of his quarters, and a data pad lay on the floor next to him. He lay on his back, with his right arm over his eyes, but that was not what had stopped her in her tracks. There was barely any light coming through the windows, but what she saw intrigued her. Ro had taken off his shirt during the night. The sight that now greeted her was interesting to say the least. Strong muscular arms, a flat muscular stomach that rose and fell slowly with each breath. The slight dusting of hair across his chest taking nothing away from the physical perfection she saw lay out before her. Beneath her helmet, she blushed scarlet, her mouth went dry, and a sense of warmth began building in her gut and working its way down quickly. She shuddered. Kira murmured happily, enjoying the view. "Isn't this a sight for sore eyes, huh, Avi?" "I want one." Ro startled slightly and sat up. "My lord," he said in a groggy voice, looking around quickly. Can I help you?" She was speechless for a moment. The spell that she had walked into robbed her of all speech. She shook her head. It was all she could do to try and regain her composure. She cursed herself silently. He had hurt Kira, she realized. The stupid farm girl had spoken out loud. Damn. She straightened her robes and tried to regain her composure. I will be journeying into Aura today," she informed him. "I wish you to accompany me when I journey into Aura today." He looked up at her, his expression still cloudy with sleep. Again she cursed under her breath. "Journey into Aura today. I wish you to accompany me when I journey into Aura today." Had she actually said that? Was she actually so tongue-tied? Ro did not call her on it. He simply nodded, rose, and stretched. "As you wish, my lord," he said, yawning. "I'm here to serve." "And what kind of services do you think he offers?" Kira purred. "It might be fun to find out." Avaryss ignored her, or tried to at least. She continued to keep her eyes diverted, trying not to be distracted by the handsome man standing before her, searching for where he had put down his shirt. What is wrong with me? She wondered. It hasn't been that long, has it? Almost 3 years, Kira reminded her. Avaryss shook her head. Damn. Ro finally found his shirt and pulled it over his head. She felt the slight bite of disappointment, but hid it quickly. She was not some ill-educated peasant girl or an innocent hopeful anymore. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith. She needed to start acting like one. "What is your business in Orid?" he asked. "A lord's business," she replied, not wishing to be questioned by him. "I've also been told that you can help me in interacting with the village's leaders." "Is that so?" he asked. "It is. That is what Hissa told me." Ro chuckled. "The magistrate has a gift for understatement. I've spent the last 3 years getting to know every overseer, mayor, and peacekeeper from Orid to Waro." He looked up and gave her a warm smile. "You want a proper introduction to those that lead our people? I'm your best shot." "Impressive," she said, hoping that he was not simply telling her what she wanted to hear. Ro gave her that confident smirk she remembered so well from her childhood. "I know many ways to impress you, Inquisitor," he said warmly. "All you have to do is give me a chance." Her eyes narrowed. Was he flirting with her? Surprising considering that he could not even see her face. Still, she could not deny that she was responding to his attention. Her body warmed under his regard. A flicker of lust flashed through her. "I shall get ready," he promised. "Need to take a shower. We can be ready to go in an hour." She pursed her lips. "He is going to take a shower," Kira purred. "Do you think he would like some company?" Again, Avaryss tried to ignore her, but she could not completely stop the shuddering breath that escaped from her mask. Damn it, she thought. She did not doubt that Ro was enjoying this. It seemed he had learned how to play with a woman in the last few years. She suppressed a shiver. "Lucky her." See that you are," she said, trying to keep any trace of huskiness out of her voice. "We leave in 1 hour." She turned to go, to retreat and regain her composure. He stopped her with a single phrase. "Why do you always wear that thing?" She paused. "By that thing, you mean my mask?" "Yeah, why do you wear it? You are around your allies here, you know." Avaryss turned to him, in that she was at least in safer territory. "In the Empire, an ally can become an enemy very quickly," she reminded him. "Dropping my guard around anyone is not the smartest of moves, at least until I know who my friends are." He nodded. She sensed that he understood what she was saying, perhaps better than he was willing to admit. She found herself feeling a bit sorry for him. "Poor boy," Kira murmured. "Maybe we can help heal his poor heart." Avaryss hissed. Despite her best efforts, she had let Ro get to her, just as she had done when they were children. Damn the man, she thought. Damn him straight to hell. She had not wanted it to be this way. It would have been safer if she hated him. 1 hour, Lieutenant, she said flatly before fleeing his presence. Avaryss made her way down the hall quickly, not even waiting for the door to close behind her. She did not look back. She did not even dare. I should send him away, she thought. There is too much history between us, too many old wounds. You still need him, Kira reminded her. Yes, but. She frowned and tried to think of Finn. He was her destiny, not Ro. That does not mean that you cannot have a bit of fun in the meantime, Kira advised her. Finn is not here, and Ro is. Finn would not wish you to suffer in silence while he is off doing who knows what for his precious republic. If that is not clearance to enjoy yourself a little, I don't know what is. Avaryss could almost see Kira's face. She was smiling slyly at her other self. Give Ro a chance. He might be just what you need to find a good night's sleep. After all, when you were with Fel, you never worried about finding rest. Erdal was nice for that too. Avaryss' brow furrowed. I don't see how taking Ro for a roll in the long grass is going to help anything. Kira laughed again. I didn't think you were interested in that. Avaryss cursed under her breath again. Damn it. Chapter 20. My father was chief peacekeeper for almost 5 years. He spent a lot of time getting to know all the right people, and often I was at his side. Ro chuckled. He didn't realize it, but he was preparing me for all this. The young lieutenant shook his head. I suppose I should be grateful for that. Avaryss nodded. Though she already knew most of the story, having grown up around Ro, she had heard an abbreviated version many times, usually in the form of complaints from the boy that would become the man sitting next to her. Some people might have found her deception as cruel, but it wasn't. She was not motivated entirely by a desire to hurt her former friend. It was necessary to hear it from Ro himself, both to hide who she was, and to get an idea of what was going on in his head, how he saw himself in this new Ordana. She needed to see if he belonged to anyone yet. Hissa said her could be trusted, but the magistrate could have been deceived. She preferred to err on the side of caution. The game she was playing was a dangerous one. She had no desire to get caught off guard. The two were currently riding in a command speeder, heading out towards the settlement of Ord. Blees and a small detachment of guards followed behind them. The decision to go to Ord had been a necessary one. It served as one of the main processing centers of spores and foodstuffs on the planet. If the rebellion wished to continue hurting the Empire, it was there that they would likely choose to strike. We need to remind the people that the Empire keeping them safe, Avaryss thought. Both remind and warn them. Resistance will not be tolerated. Darth Sadi did not seem completely sold on the plan, but, as Inquisitor, the final choice fell to Avaryss. She would make the journey. She needed to do her job, and look into other matters. The people need to see me, Avaryss thought, not the fiction that the rebels had tried to create, but the true her. She could be dangerous if crossed, yes, but at the same time she could be a great ally to her friends and servants. She wished for the people of Ord to be both. Plus, it had a hard record storage for all its citizens like the Lilas family. Avaryss nodded slightly. Perhaps those hard files would reveal more about her mother's history, and why the need to erase so much about her past. Why do you even care? The darkness within whispered. How does your mother's history affect your life as a Sith? How does it help your mission here? It affects it, she thought, because someone very high up decided that mother's history was worth their time to erase. Why go to all that trouble if it was not important? What if someone was trying to hide something? What that something was, she could not say, but she was curious. Knowledge was power, and this knowledge needed to be hers. Who knew where it might lead? She turned to Ro. He seemed distracted by their journey, the long grass blowing in the winter wind. She sighed. Did he miss what had been before? Did he miss the simplicity that had once been a way of life here? Darth Avaryss had been a more hands-off ruler than Darth Fear. The people had gotten to live their lives. As long as the quotas were met, the Empire let the Ardanan people live their lives in isolation, in a state of blissful ignorance. Fear had changed that, and now the war was making him tighten his grip on this planet even more, the war, and his desire to ascend to the now vacant throne. She did not want to see Darth Fear as Emperor, but at the same time, his ascension would bring her closer to the throne than anyone else. If he seized the Sith throne, all she would have to do was reach out and take it when the time was right. Was that not worth bowing and scraping to him for a little while longer? Was that not worth the happiness of her homeworld? She frowned. She could grind Ordana beneath her heel, she could crush any resistance to her master's rule, but in doing so she would prove herself to be the one thing that she did not wish to be. She would prove herself her master's puppet, his blade at his enemies' throats. She shook her head. Why was this so hard? Why did she feel so conflicted? Because you do not want to hurt our people, Kira reminded her. You dreamed of making this world a paradise once. You could do so if you continue on your current path. But the throne. If you control the Empire's food supply, the spores that increase the effects of our medical supplies, you will not need Darth Fear. You will have the Empire by the throat. They will have no choice. They can either bow or be destroyed. She shivered. Both ideas had their merits. What was she to do? What would a true Dark Lord do? My lord. She looked over. Ro was looking at her, a concerned look on his face. Is something wrong? You seem tense. Avaryss shook her head. I'm fine, she said dismissively. She did not wish to discuss this with him right now. Still, she was surprised that he picked up on her tension. She did not think she let things slip so easily. She was usually not so foolish as to let a little thing like body language reveal her emotions. Being back on Ordana was changing her, she feared, but was she growing weaker or stronger? It might have nothing to do with you, Kira suggested. It might just be Ro. She dared another glance at him. Maybe, she thought. Ro is a seasoned investigator now, Kira reminded her. You should not be surprised. Again Avaryss sighed. She had not expected this to be so difficult. It would have been easier if the past did not keep intruding on the present. Despite her past feelings, her desire to see the Wilks pay for what had happened to her and her family, what she was feeling when she looked at Ro was confusing the issue. It would have been easier if he did not radiate with the silent pain. She could sense his hurting, and it made the predator in her sit up and take notice. Normally, such signals made her want to destroy someone, but this time, she felt something different. She found herself remembering that picnic long ago, the feel of his arms around her, the smell of him, and the softness of his skin. She shivered. She could honestly say, this was probably the first time she felt any sort of attraction to a man who was not Force-sensitive, and yes, she was willing to admit that it was attraction. The thought of being with a mundane had never really entered her mind before this. What would it be like? When two Force-sensitives were together, it was an experience to be sure. It was not just physical intimacy, but mental intimacy as well. And when two Force-sensitives chose to become truly intimate, it went beyond mere physical desire. Through the Force, the two became one in that one sweet, indescribable moment. All that you were, was, and might be all became rolled up in a beautiful, spiritual, and physical experience, an experience that left you breathless, changed. She frowned beneath her mask. What would it be like to be with a mundane? Someone who could not share in such an experience. The thought made her mouth go dry. She was curious to say the least. Perhaps Kira was right. Perhaps she needed to explore what had happened to Ro, how the last few years had been for him. It might be the only way to make an informed decision on what came next. You seem very well connected, she said conversationally. Ro shrugged. As I said, my father was an ambitious man. Her old friend shook his head. Too ambitious, maybe. She looked over him, wondering what he meant by that. May I ask you what happened? Again, Ro shrugged. I assume you are wondering how my father died. I'm guessing you read my file. You seem to be a very thorough Sith, my lord. She nodded. She would not insult him by playing childish games. Ro gave her a sad smile. After his friend was killed, my father was named overseer. There were people in our district that did not agree with his promotion. Those first few weeks of Darth Fear's rule were chaotic to say the least. She felt a ripple of pain go off of him. The part of her that was Kira wanted to reach out to him, but Avaryss held it in check. There was a riot. My father brought in the security volunteers, men and women that he trusted. He did not need to go, but he thought that it would help calm things down. Most people still knew him as chief peacekeeper. He thought his presence might help calm things down. One of the rioters had a vibro blade, and Ro snorted. He died when someone stabbed him in the throat. His men tried to get him to a medical facility, but the wound was too bad and too deep. Once he was gone, my mother took my siblings and left. They feared that our family would suffer reprisals for my father's failure to contain things. But you stayed. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that my father's death was not in vain, and I had other reasons. The murder of my father's friend, the first overseer, and his family. I wanted to bring them to justice. Avaryss listened intently, surprised by what she had heard. Had Ro not known what his father had done? Had he not known that Golan Wilks had made a deal with Darth Fear? It did not feel like it. She sensed no deception in her old friend's words. She reached out with the Force. In that moment, Ro Wilks' emotions were raw. They betrayed him, as she suspected they would. What she felt surprised her. I sensed that there was more to the story. A girl. Ro winced. I was close to the previous overseer's family, he admitted to her. Their daughter was. He shook his head. It doesn't matter now. She is dead, and the people that hurt her are too. I brought them all down for what they did. I can't take pride in that. Avaryss nodded. Again, she felt no deception in what Ro was thinking, what he was feeling. It touched her deeply. He is a mundane, the dark side reminded her. There is no value in letting him into your life. He is not Force-sensitive, and would only serve to weaken your bloodline. Maybe Kira agreed, but it would be fun, bringing him in. She shivered. Kira was not wrong. It would be fun. What of you, my lord? Ro asked. Me, she said with a tilt of her head. Hissa said you were from here, and I can certainly hear that in your accent. He smiled slightly. What is your story? She was tempted to tell him what he had said to her, what she felt through the Force. She wanted to bare her soul to him. She wanted to do it, and she almost did. Almost. She sighed. I was an orphan, she admitted. The Imperial mission found me in a weak moment. They recognized what I was and could become, and sent me off-world, where I attended a Sith Academy. She nodded grimly. They made me who I am. Ro nodded, accepting her story. It was not a lie. In fact, it was the truth, just not the whole truth. The investigator in him likely suspected that there was more to the story, but did not push her on it. I'm sorry, he said. It is never easy leaving one's home. She tried to respond dismissively, to further keep him off balance. I gained more than I lost that day. The dark side gave me much, and allowed me to return as more than I was before. I can make a difference here now, more than anyone else realizes. Ro laughed. She gave him a cool look. You doubt me? No, he said, smirking. I just didn't peg you for an idealist. Most of the Sith I've spoken with are more concerned about their own power than making a difference. He chuckled. Your boyfriend must love that about you. She pursed her lips. Boyfriend? Why would Ro ask about that? Was he trying to see if she was with anyone on Dromund Kaas? Again she felt her body warm. My work occupies most of my time, she confessed, and with the war on there is little time for such dalliances. I'm on my own. Really? He said innocently, suggesting that the comment was anything but. Why do you ask? She inquired. Just making conversation, he replied. And what of you, Lieutenant? Do your girlfriends admire your bravery for standing up and questioning a Sith in so direct a manner? She was interested in how he responded to that. Ro had had no shortage of female admirers. She wondered if he had ever given in to one. The file she had read said he was unmarried, but that did not mean that he was unattached. Like you, ma'am, my work is my main concern, he said, and again she felt no lie in his words. Her heart beat a little faster, despite her wishing that it wouldn't. Why do you ask? He said. She shrugged. Just making conversation, she answered, a hint of a smile on her face. Just like you. He grinned. Fair enough, my lord, he said. Fair enough. The village of Orid was much as she remembered it. With the exception of an increased Sith military presence, the place had not changed much. The government building still stood. As to the security walls and collection of warehouses where the Empire stored the various goods it needed for transport. As for the people, they seemed curious about her arrival. A small crowd began to gather as her command speeder and its escort pulled up before the main government building. She sensed a mix of fear and hostility, but did not think much of it. Between what he master had been doing and the rebels' disinformation campaign, she had suspected that she would not be greeted with open arms, not by the common folk anyway. The mayor and his staff emerged to meet them, offering both welcome and the assurance that the people of Orid remained committed to life under the Empire, and that the rebels would find no allies here. That remains to be seen, she thought to herself. So far she had experienced nothing to suggest that Ardana was the loyal place that she remembered. She was determined to change that, to bring her people back from the brink. She would do it by any means necessary. Whatever it took, she was prepared to do it. This world would be brought to heel. As was tradition, the mayor and his staff met with her privately within the building to swear to her, their Dark Lord's representative, an oath of fealty and loyalty. She let the meeting happen. She found the whole thing incredibly boring, but the niceties had to be observed. She sat in the chair as the Imperials stood around her, kneeling and swearing their loyalty. Her mechanical fingers idly traced a circle on her leg as the mayor and his sycophants droned on and on. Ro noticed what she was doing, and so she quickly stopped. She was not sure if he could tell that she was bored by all this or if he felt something else was going on. She looked away from him, down and to the right. She pretended that she had not noticed anything, that she had not noticed his eyes upon her. It was better that than the alternative. Once all the ceremony had been concluded, she summoned the mayor and his staff to make a full report of what they were doing to help combat the rebels. She wished to hear what plans these politicians and their drones had put in place. Sadly, she was not pleased by what she heard. The mayor felt it was safer not to antagonize the rebels, that by increasing the military presence here, he was only inviting problems to befall their little settlement. Darth Fear had already strengthened the garrison here in Orid as he had done in many of the settlements throughout the planet. So far there had been no attacks in Orid or the surrounding towns. There had been a few issues involving the village's young people, but those had been dealt with swiftly and decisively by Oridana's security volunteers. Ro had nodded. She could sense his pride at Mayor's comment. And why not? If the Empire could not trust its own local militia, who could it trust? As for Ro, he continued to prove that what Hissa said about him was no lie. The mayor knew him on sight, and proclaimed him a loyal son of the Empire. Again, Avaryss found herself hoping that it was true. She really needed an ally right now. One thing she did notice was that she did not recognize the mayor or any of his senior staff. She suspected that her father's old friends and colleagues may have well met a similar fate to their overseer. Speaking of which, she saw no sign of an overseer. He or she was simply not here. She wondered what was the meaning of that. What does it matter? At least the people here in Orid are taking the matter seriously. The garrison is on alert. What else could you ask of them? She decided to let matters play out as the mayor suggested. She did not like it, but he knew his people better than her. She did promise a squad of security droids for the processing centers and warehouses. The Empire was still at war, and they needed to maintain their supply lines. Those matters concluded, Avaryss dismissed the men and women to go about their business. She informed them that she wished to see the hard records room. She told them that she needed to see the files on how many items were passing through Orid and when was the highest yield, so the droids could be programmed to see to the safety of what they were protecting. It was an excuse, but a good one. No one bothered to question the Sith about her choice. So, she left Ro with the mayor and headed down to the records room. She was most eager to see what she would find there. Surely there were files here detailing her family and what her mother had offered to the Empire during her life. The lack of information in the files in Dana City still bothered the young Sith Lord. She was hoping to correct that oversight. In the meantime, it allowed her to continue to gather information on Ro and the city leaders. She had left a listening device in the chair in the mayor's office, a toy that she had gotten from Holly. It would self-destruct in an hour, leaving no trace. But for a time she would be able to hear what Ro and the mayor had to say, particularly about her and the Sith. She smiled to herself as she hit the chin toggle inside her helmet to switch the device on. It would be good background noise as she worked. And if she happened to hear something incriminating, well, so much the better. She would not have to go far to deliver justice to the criminal, and then the others would know just how dangerous their Dark Lord was to an enemy. Can she be trusted, Ro? She has given me no reason to think otherwise, Mr. Mayor. So far, everything that Hissa said about her appears to be genuine. There was a brief pause. Avaryss could hear muttering in the background, likely one of the staff members she had seen earlier. How can we be sure that this girl is simply not another of Darth Sadie's puppets? We all saw the images that were broadcast. Images that were broadcast by insurgents, Minister, Ro said, interrupting the speaker. We should not blame Lord Avaryss for something that was done when she was not here. Does she ever take off that mask? Another voice asked. It is most disturbing. I've never seen her without it, Ro replied. Maybe she hides her features for a reason. She may be scarred. She is missing her left arm. Maybe her face was damaged in the same battle. If she even lost an arm in battle, another of the mayor's staff said, the games the Dark Lords play are vicious. Maybe one of them. Enough, Ro said quickly. Lord Avaryss came here in good faith. We should at the very try to honor her for that. The Dark Lord smiled. So far, Ro was doing a fair job of playing her defender. Maybe Hissa was right about him after all. She was sitting at one of the information terminals in the records room. A single archive droid was working with her, accessing and bringing her the metal cases that contained the hard copy files the computer had pointed her to. She had briefly looked at what she had told the mayor she would be looking at, just in case he asked her about it later, but now she was focused on her main reason for coming here. She had asked to see anything on Andor and his family, with the focus on his wife Maya, or any related files containing the name Maya Maritza. She had hoped that something remained here. As she continued to listen to Ro and the politicians upstairs, she had come to realize that she had been outmaneuvered again. Though the hard copy files on her father remained, they contained little about his family, and even less about his wife. She was not sure what to make of that. True, Maya Lillis had mostly stayed on the farm with her children, but she had done business with other farmers. She had often left her eldest daughter Kira to look after her younger siblings when she had gone on these trips. Sadly, the files here contain little record of those comings and goings, no images, no signatures, and very little in the way of evidence. Avaryss shook her head. It was as if her mother had never existed. Why would someone do this? Kira asked her. What would someone have to gain from erasing mother from all public records? You are assuming that any records existed to begin with, Avaryss murmured to herself, if what I'm seeing is accurate. And then the attempt to hide what mother was doing has been going on for years, if not decades. There was virtually almost nothing in these files about Maya Lillis or Maya Maritza. Nothing. Avaryss could not even find the record of her birth. She checked the medical records for the Ord Medical Center where she, Barrick, and the rest of the Lillis children had been born, and she found nothing, only a numerical code that suggested that the medical droids had been used for some procedure. Beyond that, there was nothing. Avaryss' temper began to flare. Part of her wanted to lash out, to destroy this place for denying her. The Empire ran on bureaucracy and data trails, and yet this one did not exist, or if it had been completely expunged. She did not know what to make of that. She continued to listen to Ro. He remained her champion, defending her against the mayor's staff, reassuring them that she, a daughter of Ordana, had returned, and seemed willing to listen to their pleas. That was true, she thought. She wanted to be the champion of her people, but she also wanted to make sure that the rebellion here on Ordana found no more traction. It would be hard balancing such goals, but she was willing to try. She was Sith. The dark side could anything, and it served her will. She would be successful. She remained in the archives until the listening device finally burned out and stopped working. With a sigh, she ordered the droid to return the records cases to their original places, and once that was done, wipe any record of what she had been searching for here. Most people could not do that, but as a Sith, her executive clearance made such a request possible. The droid would obey her command. Is that what happened to Mother's records? Kira asked her. Do you think some Sith came along and expunged her files? Avaryss frowned. It was possible, but again, why? This erasure did not appear to be a recent thing. If she was correct, someone had been erasing Mother's records for years, but why? The thought made her head ache. What was so important about an overseer's wife? Why was her life so important that a Sith would need to make sure that no record of it remained? She had no answer. She sighed. She was back to square one. She tried not to dwell on that fact, to focus on Ro, and how well he had tried to defend her against the mayor and his staff. She was pleased. My brave knight, she thought. I thought Finn was our brave knight, Kira said. He is, but as you said yourself, Kira, he is not here. Why should I limit myself to one brave defender when I can have two? Her thoughts drifted back to finding Ro in his quarters, how good he had looked laying there. She shivered, a mix of both excitement and desire. Desire before duty, young Sith? She smiled. Ro had not been as involved in his father's schemes as she had thought. Perhaps she was wrong to have been angry with him all this time. Maybe this could be the start of a new beginning. Maybe. My lord, I think we have a problem. Avaryss paused before Bleez. The War Master was now standing in the main receiving room of the government building. Avaryss had only just arrived, having collected Ro Wilkes from the mayor's office. Report, War Master, she said. What is going on? The trooper gestured to the closed doors before them. Listen, the War Master said. You can hear them." Avaryss did just that. She heard the sound of raised voices, angry voices outside, a lot of them. She frowned. Well, she thought, isn't this just special? Through the monitors scattered around the room she could see what was happening outside. A large crowd had gathered at the government building steps, chanting and shouting at the Sith soldiers that blocked their path. Avaryss could feel their anger, their hostility towards not only the mayor but to her first and foremost. She sighed. Why did she always have to do things the hard way? Damn it, Ro grumbled, shaking his head. He turned to Avaryss. You should stay here, my lord. I will go out and speak to them, convince them to disperse. We shall both go, the Dark Lord replied. I will not hide in here while I'm being threatened. Ro frowned at that. Clearly he did not agree. My lord, your presence out there would only make things worse. The people are scared and angry, and after the rebels' broadcast during your attempted speech. Your concern is noted, Avaryss said, stopping him, but it does not change the fact that I must face that crowd. These are my people, Lieutenant. If I show fear before them now, they will see that as weakness, and a Dark Lord cannot afford to be weak, not if she wishes to continue her reign. She shook her head. I shall stand beside you, and together we will convince this crowd to disperse. Ro looked at her like she had gone mad. Perhaps she had. She could sense many things from the young lieutenant in that moment. He did not wish this to turn ugly. He feared for his people, but at the same time. Avaryss smiled beneath her mask. She felt Ro's concern for her safety and well-being. He was afraid that the mob outside might hurt her, and that was not all she felt. Her smile widened. She sensed interest in the young peacekeeper, even attraction. He has not even seen my face, and already he is curious about me, she thought. He might even desire me. That realization almost made her blush. What would he say if she took off her mask? Would he remember her? It might be something worth trying soon, but not now. Right now, she needed to help him calm the citizens outside. She had no desire to see this turn into a bloodbath. These people were her people. She had no desire to harm them. Standing beside Ro Wilkes, Darth Avaryss left the government building and stood on the steps overlooking the village of Ord. All around her the crowd had gathered, their voices so loud that it had drowned out the public address system. Avaryss sighed when she looked at the massive holo projector. It was in this very square that she had seen Darth fear for the first time. It was here that her life had found its true path, and she had taken her first steps down the path to darkness, a path that might, if she was wise and mindful, could possibly lead to the Sith throne. She would not turn away from that path, not when it had brought her so close to absolute victory. She needed to be smart. The future was right there. All she had to do was gather enough strength to make it hers and take it. She had come too far. She would not stop now. She let the crowd vent their anger for a few moments. Ro stood before her, his hands raised, trying to get the people to calm down and fall silent. The Sith troopers that barred the way radiated with both nervousness and grim determination. They would act to defend their lord if they were needed. Fortunately, Avaryss did not think that that would be a problem. She stood with her hands behind her back, much as her father had once done when he had stood on these steps. It was from him that she now drew her confidence. If he could calm this rabble down, then so could she. She would not let herself be slighted, not by the people of Ord. They would learn their place. Good people, hear me, she called out, using the Force to enhance her voice. Once again it was Kira that she let speak. She wanted the crowd to hear her accent, to know that she had been born among them. For once, her Dromund Kaas accent would not help her. It was Kira that was needed here, not Avaryss. It was Kira that could save the day. I stand before you now, she continued, not just as a Dark Lord, but as a citizen of Ordana. Once I stood in a place very much like this one. I listened to the Lord's drone on about safety and security. I confess that I did not give it much thought back then, but now I do. Our people need to be kept safe, not just from the enemies beyond our borders, but from those that pretend to be one of us. It is for that reason that Darth Avaryss has come, Ro added quickly. She knows what we face every day, and wishes to try, and make our lives better. She stepped before him, letting the Force guide her words. I know that you want what is best for your home, what is best for our people. That is what I desire too. No doubt, there are likely rebels among us right now, waiting for the chance to spread chaos and disorder. She smiled. Such an enemy is most insidious. They would love nothing more than to start a riot, to force me and these brave men and women before you into defending themselves. They no doubt have rocks in hand, or perhaps even hold out blasters. Such people want nothing more than to divide us, to bring more people over to their side. It falls to us to deny them what they want, to remember that we are all Imperials, that the Empire has never abandoned you, just as I will never abandon you. Avaryss smiled then, her hand drifting to her belt, to the lightsaber she had clipped there. To those of you that would seek to see me cast down, I ask you one small question, one small piece of advice before I retire and return to my transport. If you want to hurt me, you will need to make the attempt, but if you do, realize one thing. Her smile turned predatory. She let out hear the ice and venom in her voice. If you wish to attack me, then you will attack me. But if you do, answer one question for me. What happens to you if you miss? She let the words hand over the heads of the people. She did not move or issue any commands to her soldiers. She simply stood watch and waited. The crowd before her began to part. Some people left it altogether, remembering at long last that they were Imperials and that they owed their lives to the Empire. Ro looked upon her with a mix of fear and respect, and again she felt that small sensation of heat between them, that spark that had driven him to defend her, to offer to go out alone and deal with this crowd. Ro had been a brave boy, and he had grown into a brave and handsome man, but more importantly, he knew his place. He was an Imperial, a fact that she had just reminded the people in the crowd. Imperials existed to serve the Sith. They needed to remember that the Empire was at war. In a war, the Empire only had allies or enemies. Today, she took a large step in making sure that Ardana fit in the ally category, because if they did not, there would be no help for them. There would be no hope for the Empire's enemies, no hope and no mercy.